Eagle Horse II's main star was heavily attacked by the green skins, with tens of millions descending upon this world. The Defense Army on Eagle Horse II's main star was severely beaten, and within a month, several key cities were captured, and the Defense Army was in constant retreat.
Meanwhile, the Alliance Army had committed an entire army group. Over 20 million Allied Army soldiers, undoubtedly, withstood the onslaught of the green-skinned orcs, and in conjunction with almost an equal number of Defense Army forces, began to reclaim lost territory and destroy the green-skins' ecological circles. The situation in the Eagle Horse Star sector stabilized rapidly after the entrance of the Alliance Army.
This matter, in fact, was quite shocking. The group photo of Gu Hang with the various planetary governors, and the victorious campaign of the Alliance Army in the Eagle Horse Star sector that swept through like a broken bamboo, were transmitted along with the star messages to multiple surrounding star sectors.
This made the work of the Alliance diplomats much smoother.
Some star sectors that had not been beaten up might still be considering or observing. However, another star sector that had been invaded, the Mist Horse Star District, quickly changed its attitude. They were willing to accept the Seven Horse Covenant as long as the Alliance Army could get there quickly.
Mist Horse had 13 worlds, one more than Eagle Horse, but the total population was actually smaller, around 13.4 billion, primarily agricultural worlds, mining worlds, and desolate worlds. Even the capital planet Mist Horse I was just an ordinary civilized world, with a population of only 3 billion. The invasion that Mist Horse Star District encountered was not as fierce as that of Eagle Horse Star Sector. In fact, a significant part of the invading green-skin orcs had jumped from Steelwing Star to Emerald Spring 2 before entering the Mist Horse Star District. The conflict facing the Mist Horse Star District, which was in the direction of the Copper Barrier Star District, was not the main offensive direction of the orcs. But Mist Horse Star District didn't have a barrier like Steelwing Star to hold them off and attract the main force of the orcs. The entire Star District was penetrated by the green-skinned orcs, and most of it had already been engulfed in war. Within the Star District there were no naval forces, and the land forces consisted only of the native planetary defense forces, which were limited in strength. More crucially, the lack of space transport capability meant that each planet was an isolated island, and the land forces could not support each other. Some planets were not severely invaded and could control the situation from collapsing within themselves. They had the capacity to support other planets in dire situations, but due to the limitations on transport, they couldn't. After seeing the Alliance effortlessly resolve the threat in the Eagle Horse Star sector that was even more severe than their own, the governors of Mist Horse could no longer hold back. Their Star sector leader had not yet agreed, still negotiating with the Alliance diplomats, but many planetary governors within the Mist Horse Star District couldn't wait any longer. They secretly contacted the Alliance one step ahead, expressing their willingness to sign. The thoughts of these individuals were simple. As planetary governors, they should save their own lives first. Besides, once they signed, who cared about the damn Star Sector government? According to the Seven Horse Covenant, it's not just military protection and trade alliances. Even the imperial tax would be collected by the Alliance eventually.
After signing, the Star Sector government would be irrelevant.
The Alliance, with a stroke of the pen, took them all in. However, the Alliance diplomats also made it clear to the governors of Mist Horse that now that they had signed, the promised military protection would definitely arrive. The Alliance would never break its word. Still, the most important thing in the current overall war situation was the Battle of Steelwing Star. The main force of the Alliance would first resolve the issues there. The governors should think of some ways to hold on for a while in their own planets. It wouldn't be too long, at most a month or two. The Seven Horse Covenant is a pledge of mutual assistance and vigilance, not an agreement to lie down and wait for the Alliance to solve all problems. However, Governor, if you really want to do that, I have here a formal covenant to join the Alliance which you might consider. To even join the Seven Horses Pact was to be pushed into a corner, so the governors certainly weren't going to consider joining the Alliance now. The Seven Horses Pact was still a military agreement plus a trade agreement. As for the imperial tax, it had to be collected by someone, and the governors could ignore it, leaving the empire to take it up with the Alliance. But if they were to join the Alliance, they had all heard about the affairs of the Tianma Star sector. Under the Alliance, although the position of planetary governor still existed, as after all, it was a position under imperial jurisdiction which the Alliance couldn't abolish, planetary governors within the alliance were either personally appointed by alliance leader Gu Hang, or chosen from among high-ranking leaders of the alliance. Sometimes the original rulers were selected, but in essence, it was a symbolic role. Within the alliance, the role of planetary governor had evolved into an honorary, ceremonial position, which did not involve any management of the planets. Even the governors themselves were not necessarily staying long-term on the planets they nominally ruled. Take the two governors with the last name Fatches. They were joyfully enjoying their days on the beautiful Flying Wing Star. It was the same with the governors from the Mist Horse Star District as with those from the Eagle Horse Star Sector. None had thought of giving up their own worlds yet. The Alliance wasn't pressuring them. No rush, take it easy. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future for them to freely choose. Several worlds in the Mist Horse Star District had joined the Seven Horses Pact, but as the Alliance's diplomats frankly stated, the main forces of the Alliance couldn't come over for the time being. In fact, even handling the issues of the Eagle Horse Star Sector was done in passing. The main forces of the Alliance were actually on their way to Steel Wing Star. They passed through Eagle Horse 3, Eagle Horse V, and Eagle Horse 2, as well as Bruck 2. Since they were passing through, naturally, they took care of any problems along the way. For places not along the path, they could only send a small branch of the fleet, being extra careful, especially since there were troops being transported. Losing even one ship could mean a massive loss. For worlds that were both out of the way and on the periphery, like Eagle Horse IV and Eagle Horse V, along with Firefeather Star, it was impossible to reach them for the time being. However, the problems on these worlds were not particularly severe. The greenskins were few, and the defense army could still hold on. The main concern was the worsening situation on the battlefield of Steel Wing Star. Tyler Mungs was becoming dissatisfied with Gu Hang's leisurely progress, wasting time on the journey, and had sent multiple urgent messages. This so-called deterioration of the situation wasn't really about any drastic changes on the battlefield. The main issue was that Yuan Chengchuan was starting to falter on the ground. His main forces consisted of the Planetary Defense Force of Steel Wing Star, as well as other planetary defense forces gathered from various parts of the Eagle Horse Star sector during the war preparations, totaling around 50 million in number. The green-skinned orcs, with relentless determination, kept deploying troops to the surface. The crew numbers of green-skinned warships, compared to those of humans, were much higher. Actually, so many weren't usually needed. After all, to operate the ships and the cannons, and to keep all the work inside the ship running smoothly, only so many people were necessary. However, the green-skins often liked to pack their vessels with 3 to 4 times the number of humans typical for a Navy Marine Corps, with the excess used for something like boarding battles. As for green-skin transport ships, they were more similar to human transport ships. Small transports like the Flying Pig class could carry 100,000 people at a time. Transports comparable to Whale class carried 2 to 3 million, and large transports like the Giant Belly, nearly 30 kilometers long, could easily transport 15 million. This was just standard transport capacity. If things were more cramped, pushed to the limit, and the journey was shorter with less need for life support supplies, these figures could triple or quadruple. No one knew just how many greenskins were crammed into the main invasion fleet in the Eagle Horse Star sector. In the ground offensive on Steel Wing Star, the first massive landing alone saw them deploying 20 million. Tens of thousands of drop pods were released continually, and even though more than half ultimately failed to land, millions still touched down, dragging the entire northern continent of Steel Wing Star into the flames of war. After that, aside from sporadic small-scale drops of a few, or a dozen, rock drop pods, there were 2 more landings of a similar scale to the first. Currently, the loud wog of the Iron-Tooth orcs on Steel Wing Star, the total estimated number had already exceeded 35 million. In the beginning, Yuan Chengchuan's defense army was able to hold on with their numeric advantage and the extensive defensive facilities spread across the planet. But as the numbers between the two sides significantly narrowed and the defense army's lack of quality, along with the maintenance issues of the many old fortresses on Steel Wing Star, were exposed. His original strategy fell through one by one and could no longer be realized. The idea of systematically eliminating the green-skin orcs' living forces was no longer feasible after the second massive landing. And after losing control over vast areas, the goal of preventing the greenskins from establishing an ecosystem also became largely subject to chance. If the Tianma fleet in space had time to bombard, they would. the ground forces couldn't coordinate at all. After the third massive landing, even Yuan Chengchuan's strategic baseline, which was to secure those precious anti-orbit cannon fortresses, became extremely difficult to achieve. Often, after an orbital cannon fortress was invaded by the greenskins, the surrounding human forces would do everything possible to send troops for defense. After a bloody battle with heavy casualties, the fortress would still end up being captured. Before the retreat, the human army wouldn't initially destroy the orbital cannons, thinking that if they had the chance later, they could retake them and use them again. However, over time, they realized that the green-skinned orcs had inexplicably mastered the ability to modify human orbital cannons. Then, the few cannons that had been captured by the orcs turned into firepower used to attack the Tianma fleet from the sky. That was truly a painful experience. So far, the number of such incidents hasn't been high. The Tianma fleet was able to withstand it. The few captured orbital cannons were destroyed in the counterattacks by the Tianma fleet, which settled the matter. But this could not happen too often. If the majority of the orbital cannons were occupied and utilized by the greenskins, Steelwing Star might no longer be a defensive stronghold, and the Tianma fleet would instead be caught in the middle, getting hit from both sides. Therefore, if the human army on the ground was truly forced into a corner and couldn't hold the orbital cannon fortress, they would often choose to destroy the orbital cannons before retreating. It was a reluctant decision, but it had to be made despite the pain. But even destroying them was a bad situation. It just wasn't as bad as if they were captured and turned against them. In any case, if this situation continued, the Tianma fleet truly wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. No wonder Tyler Mungs was so anxious and frustrated. He had also heard of the Alliance Army's triumphant advance upon entering the Eagle Horse Star sector. The combat prowess displayed by the Alliance Army caught him by surprise. Initially, when he first left for battle outside the Tianma Star sector, he had no idea that the Alliance was so capable. The years spent campaigning had changed quite a lot. This was, of course, a good thing. The stronger the Alliance, the better. But, come on, Ji Hang. Stop messing around. If you're coming, come quickly. We're about to be overwhelmed here. After Ji Hang led the main force and arrived, he quickly deployed the fleet near Steelwing Star. During this process, the two fleets succeeded in establishing contact, and at one point intended to encircle the Green Skin fleet in the orbit of Steelwing Star. If they could trap the Green Skin ships in orbit and fight with the support of the orbital defense system, they were even confident that they could turn the Green Skin ships into space debris in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. The military governor of the Green Skin fleet wasn't stupid. No matter how headstrong, he wouldn't let his forces be placed in such a precarious position against a formidable enemy. When Ji Hang's fleet went through the Star Realm tunnel and entered the star system, the Green Skin fleet naturally observed it. In fact, with all the movements of the Alliance fleet along the way, having severely beaten many of their task forces, the Green Skins could have been tracking the Alliance fleet's location all this time. However, during that process, the military governor of the Green Skin fleet and commander of their main force, the Lone Fang Ghoul, decided to try to take Steelwing Star before the Alliance's main forces could arrive. It was under such a resolution that they successfully deployed 35 million green skins to the surface of Steelwing Star, but at the same time, 30 million died during the deployment process. It was a rash and irrational decision, but it was very characteristic of the green skins. Clearly, the humans managed to hold their ground. At this stage, no matter how irrational, he had to let go. His ships withdrew from the orbit of Steelwing Star. He even attempted, after leaving the orbit of Steelwing Star, to seek a decisive battle with Ji Hang's fleet main force, which was on its way. To eliminate Ji Hang first, then turn back to continue the siege on Steelwing Star. But soon this choice fell apart. Ji Hang had no interest in fighting him. True, he had 200 warships, while the Greenskins likely had 350. But the bulk of Ji Hang's 200 warships were armed merchant ships, making the odds of winning a head-on clash with the Greenskins low. Even if Ji Hang's fleet joined forces with the Tianma fleet and engaged the Green Skin main force in battle, the odds of victory were no better than 50-50. Even with a 50% chance of winning, Ji Hang was still not keen on fighting. The probability was too low. He was not willing to gamble all he had on a 50% chance of victory. If there was a safer method, it definitely had to be used. Jiyu Hang avoided the main fleet of the Greenskins, and the Tianma fleet also pursued, and the two sides exchanged a few shots across the vast emptiness of space, a very long distance apart. After cat and mouse games lasting for 2 days, the end result was each side losing 2 small ships, and the human fleet returned within the orbit defense system of Steelwing Star. Then, the nightmare for the Greenskins' ground forces began. It started with intensive and ferocious orbital bombardment. With the Greenskin fleet temporarily not pressing the human fleet, they took half a day to conduct a fierce artillery bombardment on the Greenskins' ground troops. The Greenskins' anti-orbital firepower was pitifully inadequate, as they were originally the attackers. In the midst of the fierce bombardment, all of the Greenskins' offensive operations came to a halt. Additionally, the ecological system that the Greenskins had managed to establish also suffered a devastating blow. A large number of Greenskin orcs perished in this wave of bombardment. It also helped that their previous attacks had been quite scattered, over 30 million in number, spread across the entire northern hemisphere of the planet. After the bombardment, those that survived learned to disperse as much as possible and fled in all directions. Furthermore, during the orbital bombardment, the ground forces were also not in a good position to encircle and suppress them, which meant that not as many Greenskins were killed as one might have thought. However, without a doubt, any offensive momentum they had was completely shattered during the half-day bombardment. A large amount of heavy equipment that was difficult to move and spread out was also destroyed in the bombardment. This was a severe blow indeed. The orbital bombardment by the human fleet only ended when the fleet led by the Duguay Ghost hurriedly returned and resumed the oppressive attack on the human ships. But in the meantime, tens of millions of Star Realm army troops had already been deployed to the surface. The Rage Bear Legion and the Dragonhawk Legion had all descended, along with about 20 million of the Alliance army. Facing the disoriented and heavily damaged Greenskin army, nearly 50 million elite human land forces would be an opponent the Greenskins could not possibly resist. Moreover, the situation in the space warfare had also changed. The Greenskin fleet could no longer keep the human navy under fire. After the confluence of the two human fleets, the naval battle in the void of space would have equal chances of victory for both sides, not to mention that the battlefield was now around the orbit of Steelwing Star. Even though a third of the ground-based orbital cannons were out of commission, the remaining two-thirds, combined with the Star Fortress, Starport, and armed space stations, still offered substantial support to the human ships. The Greenskin fleet, attempting proactive attacks to suppress the human ships, soon found themselves battered and bruised. After several attacks were repelled and having accumulated losses of over 20 ships. Even if they were just small ships, it still hurt. The key issue was that despite these many losses, there was a lack of substantial results. At most, 4 or 5 ordinary human warships were damaged to the point of being unfit for battle. The key was that they could just duck into a starport, and it was possible they could be repaired and sent back out. Even if not, the usable parts could be salvaged and placed on other ships as a means of quickly restoring combat capability during wartime. When a Greenskins ship blew up, it was truly done for. Although they did indeed prevent the human ships from continuing to provide fire support to the ground, the cost was too steep. But what if they did not interfere? What about the ground combat? At least 20 million Greenskins who were still alive could not be evacuated. Along with the loss of troops from the earlier airdrop, he had thrown in upwards of 70 million soldiers. Even for the Greenskin orcs, that was a number that couldn't be ignored. If Chieftain Titus found out that he had paid such a high price for no results, that would be quite bad. Duguay Ghost was caught in a strategic dilemma. But Jiyu Hang, considerately, didn't let him struggle for too long. The human fleet seized an opportunity and launched a counterattack. When Jiyu Hang proposed to take the initiative to attack the Greenskin fleet, Tylermungs opposed it. The commander of Tianma believed that since they had decided to be cautious, they should be thoroughly cautious. A proactive attack was high risk, and right now they were the only remaining Imperial Navy force in the eastern Dragonhawk star domain, and they could not afford any mistakes. Jiyu Hang agreed that what he said made sense, and decided to strike anyway. "Don't be cautious just for the sake of being cautious," Jiyu Hang said. "The ultimate goal of being cautious is to solve problems. Right now, the opportunity is good. The Greenskin fleet, already suffering heavy losses, finds itself in a dilemma. We can seize this chance to deal them a heavy blow, which would greatly ease the situation. Besides, With the orbital defense system of Steel Wing Star at our backs, we can immediately retreat if something goes awry. Tyler Mungs thought for a moment and was persuaded by Ji Hang. The fleet took the initiative to attack under their joint command. However, the response of the Greenskins quickly made Tyler Mungs regret it. The Greenskin fleet, which was initially caught in a hesitancy to attack, started to retreat upon seeing the human fleet's almost full-scale onslaught. Their first reaction was to withdraw. Of course, they didn't want to engage in battle under the cover of human orbital firepower, and even though they lost 2 ships to temporarily break away, they were quite resolute in their escape. This first made Tyler Mungs breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that Ji Hang's strategy was indeed quite good. Taking advantage of the breach they had made, they could expand their victory. Driving away the green-skinned ships, they could inflict as much damage as possible. If they could do that, it would be a great victory. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the rear of the green-skinned fleet suddenly charge forward. Subsequently, the front of the green-skinned fleet, using the chaos as cover, made a roundabout maneuver to turn their ships and also surged ahead. And at that moment, the human fleet had already left the coverage of Steel Wing Star's orbital defense. Clearly, the Greenskins did not fear a full-blown battle with human ships as long as the humans dared to chase, they would dare to fight back desperately. Of course, their chances of winning were not high. They would have to endure casualties from being pursued, as well as during the transition of their formation, which would drastically reduce their already 50% chance of victory to about 30%. A rational human commander wouldn't do this, but the Greenskins would. The Greenskins were not stupid, but quite smart and cunning. However, they lacked one thing: rationality. If they cannot be completely annihilated, then don't drive the Greenskins into a corner, or else before they die they will ferociously bite back. It's safe to set traps for the Greenskins. Even if they're a bit rough, it doesn't matter. They're likely to see it coming but still jump in for the sake of a fight, or purely out of confidence that they can win, regardless of the casualties. And these traits mean that the Greenskins' actions to fight desperately despite the low odds of winning are quite normal. Now it was his turn to feel uncomfortable. He estimated his own chance of victory at 70%, but even so, he really didn't want to gamble. He just didn't want a decisive fleet battle. What if they encountered that 30% chance and lost? Even if they won, what if the fleet suffered heavy losses in the mad counterattack of the Greenskins? Tyler Mungs was deeply worried and even considering changing strategies to retreat. They were still not far from the protective coverage of the orbital defense, and they could completely retreat to plan carefully from there. Even if they got bitten during the retreat and suffered some damage, he was willing to accept that. If the Greenskins dared to pursue too aggressively, they could fight back again. However, just as he was about to issue the order, the command from Ji Hang arrived one step ahead. Engage, quintet, concerto, violin, opera. Ji Hang named several cruisers in succession, including Tyler Mungs' flagship, Opera. Advance forward. Target, enemy flagship, open fire with full force, destroy it. Tyler Mungs was a bit perplexed. What are you doing, kid? Addicted to commanding? I am the fleet commander. And to target their flagship with concentrated fire? That's not a standard tactic. The so-called flagship is their designation for the many ships of the Green-Skin Fleet. The less important ones that look very similar might be hard to identify, but the flagship is definitely easy to recognize. It's the biggest and most formidable one among the Green-Skin ships, likely the flagship of the Green-Skin Fleet. You want to focus fire and take down their flagship? The idea is beautiful, but it's quite unreliable in naval warfare. The enemy isn't a stationary target. You can't just decide to focus fire. The Green-Skin escort ships will concentrate on intercepting fire, and they will block firing lines. The flagship, once realizing it's being focused, might retreat, or might increase their energy shield's power significantly, making it not so easily breached. Most importantly, when you send out your own main ships, the enemy will bombard yours too. A rash attack can easily result in the enemy's main ship not being destroyed while your own main ship incurs losses instead. This is something that has been written about in the case studies at the Naval Academy. Don't mess around if you don't understand, Ji Hang. Tyler Mungs now realized a big problem. The command of their side was somewhat chaotic. He instinctively wanted to object and stop Ji Hang's order, but he was also concerned about exacerbating the confusion. He did not immediately order his flagship to act according to the command, but he discovered that concerto, violin, and Quintet had all followed the order and moved up. This put him in a difficult position all of a sudden. If he were to follow Ji Hang's orders and have everyone join in, then in case of any issue, at least there would be mutual support. If he were to speak out against Ji Hang's command as the fleet commander at this moment, and some ships hesitated while others had already committed and couldn't withdraw in time, leading to even greater losses, that would be a complete disaster. His mind was filled with countless thoughts which, when brought into reality, resulted in Tylermungs appearing indecisive, and in the end, his opera cruiser neither followed Ji Hang's order to move up nor spoke out against him. Ji Hang, aboard the Concerto, had no reaction to this. No matter what Tylermungs did, Ji Hang had anticipated it. If this fleet commander were to cause trouble, he would be the first to use his spiritual energy powers to temporarily cut off and interfere with his communications. And if he didn't move up, that was also within expectations. The other few ships could just come up. To be precise, 3 ships moving up would suffice. As for his own Concerto, there was no need to elaborate. Major General Du Shiliang's orders, who had coordinated closely with him over the years, had a great influence on the Violin, which was also a ship previously stationed at the Tianma star sector, and should likewise follow the orders. Yelicia aboard the Quintet was also a ship Ji Hang felt confident would coordinate with him. He believed that Yelicia would trust him, and indeed, it turned out to be the case. 3 cruisers were enough. The Greenskins instantly noticed the 3 approaching human main ships, and in an instant, a flurry of firepower descended upon them.
However, the multiple Silver Shield grade escort ships belonging to the Alliance played their part at this moment.
They blocked a significant amount of firepower aimed at the 3 main ships. On one hand, they used their excellent interception firepower to stop many of the green skin cannons, and on the other hand, they even used their own bodies to block the firing arcs of the green skin ships, withdrawing only when their shields were on the brink of failure. Of course, most of the green skin ships' successful hits were directly endured by the 3 cruisers. The risky maneuver brought their void shields into the dangerous red zone. But at that moment, the Orc No. 1 ship was exposed. The 3 cruisers opened fire in full force. Heavy firepower rained down upon the enemy. Behind them, Tylermungs was already full of regret. He should have directly interrupted Ji Hang's orders just now. Even with the 3 cruisers focusing fire, there was no way the enemy's No. 1 ship could be taken down. Instead, the Concerto, Quintet, and Violin were completely engulfed by the enemy's assault. At this moment, even if Tylermungs was indecisive, it was time to make a decision. He ordered the entire fleet to press forward. Although this would lead both sides into a fiercer close-quarters battle with higher hit rates for naval guns and the Greenskins boarding combat becoming more threatening, what else could be done? The 3 cruisers that had pushed ahead had tied the fate of the entire fleet to themselves. However, in the next moment, Tylermungs witnessed a scene that almost made his eyes pop out. The shields of the Orc No. 1 ship inexplicably shattered. The heavy artillery from the 3 cruisers, whether it was the Loyal Rage macro cannon or the Doomsday Light Spear array, passed through the shields of the Green Skin No. 1 ship without hindrance, bombarding it directly. The Green Skin No. 1 ship, stripped of its defenses and struck by heavy artillery, blew up into a dazzling fireburst. And the Green Skin frigates, which should have been escorting it, were inexplicably spinning in place, convulsing. What the hell was going on? Not even Tylermung's extensive naval combat experience could help him understand what was happening before his eyes. But that didn't prevent him from recognizing a tremendous opportunity. The enemy's No. 1 ship was comparable in scale to a human heavy cruiser. Currently, the 7 cruisers of the Tianma fleet were, strictly speaking, light cruisers. If it came down to a head-to-head exchange of fire, even 2 musician-class ships might not be able to contend with the Green Skin flagship. With 2 such flagships on the enemy's side, plus 5 or 6 ships roughly equivalent to human light cruisers, they were the core strength of the Green Skin main fleet. Do not be fooled by the several months of intense engagements, with both sides losing 100 ships in the process. In actuality, most of the destroyed vessels were the lowest grade patrol ships. There were fewer escort ships lost, and not a single destroyer was gone, let alone the core of both fleets, the cruisers. This was a major opportunity. The enemy's loss of a heavy cruiser meant that the center of the Green Skin fleet's formation had a huge gap in its firepower. The absence of L-grade heavy cannons was a void not easily filled by numerous lower-grade cannons. Even if Tylermungs was often indecisive, He couldn't possibly continue to hesitate in the face of such an opportunity. Ji Hang had practically fed him the opportunity on a silver platter. And at that moment, Ji Hang issued a new command. Focus fire on the number 2 ship. The so-called number 2 ship was the other of the only 2 heavy cruisers in the Green Skin Fleet. If Mr. Ji was giving this command, could it be that the tactic used just now could be employed once again? Engage! Engage! Break through the central line. Tyler Ming's order was subsequently conveyed to the entire fleet. On the bridge of the Concerto, Ji Hang stood with his hands behind his back on the observation platform, gazing at the radiant, continuous firefight unfolding ahead. Under the awestruck gazes of the others, his eyes emitted a misty blue light as his spiritual energy reverberated through the void. Ji Hang's baseline was already that of a grade S psychic, not to mention that this time, to ensure stability, he had torn open a link between the divine realm of storm and the real world within the void. Although the tear was small, it still granted him blessings from the Storm God Kingdom's subspace essence, enabling his spiritual energy level to climb another step, reaching around S+. Furthermore, half of the Storm Mage Corps was aboard his ship, assisting him. Their spiritual energy array, connected to Ji Hang, allowed him to take over control of the power they themselves, as psychics, couldn't handle. In such circumstances, once the distance closed, Ji Hang was already capable of completely tearing apart the energy shield protecting the perimeter of a green skin heavy cruiser. Of course, the reality wasn't that simple. Within that number 1 ship, there existed orc shamans, psychic youngsters, and such, enveloped in a deeper layer of Wog energy. When Ji Hang's spiritual energy affected the ship, these energies too would immediately react to counterattack. However, the difference in their levels was significant. By exerting some effort and expending about a third of his spirituality, Ji Hang rapidly breached the ship's shield. The characteristics of the green-skinned ship glass cannons became more prominent once the energy shields were down. The poor, inferior structure of their hulls couldn't withstand the heavy bombardment of human cannons. Without shields and with a flawed structure, the orc flagship naturally disintegrated into real space debris after a round of strikes. Naturally, if it were just that, things might not have gone so smoothly. The Greenskins had more than 1 ship. Their entire fleet, the small escort ships, destroyers, were all tasked with defending the main ships. For them, Ji Hang had his means. Since he had already torn open a rift to the divine realm of storm, he might as well tear it more fiercely. On those green skin escort ships, Ji Hang opened a portal to the Storm God Kingdom from within. The Valor Spirit Legion, numbering not inconsiderably, emerged out of thin air onto the ships, particularly appearing in critical areas like the bridge, control room, and captain's quarters. The Greenskins had previously deployed 70 million troops to the surface of Steelwing Star. With so many gone, the originally crowded green skin ships became quite empty, and during this unique boarding assault, their resistance was not as formidable as expected. Though simultaneously attacking so many escort ships couldn't rely solely on the Valor Spirit Legion to destroy the green skin vessels from the inside, merely disrupting their actions and preventing them from defending at critical moments was enough. And with the destruction of the number 1 ship, it also meant the psychic youngsters and orc shamans were almost completely dead or incapacitated. It would become even easier for Ji Hang to tear open the shield of the next green skin ship. Having begun, Ji Hang naturally set his sights on the green-skinned second ship. When Ji Hang first proposed to take the initiative to attack, I actually disagreed. Tyler Ming's voice arose next to Yelish's ear. The naval battle that had erupted on the outskirts of Steelwing Star was drawing to a close. At this moment, the united fleet of humanity was fiercely attacking the fleeing green-skinned ships, trying to expand its victory as much as possible in the pursuit. After the destruction of Greenskin's number 1 ship, number 2 followed close behind. The obliteration of the only 2 heavy cruisers caused a significant decline in the combat strength of the Greenskin fleet. This was just the comparison of hard power. As the flagship of the Greenskin ships, their pirate military governor was on that number 1 ship. His death instantly left the huge Greenskin fleet without a backbone. Following the demise of the number 2 ship, along with several other ships not quite cruiser grade, but equally strong, being torn apart by Ji Hang in a similar way and having their void shields pierced, and then being destroyed by directed fire, the formation of the Greenskins fleet collapsed. They began to scatter and flee. By this point, The human fleet had already secured a resounding victory beyond doubt. The remaining task was to pursue the advantage and expand the results of the battle. It was only then that Tyler Mungs finally found the time to pull someone aside for a chat. Yelicia said with a light smile, "I also didn't expect him to be able to go this far." "Then why did you still heed his command and charge forward without hesitation?" "Because I trust him," Yelicia said candidly. "Even though I didn't know how he would do it or to what extent he could manage, I believe he's not a foolish man. He makes decisions for a reason. The fact has proven that following his orders has brought us a brilliant victory." Yes, a brilliant victory. At this thought, Tyler Mungs didn't feel as elated as he should have been. The victory itself was certainly exciting, but, obviously, this victory was related to him, yet it was not his doing. The problem he had foreseen earlier, the disunity and chaos in the command of the human fleet, seemed in need of resolution. If Jiyu Hang had made his abilities clear before the battle, then when the entire fleet launched, how could he have appeared irresolute to the point of embarrassment? He was sure he could have led the fleet to this victory as well. However, he didn't say these thoughts to Yelicia. Seeing her, it was obvious she would support Jiyu Hang. Tyler Mungs didn't feel like he was stirring internal conflict. Unified command was important, and as the Tianma fleet commander, a proper Imperial Navy general, he was rightfully the holder of the highest command of the Navy. The Concerto was also involved in the battle of hunting down the scattered green-skin fleet, but not much had to do with Jiyu Hang anymore. Ripping open the energy shields of 4 green-skin ships, including the first and second, and also supporting the tens of thousands from the Valor Spirit Legion in their combat inside various green-skin ships, had taken a considerable toll on Jiyu Hang. After all, he had only torn a small hole in the veil of reality, borrowing a portion of the power from the Storm God Kingdom, not becoming one with the essence of subspace within the divine realm. The difference between the two was quite substantial. Jiyu Hang's remaining spiritual energy was merely 1/10 of what it had been at its peak. In a situation where the overall outcome was decided and only standard pursuit operations remained, he naturally no longer needed to intervene in ship command. It was better to leave that to the naval generals. He needed to close his eyes and restore his spirit, to rest for a while. In the process, he also contemplated the issue of the disordered command within this united fleet. Tyler Mungs was not suitable to be the supreme commander. Jiyu Hang didn't think that even if he had explained to Tyler Mungs the extent of his spiritual energy powers in advance, General Tyler Mungs would be able to make correct and decisive judgments. He was more likely to remain skeptical about what Jiyu Hang had said until he witnessed it himself, opting to prioritize caution in his actions, thereby missing opportunities. Caution was certainly important. When Tyler Mungs was defending Steelwing Star before Jiyu Hang arrived, the more cautious he was, the happier Jiyu Hang became. "Don't cause trouble. Just hold Steelwing Star steadily until I come." That was very good. However, Tyler Mungs' phase of the mission was complete, and after that, pure caution was not the answer to everything. The issue of lacking an established supreme command also needed to be resolved. But all these matters could be put off for later. The current issues had to be handled first. The matter at hand, of course, referred to hunting down the remnants of the green-skinned fleet and expanding the results of the battle as much as possible. This pursuit lasted a full 3 days or more. In the end, nearly 200 green-skinned ships still managed to escape. The human fleet actually had the opportunity to continue the pursuit. Wasn't it just escaping through the Star Realm tunnel? Human ships could pass through it as well. However, the majority of the escaping green-skinned ships fled through the tunnel from Steelwing Star to the Tamir star system, which was part of the Golden Pass star sector already. No one knew the current situation in Golden Pass. Blindly pursuing them there would be too risky. So, that was that. Actually, this battle was never going to be an annihilation battle to begin with. It was quite an accomplishment for the human navy to defeat the enemy. They didn't have the capability to encircle and wage an annihilation battle. As the scattered green-skinned ships fled in all directions, it was impossible for the humans to divide their forces into so many small teams to continue the pursuit. As the saying goes, if you're not sure you can annihilate the green-skins, don't force them into a corner. If you split up your fleet to pursue them regardless of how the greenskins divide their squads, there's a chance they'll turn around and knock you out if they see their pursuers aren't as formidable. Securing the current victory is already quite an achievement. Plus, though half of the green-skinned ships escaped, the loss of combat power is far greater than that proportion. In the pursuit, since it's already clear that it's impossible to eliminate all the green-skinned ships, the focus naturally shifts to targeting the most valuable ones. The Greenskins' 2 heavy cruisers were done for in the previous fleet showdown. Of the remaining 5 ships comparable to human light cruisers, only 1 managed to escape. The rest were all destroyed. The substantial loss of the main warships means that although there are still 200 green-skinned ships in number, they essentially have no fighting capacity. If another fleet battle were fought, Gu Hang wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The human fleet could easily wipe them out. The battle at Steel Wing Star marked the full-scale invasion of the Eagle Horse Star sector by the Greenskins. At that time, the total number of green-skinned ships entering the Eagle Horse Star sector was around 400, with the number of green-skin legions on board totaling between 150 to 300 million. Now, only 200 ships have made it back. Conservatively estimated, the Greenskins' troop losses would reach around 60 million. Adding the Greenskin fleet sent to the surface of Steel Wing Star, effectively abandoned at 35 million, and those still resisting in various parts of the Eagle Horse Star sector, but ultimately doomed to be wiped out, around 20 million more, it can be concluded that the Iron Tooth clan has lost at least 100 million troops in the Eagle Horse Star sector. This is an unquestionable major victory, ever since Chieftain Titus emerged with the Iron Tooth clan, using decades of accumulated wealth to swarm out from 4 fallen star sectors. The Iron Tooth orcs had been defeating the human forces from space to ground. Starting from the Golden Pass Star sector all the way to Yunluo, their invincible military front could only be pushed back, one retreat after another. And now, for the first time, the spearhead of the Iron Tooth clan has been stopped. Although it was just a branch fleet, the significance of this division, consisting of 400 green-skinned ships, should not be underestimated. The loss of 200 ships, including most of the main warships, and over 100 million in troop numbers is a blow that cannot be ignored, even for the overarching might of the Iron Tooth clan. It is foreseeable that unless something major changes, the green skin invasion disaster in Seven Horse territory can now be considered mitigated. However, although the disaster has been averted, the threat remains. It's uncertain when the enemy might mount another massive resurgence. And after this defeat, if the Greenskins were to invade on a large scale again, the forces they bring would undoubtedly be greater than before. By then, will the Alliance still be able to withstand? That depends on how much the Alliance can bolster its strength in the time to come. In Gu Hang's view, the essential aspect of the victory at the Steel Wing Star battle was that it bought the Alliance a significant amount of time for development. While he can't be sure how long this time will last, having time is always good. Every minute, every second, the Alliance is getting stronger. After the pursuit battle, the main force of the human fleet returned to Steel Wing Star. The battle on the ground is still ongoing. Many orcs died in the orbital bombardment, but obviously, not all of them. In fact, the majority of the green-skin orcs survived. They are barely hanging on. Many of their clusters were scattered and shattered in the previous large-scale orbital bombardment. The loss of a significant amount of heavy equipment means that, although many green-skins are still alive, they are incapable of mounting any large-scale offensive. However, barely hanging on doesn't mean the remaining orcs will be easy to deal with. On the contrary, according to estimates by the Alliance Army General Staff, if Steel Wing Star is to be completely cleared of the green-skin orc threat, it will be a war that lasts 5 to 10 years. The orcs, lacking offensive capabilities, switched to a scattered, completely defensive stance. They dug tunnels and mixed spore creatures with local vegetation, forming numerous strongholds. When these strongholds were discovered, they would be attacked. The human army quickly mobilized heavy artillery to besiege and bombard them. Then armored units charged in with infantry to eliminate the living orcs and eradicate the green-skin plants. If a stronghold was particularly well defended or large in scale, the human forces wouldn't tangle with them for long, opting instead to call for orbital bombardment and then sending in ground forces afterwards. But the problem was that there were too many of these strongholds. Tens of millions of orcs were scattered across millions of square kilometers of land in the northern continent of the planet, with some small strongholds comprising only a few dozen or 100 greenskins. It wasn't difficult to exterminate them, but finding them all, without exception, that was tough. Orbital bombardment faced a similar issue. It wasn't feasible to bombard every single stronghold as the smaller ones might not even be worth the cost of shells or missiles, lacking the value to be bombarded. Fleet firepower couldn't be wasted this way. Even disregarding cost, stockpile and production capacity were insufficient for such extravagance. In the end, these strongholds had to be hunted down one by the land forces, each one methodically tackled. Even Jiyu Hang couldn't keep tens of millions from the Alliance army stationed on Steelwing Star for a prolonged, bandit suppression. Many other planets needed the Alliance's military for rescue. In fact, he planned to withdraw all of the Alliance army in half a year, leaving only the 30 million from the Dragonhawk Legion and the Ragebear Legion behind. He believed that after half a year, even if the Greenskins weren't completely eradicated, any remaining would certainly number less than 10 million and be unable to form a cohesive force. The two-star Realm Army Corps would slowly strangle the remnants, hoping to clean Steelwing Star in 3 to 5 years. Moreover, they would serve as the guard force, preparing for a possible future Greenskin invasion. After arranging the land force's work, Jiyu Hang immediately convened a Navy meeting. Within the starport on Steelwing Star, apart from a few duty-bound on their own ships, most of the captains joined this gathering. This included the 7 cruiser captains of the Tianma fleet, each one an imperial general, at least holding the rank of brigadier general, and they all attended. Smiles beamed on everyone's faces. In the preceding great victory, the human side had suffered minimal losses. Less than 40 warships were destroyed, and the real heartache was from only 3 destroyers and 11 escort ships. The remaining 26 patrolling vessels or armed merchant ships were not of high value. What reason was there not to be happy? During the pre-meeting banquet, everyone was in high spirits. Since they were going to have a meeting later, drinking wasn't appropriate, and considering the war had just ended, the banquet wasn't extravagant. But regardless, it couldn't dampen the enthusiastic atmosphere of the venue. However, within those smiles, some were not as pure. Tyler Mungs and 3 cruiser captains were huddled together, discussing something. Their conversation quickly concluded, as if they had reached some degree of consensus. The banquet ended and the meeting began. The first part was unremarkable, with Jiyu Hang standing alongside Tyler Mungs in front of many officers, jubilantly announcing the battle results, commemorating fallen comrades, and declaring that all acts of valor and achievements would be recorded. Soldiers would receive their due honors and rewards, and the captains from the GU commercial firm who were conscripted would also receive empire compensation and war bonuses. The second part was critical. After most people left the room, remaining were only the 7 Tianma fleet cruiser captains and Jiyu Hang. At this point, Tyler Mungs no longer maintained his smile but seriously brought up the first topic. All the ships of the Tianma fleet are present here, and we need to clarify command authority. Given the current war situation, the Tianma fleet does not need to remain split into 2. Major General Du Shiliang, the squadron you command will now rejoin my fleet, under my command effective immediately. Major General Du Shiliang, the formation you command will return to the fleet and fall under my command. Upon hearing these words, Du Shiliang instinctively glanced over at Jiyu Hang. It shouldn't have been like this. He was the captain of the Tianma fleet's concerto cruiser and a major general of the Imperial Navy. General Tyler Mungs, the commanding officer at the rank of lieutenant general, was indisputably his direct superior from any perspective. When given a command, he should have stood up without a word and accepted it. Why look at Jiyu Hang? Yet, he did look. Tyler Mungs noticed his gaze and was slightly annoyed. However, he didn't say anything to Jiyu Hang, not because he didn't dare, but continued to stare at Du Shiliang, his voice becoming unconsciously colder and harsher. Major General Du, do you have a problem? Du Shiliang was helpless. He could only stand up, utter a yes, and then sit down again. A smile returned to Tyler Mungs' face. This was not his main goal for the day. At most, it was just an appetizer. Now, it was a triumphant start. Jiyu Hang didn't speak when he clearly received Du Shiliang's plea for help, which gave Tyler Mungs even more confidence. Maybe Mr. Jiyu, too, was considering imperial decrees, not daring to oppose his proposal that clearly conformed to the related imperial regulations. The encouraged general cleared his throat and continued, "Since there's no problem with this matter, let's move on to the second topic. In light of the current war situation and the complex composition of our space forces, I propose gathering all ships belonging to the 7-horse territory for unified deployment and establishing a single command system. This would enable us to better leverage this power and combat the green-skinned orcs, similar to how Mr. Gu organized the signing of the Seven-Horse Accord across star sectors. As he spoke, Tyler Mings's gaze kept drifting towards Gu Hang. Aside from the Tianma fleet, ships belonging to the Seven-Horse territory also included those of the Alliance Navy and the Gu commercial firm's vessels. Although other star sectors' planetary governors and smaller empire commerce guilds also had some ships, they were few in number, lacked capital ships, had inferior combat capabilities, and were almost negligible. This was the issue Gu Hang was most likely to oppose and had legitimate reasons to do so. The Alliance Navy was his, and so were the Gu clan's ships. If he didn't want to, Tyler Mungs couldn't snatch them away. But he had prepared a series of arguments and tactics for this. Later, depending on how exactly Gu Hang opposed, he would present corresponding arguments to counter or pressure him. I agree, Gu Hang was the first to express his stance. Agreed? Tyler Mungs was momentarily stunned, then quite elated. Excellent. What he had thought would require much argument and possibly a falling out with Gu Hang now seemed easily resolved. Though unexpected, this was certainly good news. This Gu Hang seemed to care about the bigger picture. His gaze towards Gu Hang became much warmer, but his eyes still turned slightly cold when they occasionally swept across Du Shiliang. Although Gu Hang had a sense of the larger situation, you, young man, are quite the issue. Wait, I will have you stripped of your position. Of course, not right now. I must show respect to Mr. Gu at this moment. With these thoughts, Tyler Mungs also stood, his face bearing a sincere smile as he said, with this, we have reached a consensus. I believe that with Mr. Gu's support and our united efforts, those damned green skin aliens will be utterly annihilated. He spoke these words with the air of a host. However, at this moment, Gu Hang also rose to his feet. His face also wore a smile, but his words sent a chilling cold through Tyler Mungs. I have another proposal. I suggest appointing Major General Yelisia and Major General Du Shiliang as the first and second united commanders of the Seven-Horse Fleet. Major General Yelisia is very familiar with the Tianma fleet and can take on the responsibilities of the first united commander. Major General Du Shiliang has amassed extensive experience in the past years, integrating the Tianma fleet with the Alliance escort fleet and the Gu clan's merchant fleet, and can assist General Yelisia in coordinating the joint efforts of the three parties. What about me? Tyler Mungs did not voice this foolish question. He stared at Gu Hang with a grim expression and said, I object. The position of a united commander is unheard of. That's because General Tyler Mungs has seen too little, Gu Hang replied. There are precedents for this when multiple imperial fleets operate together. Usually, a united commander is appointed, responsible for the coordinated command of multiple fleets. At the Golden Pass and Silver Pass, when combating the Greenskins, wasn't it Admiral Zhang Shaoxun of the Yunluo fleet who took on the role of the united commander during the joint operations with the Tianma fleet and the Northern Fleet? That's required only when multiple fleets within the Imperial Navy operate together. Right now, the only legitimate Imperial Navy here is the Tianma fleet. The Imperial Navy has the right to conscript. No, it does not, Gu Hang interjected. The Eastern Star Domain is under my control, and all Imperial forces here should comply with my command and deployment. When I say we should establish a united fleet, it will be a united fleet. What is this Eastern Star Domain you speak of? My appointment grants me control over everything in the Eastern Star Domain. Where's the document? I can send you to Yunluo to request it. By this point, Gu Hang's face was expressionless. General Tyler Mungs was frantic with rage. When Gu Hang said he would send someone off, he really dared to do it. But did he dare to go? Was he scared that just after setting sail, only a few steps out, he would die in a green skin attack? Clenching his teeth and with a low growl in his voice, he questioned Gu Hang, what exactly do you want to do? I want to win this war. And you, General Tyler Mungs, under your leadership, the United Fleet cannot win. We need a leader who can bring us victory. Enough. General Tyler Mungs said, I'm tired of your insatiable greed. The Tianma fleet will not fight alongside you anymore. I will report to the Star Domain Naval Command. The Tianma fleet will also leave this place and head to the Yunluo starfield. You can handle things on your own. Let's go. With that call, he intended to leave. What he said was partly in anger. But now that you, Gu Hang, have shown your true colors and flipped the table, let's flip it together and see who's afraid of whom. Without the Tianma fleet, are you planning to use your head to block the Greenskins' military front? Yet, no one present followed him. Reaching the door of the conference room, General Tyler Mungs also realized the awkward situation at hand. He spun around abruptly and demanded of Du Shiliang and Yelisia, "Why aren't you coming? Do you want to cause a division?" Yelisia's expression remained calm, but Du Shiliang looked somewhat troubled. He had intended to consult Mr. Gu's opinion, but he didn't expect the situation to escalate to such an outright confrontation. Was it time to choose sides now? If he really had to choose, he would undoubtedly choose Ji Hang. The reasons were blatantly obvious. Although General Tyler Mungs was his direct superior, could the Tianma fleet really leave the alliance now? Your ship's cannon shells, energy, all rely on others for resupply. The Star Domain Naval Command you're counting on? They are far away. Separated by several green-skin-occupied star sectors, can they even be counted on? To turn against Ji Hang and stand by General Tyler Mungs? And then, impoverished, lead the fleet away like a lost soul? Or to traverse the green-skin-occupied zones without supplies and head to Yunluo? That's completely unrealistic. Moreover, aside from those reasons, there's also the fact that deep down he truly agreed with Ji Hang's statement. The most important thing right now is to win the war, and that requires a commander who can lead them to victory. Is that person Ji Hang or General Tyler Mungs? Even a fool could make the choice. In the end, Du Shiliang closed his eyes, pursed his lips, and remained seated like a wax statue, not giving General Tyler Mungs any response. Very well. So you want a rebellion? General Tyler Mungs was furious. He waved at the other three captains who had always followed him. But they too looked troubled and dared not to move. One brigadier general spoke softly, "There's no need for the situation to escalate like this. Everyone sit down and let's talk this through." Their thoughts were similar to those of Du Shiliang. Although they hadn't cooperated with Ji Hang for a long time and were not familiar with him, they were fully aware of the situation in the Eastern Star Domain and their performance in previous wars. Emotionally, they were more inclined toward General Tyler Mungs, and they also believed that as the noble Imperial Navy, forming a united fleet with escort teams and armed merchant ships, the leader should naturally be one of their own. It was for this reason that when General Tyler Mungs communicated with them privately in advance, they all showed their support. But their support didn't extend to wanting to see the two sides turn against each other, let alone follow General Tyler Mungs out the door and accompany him to his death. Of course, they had also realized that General Tyler Mungs' so-called heading to Yunluo was most likely said in a moment of anger, but they didn't want to create a situation where it would be too embarrassing to back down. What if they were really forced into a corner and had to take that step? That would be marching toward death. Moreover, all three captains have, more or less, received favors from the Fufana family in the past. Or you could say, there's hardly anyone in the Tianma fleet who hasn't been lifted up by the Fufana, including Tyler Mungs. If it were someone else, that'd be one thing. But Yelisia stepping up as this united commander. It seems not entirely out of the question. Within the fleet, it was tacitly understood that Yelisia would eventually be the commander of the Tianma fleet. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Once she accumulated enough experience, it would be time for her promotion. Including Tyler Mungs himself. Everyone knew he was just a placeholder. Of course, he wouldn't be at a loss either. With an added decade or so as the commander of Tianma on his resume, any subsequent postings wouldn't be of a lower status. And now, if Yelisia stepped up, it would simply be hastening the inevitable. It seems not entirely out of the question. Seeing their reactions, Tyler Mungs was truly disappointed to the extreme. With a wave of his hand, he declared, disobeying a direct order from a superior. This is mutiny. I will report all of your actions. Wait for the military tribunal. Having said that, he pushed the door open and left. However, just as he pushed the door open and took no more than a few steps forward, he felt two massive shadows envelop his body. Looking up, he saw two giants clad in crimson-powered armor. Through their helmets, the indifferent gaze that fell upon him cooled his inner rage quite a bit. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, turning his head in shock and anger to look at Ji Hang. What are you trying to do? Mutiny? You need to cool down, General Tyler Mungs. As Ji Hang's voice subsided, the 2 Phoenix interstellar warriors suddenly stepped forward and directly subdued General Tyler Mungs. He opened his mouth to curse angrily, but in the next moment, an iron gauntlet firmly covered his mouth and nose, making it very difficult for him to breathe. let alone make a sound. He was thus taken away by the two Phoenix warriors like a little chick. Afterward, two more Phoenix warriors appeared at the door, politely closed the conference room door, and stood guard outside. Ji Hang nodded in satisfaction and said to the remaining people with a smile, "It seems, in a little while, General Tyler Mungs will calm down, agree to the establishment of the United Fleet, and also agree to the appointment of the two United Commanders." His gaze turned towards Yelixia and Du Shiliang, continuing, "I hope we can work closely together in the future." Yelixia nodded with a smile, while Du Shiliang was wiping sweat off his forehead. "Certainly, certainly." At that moment, a Commodore captain asked, "Then, what about Tyler Mungs?" Ji Hang said gently, "He is the commander of Tianma appointed by the Imperial Navy Command, and no one will change that. The Tianma fleet cannot be without him. He will return to Tianma Star Sector Wing Star to oversee the future shipbuilding projects at the Flying Wing Star shipyard. It's a very important task. Only with General Tyler Mungs can we be reassured." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a lot more reassured. Of course, they knew this was akin to a forced resignation following a power grab. But this outcome was relatively acceptable. As long as they didn't kill Tyler Mungs and make things irreparable, that was fine. The rest could be overlooked for now. Everything depended on victory in the war. Other matters could be discussed after winning and establishing contact with the Star Domain government. Whether or not Ji Hang should be punished wasn't something these captains could decide. It would depend on how Star Domain Naval Command, the Military Affairs Department, and even the Star Domain government saw the situation. After the military conference ended, only Ji Hang and Yelixia remained in the conference room. With the formalities over, the other captains tactfully departed quickly one by one. No one would question why Yelixia didn't follow suit. Facing Yelixia, Ji Hang revealed a genuine smile. "Long time no see." Indeed, it had been a long while. Since the fleets regrouped, the two had communicated many times, but always through virtual images. After the campaign ended, they met in person, but it was either a banquet or a military meeting, and only now did they finally have a private meeting. Previously, Ji Hang hadn't disclosed to Yelixia what he was going to do, but it seemed there was a special tacit understanding between them, and everything went smoothly. In this moment, freeing herself from the pretense and revealing her true tiredness, Yelixia sincerely said to Ji Hang, "Yes, it's been a long time." Seeing her current state, Ji Hang thoughtfully walked behind her. Shish, don't move just yet." Ji Hang's hands touched the sides of her forehead. "Close your eyes, it'll be over soon." Yelixia felt somewhat nervous, for she didn't know exactly what Ji Hang was going to do to her. But since she was able to cooperate tacitly and complete something as serious as assisting Ji Hang in a coup, getting rid of her immediate superior without hardly any prior coordination with Ji Hang, it was even less of an issue to give him this bit of trust. She didn't think Ji Hang would do anything harmful to her. She was just quite unaccustomed to such intimate contact with the opposite sex, giving her a very strange feeling. Her body tensed up, but she obediently sat still, allowing Ji Hang to proceed. She could feel the warmth of Ji Hang's fingers as they moved down the sides of her forehead, to her cheeks, then to the back of her neck. There was a slight tingling sensation that traveled from her mind through her body, even penetrating her soul. This tingling didn't excite her, but it was extremely comfortable, making her relax. Before she realized it, she fell asleep. When she slowly woke up, she was lying on a lounge chair in a resting room, covered with a thin blanket. First, she checked herself and found that she was wearing a set of comfortable and soft pajamas. Her face turned slightly red, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ji Hang, but then she thought, it probably wasn't him. The image of her fiancé in her memory didn't appear as someone who would do such a thing. I must not misunderstand him. As she was thinking this, she heard the door open. Ji Hang, dressed casually, walked in holding a gold-rimmed porcelain plate. "You're awake," said Ji Hang, his smile gentle and warming. How long have I slept?" "Not long, 2 hours." "Oh, how did I fall asleep?" "It was because of me," Ji Hang said as he sat next to her and placed the porcelain plate on a small table beside the lounge chair. The plate was filled with neatly cut fruit. Ji Hang fed Yelixia a piece with an exquisite fork. "It's very fresh," Yelixia commented, "I haven't had this in a long time." On a starship, this was undoubtedly a luxury. Perhaps at the beginning of their departure, The quintet's kitchen had stored some for the senior officers, but after so many years, certainly nothing was left. Later, with the tense war situation, precious transportation couldn't be used for such items. Eating the fruit, Yelicia asked Ji Yuhang, "What did you do to me just now? I saw you were very tired, mainly spiritually, so I thought of a little method using spiritual energy to help you ease it a bit. Indeed, I feel much more relaxed in body and spirit. Is this also the power of spiritual energy? I've never heard of it before." That's because the most powerful spiritual energy user you've ever met is right in front of you. But Ji Yuhang didn't voice this thought, instead just smiling gently. "Seeing you had fallen asleep, I brought you here and had one of my female secretaries help you change your clothes." This finally answered the question that Yelicia had been too embarrassed to ask. It made her breathe a sigh of relief. But why did she still feel a hint of disappointment? One rocked back and forth on a reclining chair, the other sat beside, slicing fruit and chatting idly about various topics. The topics of conversation were quite diverse. First, they talked about the health of family members, especially old Fufina's condition. Ji Yuhang sighed, not bothering to hide anything, and revealed that Fufina's health was declining more and more. Without the conditions to undergo another life extension surgery, he likely wouldn't survive another operation, and the Tianma star sector didn't have the capability or means to conduct it. Now, there was no way to get to Jindy Star either. Yelicia still seemed somewhat sad. Of all her family, it was this grandfather, a generation removed, with whom she shared the closest bond. This wasn't a topic that brought happiness or relaxation. Afterwards, Ji Yuhang naturally shifted the conversation to describe the changes in Flying Wing Star, and even the whole Tianma star sector, over the years. The changes were indeed significant. Even on Flying Wing Star, the transformation was substantial.
In the years since Yelicia left the Tianma star sector, it was the time when Ji Yuhang's power expanded from Rage Owl Star and eventually dominated the entire star sector. Most of those changes were naturally brought about by Ji Yuhang.
"I truly couldn't have imagined," Yelicia exclaimed, "just a few years ago, when you boarded my ship from the starport on Flying Wing Star. You only brought one person with you to that notorious, hopeless world of Rage Owl Star. In just these few years, you've reached this point." Ji Yuhang said with a smile, "Your help was indispensable in all this." "Of course." Yelicia puffed out her chest proudly. "I certainly won't forget my own contributions. Your initial capital all came from swindling on my starship. Those mech servants, my Navy Marine Corps, and even the present commander-in-chief of your Alliance land forces, was once a Marine Corps officer on my ship." Ji Yuhang laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. You're absolutely right, you're my angel investor." "My investment turned out to be hugely successful," Yelicia reflected. "Who could have thought it? To be honest, at first, I didn't have much faith in what you could achieve. Starting from scratch, penniless in a wasteland. But now, just 14 years later, you've become the sole ruler of a whole star sector, with 60 billion people submitting to you, commanding an immense army and a fleet that obscures the sky. Not to mention back then, even when we had just got engaged, you were already on the rise, but the biggest label on you was still the young family head of the Jiyu clan. How could I dare to imagine that, in a few years' time, my fiancé would become the biggest and only ruler of the entire star sector?" Ji Yuhang teased Yelicia. "Don't you like it?" Yelicia's eyes even seemed somewhat misty. "Of course not. Even though I've always hoped to take up the family's mantle and become the finest naval admiral. But haven't I also dreamed that my future husband would be a hero of legends? Do you think I've met that standard?" he asked. Yelicia smiled slyly. "What do you think?" Ji Yuhang didn't answer. Instead he just lowered his head and continued to peel the fruit. But he could feel the breath of Yelicia on his cheek. "You certainly are, my hero." The tender moments between Ji Yuhang and Yelicia were but a fleeting episode in the cold expanse of the universe. Brutal war was the eternal theme. They couldn't rest for long, as there were too many things yet to do. Having crushed the main fleet of the Greenskins on Steelwing Star, they immediately had to allocate forces to address the issue of Greenskins invasions in the Eagle Horse Star District, and in the neighboring Misthorse Star District. Inside the Eagle Horse Star sector, Greenskins ships should no longer exist. If there were any, they were small raiding groups, which could cause trouble, but would not hinder the grand scheme. The Dragonhawk and Rage Bear Star Realm Army Corps would remain on Steel Wing Star as defense forces. Meanwhile, Half of the 80 million Alliance army would disperse to various planets in the Eagle Horse star sector to deal with the Greenskins' ground invasions. Addressing the green skin invasion on the various planets within the Eagle Horse star sector won't be too difficult. In fact, half of the planets are already under control. The Alliance army dealt with them on the way to Steel Wing Star. The other half that wasn't on the previous marching route is what needs to be taken care of this time. Excluding Steel Wing Star, the Alliance army has committed about 35 million ground forces to the Eagle Horse star sector. They face a green skin force that is likely less than 30 million strong, and they are assisted by a native defense forces that outnumber them several times over. Overall, even if the United Fleet can't spare resources to provide orbital fire support for the ground battles in the Eagle Horse star sector, eradicating the green skins on the surface of those planets will still not pose any problem. It's just a matter of the extent of casualties and the length of time it will take. As for why the United Fleet can't free up resources to provide orbital fire support for the ground battles in the Eagle Horse star sector, that's because they have many more important tasks at hand. The priority is to defend the Steel Wing star system. This is a critical transport hub, and they must guard against the possibility of the green skins regrouping and invading again. After all, no matter how devastating the losses to the green skin fleet, at least 200 warships remain. Moreover, who knows how many green skin ships and armies exist beyond the Golden Pass star sector in the green skins main base. This location requires a strong military presence, with 30 million Star Realm forces and at least half of the United Fleet's ships stationed here, unable to leave. Major General Du Shiliang, the 2nd United Commander, is responsible for this war zone and will undertake this mission. The other half of the United Fleet, under the leadership of Yelisia, the 1st United Commander, has entered the Mist Horse Star District with a nearly 40 million strong Alliance army. Although the head of the Mist Horse Star District has not signed the Seven Horses Treaty to this day, many planet governors have.
Since they have signed, they must be taken care of, which is the core principle for the establishment of the Seven Horses Treaty.
Among them, there is a key star system, Emerald Spring I. Looking at the star map, heading north from Steel Wing Star, you reach Emerald Spring II, and further north is Emerald Spring I. This world itself is an ordinary mining world with a population of about 300 million people, but it is also a transportation route. To the south, it connects to the Eagle Horse star sector. To the east, it leads from Ziyuan 3 into the heartland of the Mist Horse star district. To the north, it connects with two worlds in the Copper Barrier star district, an area of occupation. Its status is similar to Steel Wing Star in the Eagle Horse star sector. By securing Emerald Spring I, they can essentially prevent the green skins from moving south from the Copper Barrier star district and can serve as a shield for the Mist Horse star district, protecting the safety of the rear. After entering Emerald Spring II and deploying an army group of 1 million to address the local green skin issue, Yelisia's forces continued north into Emerald Spring I. Emerald Spring I has not signed the Seven Horses Treaty, not because they are unwilling to sign, but because they cannot. About a month ago, the planetary governor of Emerald Spring I went missing, and even the whole planet has stopped transmitting information. It is suspected that the planet has largely lost its ground resistance capabilities. The people are probably not all dead, but it is feared that there are no organized forces left to confront the green skin orcs on the frontline battlefields. At most there might be some guerrilla forces or the rebel army. The surviving people are likely hiding in the city's underground tunnels, strong fortresses, deep mine shafts, and similar places, desperately clinging to life. The governor of Emerald Spring I is either dead or they have lost control of the Star Language Tower, unable to carry out interstellar communication, hence no effective signals can be transmitted. But despite not signing the Seven Horses Treaty, the Alliance army has still come. This place is too important, and the Seven Horses Treaty has unilaterally declared that this planet will be included within the protective scope of the treaty. Upon arrival at the target star system, Yelisia's fleet quickly commenced operations. Without a word, they first drove away the green skin ships. In the star system, they discovered approximately 6 or 7 green skin ships. These ships, coming from the Copper Barrier star sector, were likely transporting loads of green skin youngsters and a vast amount of military supplies. Essentially, these vessels were used for transporting troops and supplies to various green skin invading forces across the Mist Horse star district. These garbage carriers, laden with cargo, couldn't move very fast nor did they possess any significant combat capabilities, so they were quickly disposed of. Subsequently, the United Fleet began to bomb the surface of Emerald Spring I fiercely and indiscriminately. Destroying the green skin forces on the ground was one aspect. Another was to signal to any possible resistance on the planet that their savior had arrived. 15 million of the Alliance Army, employing a myriad of landing crafts, established 3 major landing zones in the orbitally bombarded areas safe enough to do so and then unfolded their forces. On the one hand, they engaged in combat with the Green Skin Army on the surface, which was estimated to be about 10 million strong. On the other hand, they were diligently searching for survivors on the planet. The situation on the ground was almost exactly as they had anticipated. More than 300 million people, scattered across the entire planet, wouldn't be so easily exterminated, especially hidden in the complex environments of various mineshafts, mining districts, and smelting factories. In this universe filled with all manner of strange and dangerous creatures, the most numerous and the ones occupying the most planets were undoubtedly humans. Such vast population numbers and the expansive empire they commanded were certainly not handed to them on a silver platter. Never underestimate the resilience of the human race. The Alliance Army wasn't searching for survivors because they needed local forces to help fight the Greenskins. It was unnecessary. The native forces had already been decimated, leaving only a handful of rebels with self-made weapons, who, at best, could engage in guerrilla warfare but were of little help in direct combat. The rescued survivors would be protected in areas under the control of the Alliance Army, assisting the soldiers with logistical transport and the construction of defensive fortifications. Incidentally, they would also be organized to restore some production capabilities. As for the original pillar industries of Emerald Spring I, mining and smelting, there was no hurry to restore them. Instead, some remains of soilless cultures and vertical farms were to be reused. If the logistics and supplies of the Alliance Army relied entirely on interstellar transport, the pressure would still be considerable. If it were just the military, it would be manageable, but having to support a large number of local civilians significantly increased the burden. It was necessary to find a way to reactivate the few planting factories occupied by the Greenskins. There was no expectation to solve all food supply problems locally, but any amount that could be locally sourced would relieve some pressure. Considering the significance of Emerald Spring I, Yelicia even left nearly half of her naval forces stationed in orbit around Emerald Spring I. This ensured the security of the battles concerning Emerald Spring I was foolproof. Afterward, without waiting for the conflict on Emerald Spring I to be completely resolved, Yelicia, following the star map, split her forces and dispatched them east and west. A small contingent was sent to Emerald Spring III on the west side. Emerald Spring III was an isolated world with no particular special features and was not considered important. It was simply reclaimed along the way. The main force she led proceeded eastward, heading to Ziyuan III and making its way deep into the Mist Horse territory.
Their destinations were Mist Horse I and Shengyuan Star, which were the Star Sector capital and the vital passage to the Tianma Star Sector, respectively.
Beyond military objectives, Yelicia also bore the political task of demanding the entire Mist Horse Star District to be incorporated into the framework of the Seven Horse Accords. To every planet in Mist Horse, and even to the Mist Horse Star Sector government, she conveyed a message from Ji Yuhang. While we are fighting in the forefront, spilling our blood, the Alliance will not allow any world to enjoy the benefits without contributing. Any governor, leader, or government that cannot shoulder their responsibility, that cannot stand beside the Alliance in battle, will be suspected of severe dereliction of duty or betrayal of the Empire. The Alliance, empowered by the Seven Horse Accords and the Star Domain government, will not tolerate such conduct.
Indeed, those words had been spoken by Ji Yuhang. Actually, whether it was the Mist Horse Star District or even further back the Purple Horse Sector, Border Horse Sector, or Iron Horse Sector, they'd have to decide whether to join the Seven Horse Treaty or not. Ji Yuhang would have to fight this war regardless.
After all, he could ignore the life and death of others, but he could not ignore his own. If they didn't defend Steelwing Star and Emerald Spring I, the Greenskins would swarm from the two northern sectors. The Alliance would then have to defend the Fatches Star System and the Flying Wing Star System. It would be better to defend the former two. Besides, Steelwing Star was a fortress world, and Emerald Spring I was just a mining world. Damaging them would not be a big loss. If the battle took place at Flying Wing Star and a cruiser dockyard was damaged, Ji Yuhang would have nowhere to cry. One should never let the flames of war reach their homeland. And since they were going to defend Steel-Winged Star and Emerald Spring Eye, not to mention Eagle Horse and Mist Horse, following the Alliance's military actions, the four major sectors of Purple Horse, Border Horse, Iron Horse, and Cultivating Horse would all benefit and be spared from the Greenskins' invasion. In effect, they were getting a good deal and then not joining the Seven Horse Treaty, which amounted to freeloading off the Alliance's military protection. Could Jiyu Heng let people take advantage of this situation? The Alliance wasn't trying to annex them anyway. In fact, even if they wanted to join the Alliance, Jiyu Heng might not agree. Several worlds in the Eagle Horse sector had been holding secret discussions with the Alliance, not just to sign the Seven Horse Treaty but even to take a further step and directly join the Alliance. But Jiyu Heng had rejected them. It wasn't an outright no, but at least the timing was not right. On one hand, there were political and diplomatic implications. It was easy to assimilate territories, but when the Seven Horse Treaty spread to other star sectors, things would become more complicated. The planetary governors and leaders already had their doubts. Adding this issue would make negotiations much more difficult. Moreover, from the Alliance's internal perspective, joining the Alliance would mean a significant change in political structure and implied that the Alliance would have to treat the residents of those worlds as its own citizens. Political reforms, economic reforms, changes in welfare benefits, all these things would have to be addressed. Otherwise, wouldn't that be tantamount to obtaining them for nothing? Of course, with this whole set of changes, the world would eventually be digested as part of the Alliance. However, digestion takes time, not to mention that the initial phase would require significant investment. The Alliance itself had already issued a Level 3 mobilization order. The fact that consumer spending was just barely maintained was already quite impressive, as a large amount of production shifted from civilian goods to military and heavy industry, resulting in a halt to improvements in the quality of life for the populace. The increase in production capabilities was mainly directed at all war-related industries, with significant reductions in the production of civilian vehicles, home appliances, and the like. Under these circumstances, asking the Alliance to shoulder the burden of rebuilding worlds ravaged by war was a task that wouldn't see returns in the short term. It was out of the question, at least until after the war was over. The Seven Horse Treaty model was already a good arrangement. This was a treaty that emphasized the concept of a military alliance. The alliance would not interfere with the political and economic development of the signing planets, requiring only unity in military command. That is, the alliance wouldn't manage how civilians lived on the planets, the structure of the governments, or the economic development. The alliance only cared about collecting imperial taxes to fight the Greenskins, ensuring that the local defense army's numbers and quality met certain standards and accepted the unified coordination and command of the United Fleet's headquarters, and levying a special war tax when necessary. All this was for the sake of war. Fighting the Greenskins was the responsibility of all governors and leaders. It was unreasonable for the alliance to bear the brunt alone. Just sign the Seven Horse Treaty already. If not, fine. If the Greenskins can't reach you because I've held them off, the alliance can still fight you. Normally, Jiyu Heng couldn't deal with a planetary governor from a star sector away, let alone the head of a star sector. He had previously handled Extinct Soil Star under the guise of capturing pirates, and indeed he obtained evidence of the governor of Extinct Soil colluding with the pirates, which led to Jiyu Heng disposing of him. However, because of this, the Cultivating Horse Star sector had not refrained from negotiations and verbal exchanges and even complained to the Star Domain government. The actual harm wasn't significant, but it was quite annoying. But now, it was a different matter altogether. If Jiyu Heng could confront the Star Domain government, what else needed to be feared? In fact, once Yelish's fleet had swept through the 13 star systems of the Mist Horse Star District, ensuring that this district joined the framework of the Seven Horse Territory, her fleet would continue westward into East Garden 3, entering the territory of the Purple Horse sector. As of yet, the Purple Horse sector had not been invaded by the Greenskins. This sector had a population of 38 billion, making it the second most populous in the Seven Horse territory, after Eagle Horse. The leadership of Purple Horse had always found excuses to avoid joining the Seven Horse Treaty, claiming that the Purple Horse sector had been suffering from severe rebellion. Rebels even went so far as to seize the starport and the small shipyard on ancient Silver Star. The rebels' land forces caused them great distress, and the proliferation of pirates also endangered the safety of the Purple Horse sector. They simply could not join the Seven-Horse Treaty and concentrate the sector's forces on fighting the green-skinned orcs. Jiyu Hang accepted their reasoning. The United Fleet led by Yelisia, along with nearly 20 million Alliance Army troops, entered the Purple Horse sector to help the Purple Horse leadership quell the rebellion. Either, after the rebellion within Purple Horse was suppressed, the entire Purple Horse sector would sign the Seven-Horse Treaty. Or, if they were lying and deceiving the Alliance, ignoring the overall strategy of the Star Domain against the Iron-Teeth Greenskins, the Alliance would come to administer justice, and then the new leaders and governors would likely understand the Alliance's goodwill and eventually join the framework of the Seven-Horse Treaty. Either way, the Purple Horse sector had the freedom to choose. They could decide how they wanted to join the Seven-Horse Treaty. Jiyu Hang awaited good news from the Purple Horse sector. Should the situation turn dire, Jiyu Hang neither wanted nor intended to start a civil war while external threats remained unaddressed.
He had already provided Yelisia with some additional personnel to assist her and had also allowed her to learn from the methods the Empire used when dealing with disobedient, inefficient, or non-tax-paying planetary governors.
These included techniques from the Empire Legal Affairs Department and the Imperial Inquisition. These two imperial organizations had ample experience in handling planetary governors, and Jiyu Hang felt they were worth studying closely. If the Empire had to send a large army to suppress every world that did not pay or inadequately paid imperial tax, they would certainly be overwhelmed. Too many to handle. Trial, bribery, assassination, subversion, and coups. These methods, coupled with small-scale military suppression and support for new spokespersons and interest groups, were all good strategies, and now, these tasks were entrusted to Yelisia and the various departments of the Alliance officials accompanying her, while Jiyu Hang himself was busy with something else. The rewards from the Steelwing Star battle had been settled for him. The battle at Steelwing Star might be the largest campaign that Jiyu Hang had ever initiated and conducted. The ground combat alone was probably even more massive than the Plague War at Corellia, except for the part where a great demon was fought in the subspace. But the battle at Steelwing Star also involved lines of mighty starships firing volleys at each other across the Star Sea. In total, Jiyu Hang received 930,000 grace points. The grace points calculated from this battle were slightly less than those from the Plague War at Corellia. The latter had reached the million mark, whereas this time it fell short. The reason, Jiyu Hang surmised, was that the demon Guvaga he had taken down provided a substantial number of grace points. In the battle at Steelwing Star, the main source of substantial gains in grace points was, after all, the naval part of the conflict. Since the ships of the Tianma fleet that served as the main force were not considered his core power, their victories were not included in the gains of grace points by the system. Were it not for the fact that many of the enemy's main ships were brought down by the shields Jiyu Hang tore through with his spiritual energy, the calculated grace points would have been even fewer. Nevertheless, with this, Jiyu Hang's grace point balance had once again surpassed 1 million. In addition to the 930,000 points from this settlement, the monthly income from the past 2 months also added up, amounting to almost 70,000. Plus the little left over from before, as well as some achievements earned by the Alliance Army in various worlds of the Eagle Horse Star sector on the way to Steelwing Star, altogether accounting for tens of thousands more. Jiyu Hang still did not plan on saving these 1 million grace points. He intended to spend them quickly, hoping that these points could further accelerate the Alliance's construction work, preparing for the next phase of the war. With a bold stroke, he invested 500,000 grace points all into one thing: the exchange of various kinds of factories in the construction panel. Factory buildings were a very solid exchange option. They had no fancy effects, and did not offer anything new. They simply and directly enhanced the production efficiency of existing real-life factories. Jiyu Hang had indeed studied it carefully. The factories upgraded through the exchange showed spurts of brilliance, with some comrades having innovative ideas for improvements to the existing production lines, from workflow to factory design, to specific enhancements in production lines, bringing forth actual benefits. These were the improvements in production efficiency reflected in the exchange options. No matter how the increase in production efficiency was achieved, if enough of these options were exchanged, they would bring a substantial boost to the Alliance's overall production capacity. Furthermore, the construction interface now not only offered the initial level 1 factories but had also expanded up to level 3. The exchange option for a level 1 factory was 100 grace points, level 2 reached 1,000 points, and level 3 10,000 points. Gu Heng decisively upgraded every dock of the Alliance's 2 major shipyards to at least level 2. A few key docks, such as those at Flying Wing Star's cruiser dockyards, were upgraded to level 3.
At important ammunition production center factories on Rage Owl Star and Corellia, Gu Heng bit the bullet and upgraded them to level 3 production as well.
Gu Heng exchanged for a total of 10 level 3 factories, 100 level 2 factories, and 3,000 level 1 factories, applying them to various production lines. Spending these 500,000 grace points directly boosted the total industrial output value of the Alliance from 112.3 billion tax currency to 124 billion. This was an increase of over 10% in total production value, a development goal that, according to the plan, the Alliance would have needed 1 year to achieve. Under the miraculous effect of Gu Heng's grace points, what would have taken a whole year happened in just a second. Moreover, the areas of growth were precisely what Gu Heng wanted, primarily in military-industrial production and secondarily in the supply of various other military materials, such as field rations. In the military industry sector, the focus was on the construction of starships, where the largest production growth occurred. Other key areas included the production of heat-melting bombs, plasma weapons, heavy shells, and missiles. One should not overlook these, especially the shells, which are the biggest consumables in war. When the intensity of a war escalates to a certain degree and the situation is dominated by a stalemate, it often happens that there are cannons but not enough shells to fire. Having thousands of cannons fire simultaneously may sound fierce and passionately explosive, but with the Alliance's cannon technology, it's easy to fire about 10 rounds per minute. A higher rate of fire is possible, but it would take too heavy a toll on the barrel life. This rate of 10 rounds per minute optimizes barrel longevity. To say that 10,000 cannons are difficult to come by would be an understatement. One Alliance army group genuinely has that many, and even far more. And at that rate, one Alliance army group can fire 1 million heavy shells in an hour. Lighter weapons like mortars or light field guns don't even qualify for the conversation. These are all large-caliber heavy cannons, with at least 155 mm howitzers, and the Alliance land forces even have a small number of even mightier 305 mm self-propelled heavy cannons. Without sufficient production capacity, how could one sustain the consumption of the Alliance land forces to this extent? The mightier the production, the stronger the firepower. Not to mention, it's not just the land forces that need various types of shells, the Navy needs them just as much. Another part of the production boost was invested in the manufacture of Lion King tanks, mechas, and Titans. These ace war machines of the land forces were the core equipment needed to confront the green-skinned orcs killer cans, death cans, and scug war behemoths in head-to-head battles on the front line. Naturally, the more the better. The fully powered production of the Alliance will send massive amounts of war materials to the front lines via a huge transportation fleet. Currently, the intensity of the war the Alliance faces does not actually require so much ammunition reserve and equipment consumption. But that's alright. All these can be stored on key transit hubs like Steelwing Star, Emerald Spring Eye, and the planets in the Eagle Horse and Mist Horse star districts. This is in preparation for the large-scale war with the Greenskins that may very well erupt next. The more prepared we are now, the more at ease we can be when the war starts. And the significance of these 500,000 grace points Gu Heng spent goes beyond just the war. The enhanced productivity, as long as there are no accidents, will never vanish. In the future, it will always be effective. 500,000 grace points brought an annual production value of 100 billion, and theoretically, this increase is permanent. Of course, if the social environment of these planets experienced a major upheaval, or if there was widespread corruption, institutional rigidity, then it could still lead to a decrease in production. But that would not be an issue with the exchange options, and rather a problem with Gu Heng's governance. Whatever needed to be addressed would be addressed. The other 500,000 grace points at his disposal had more complex uses. He spent 200,000 on military training, which would bring 20 million qualified soldiers. The Alliance Army no longer relied solely on his soldier badge training system to train troops, and a significant portion of qualified soldiers had been trained under the competent training mechanisms established by the Alliance over the past few years. However, the training process was still quite time-consuming. In order to ensure the combat capability of the corresponding troops, GU Hang still needed to train a portion of qualified T5 grade soldiers through the Army badge system, to increase the proportion of standard Star Realm Army soldiers in certain units up to 70%, and even above 80%. These 20 million newly trained soldiers would not be used to form new unit designations. Instead, they would be sent from the training centers on various planets within the Tianma star sector to different units, especially the frontline units, to reinforce the corresponding teams. Now, some division-level units of the Alliance Army that had been severely depleted in the war had been withdrawn for rest and recuperation. These units would be given priority in receiving troop reinforcements. Of course, to ensure sufficient combat personnel for the frontline units, when one division was withdrawn, the Alliance would send out another division to be incorporated into the appropriate army group. Currently, the size of the Alliance Army had reached over 400 million, in terms of organization, at least. This included 18 army group clusters, each comprised of 20 army groups, totaling 22 million personnel. A single army group had approximately 1 million personnel, made up of 25 divisions and brigades. Generally speaking, the sizes of both the army groups and army group clusters varied. Some groups had fewer divisions and brigades, some had more, and the number of divisions and brigades under each group could also vary, with temporary reassignments of some units to needed areas during wars. By contrast, the organization below the division and brigade level was fixed and unchanging. The current situation of the Alliance's division and brigade level units had become quite complex, but generally speaking, there were three common formats. The most numerous were the large infantry divisions, typically around 44,000 personnel, made up of 12 infantry regiments, which were the main combat force of the division. In addition, 8 artillery battalions with 400 heavy cannons supported them. And each infantry regiment also had its own self-propelled artillery support company, all of which were equipped with self-propelled artillery. A division would thus have at least 600 self-propelled artillery units. Smaller mortars, rocket artillery, heavy bombs, heavy plasma guns, and thermobaric bomb launchers and such were not included in this count, as these weapons were typically distributed at the company and battalion level. They also had an air squadron with at least 60 Windfalken fighters. This type of large infantry division was the undisputed main force and backbone of the Alliance, the shield and hammer of the Alliance. They boasted a large number of personnel and heavy firepower, essential for assault and defense battles. Once trenches were dug, and fortifications built, any enemy attempting to break through would have to endure a battering from the Alliance's heavy artillery to stand a chance. The total cost of such a division reached 1.3 million tax currency. The second most common type of unit was the heavy armored composite camp. The main force consisted of 8 heavy armored battalions and 3 tank battalions. Not to mention the large number of armored vehicles and self-propelled artillery. The main power was 320 Lion tanks and 9 Lion King tanks, as well as 60 Windfalken fighters. Despite having only around 12,500 personnel, the massive armored force made such a heavy armored brigade virtually impervious on the battlefield. The cost of such a division skyrocketed to nearly 5 million tax currency. The least numerous was the skeleton division. Such a division could basically be understood as a combination of an infantry division and an armored division, with a total of over 60,000 personnel, fiercer firepower, stronger armored capabilities, and mainly tasked with a group's most critical combat mission in certain aspects. Unlike regular divisions and brigades, a significant proportion of soldiers were T4 grade. Their infantry equipment was also updated to a large proportion of laser guns and electromagnetic rifles. The number of high-grade weapons such as bombs, plasma, thermobaric and other advanced weaponry was also much higher among the infantry than in regular units. The cost of such a division further soared to 9 million tax currency. As for the 1st Extinguishing Wind Brigade, 2nd Beast Slayer Division, 10th Special Warfare Brigade, 31st Ace Airdrop Division, these 4 elite special units, their equipment and personnel configuration were incomparable to other division and brigade units. This was the current composition of the Alliance land forces. They had the numbers and the frontal firepower, sustained by the numerous large infantry divisions. They had the armor and the breakthrough capability, held up by the heavy brigades. For key battles, they had the skeleton divisions to step in, elite units that could stand alongside any renowned high-grade Star Realm Army Corps in terms of equipment and training. Unfortunately, the Alliance is still not wealthy enough. The skeleton division, this type of elite unit, even now can't ensure every army group has one, let alone each army group cluster only having one or two at most. Despite this, the Alliance Army remains Gu Hang's pride and the trump card that the Alliance has stood tall with to this day. Even though the Alliance has invested substantial manpower and resources, allocating the most important resources and most of the funds into the construction of the naval forces in hopes of catching up and overtaking the competition, as things stand, the Army is still the backbone of the Alliance's existence. A large infantry division can ensure its position is not lost under an equivalent number of greenskins assaults. Add one heavy composite brigade, and it can break through the positions of twice or even 3 times the number of greenskins. When facing elite greenskins with heavy equipment, the Alliance also has sufficient firepower and armored forces to contend. All of this is extremely rare. Even more so, Gu Hang can confidently say that within the entire Dragonhawk star domain, there isn't a second human ground force that can compare with the Alliance Army. Not even the Dragonhawk Legion can do it. The Dragonhawk Legion has a total of 13 legions, with a total population exceeding 1 billion, which is much more than the Alliance Army, but in terms of equipment and overall training level, they are certainly inferior. As long as the Alliance catches up in naval force, at least not to be a drag, then the strength of the Alliance Army can play a significant role on the cosmic battlefield. By not being a drag, it means the Navy doesn't necessarily have to win naval battles, just ensure the troops can be properly delivered, and ensure the enemy can't conduct orbital bombardments on one's own army without restraint. That's enough. This requirement is much simpler than gaining control of space. And as long as this low standard is met, then the combat power of the Alliance can be exponentially unleashed. After all, in this cold universe, the void itself has no value. The most important value still lies on the many planets. In addition to the 200,000 blessing points spent on the construction of the land forces, Gu Hang also invested 150,000 blessing points in talent development. Here, the spending was more diverse. Further construction of academies consumed a sum of blessing points. Flying Wing Star's educational industry was already fairly developed, but the Alliance couldn't possibly rely solely on Flying Wing Star to carry out all educational work. On Rage Owl Star, Corellia, Fatches, the construction of corresponding academies needed to be scheduled as well. There was also adequate training for civil officials. Especially after entering the war period, the Alliance launched a third-level mobilization order. Under this scale of mobilization, large-scale social unrest was unlikely, and the entire order was maintained very well, even strengthened somewhat. However, maintaining a stronger social order requires more governance costs. At the same time, under the mobilization order, civilian production, if not thwarted, has at least significantly slowed down, which has led to stagnation in the growth of the public standard of living. This issue also requires stronger government control and propaganda to keep under control. Gu Hang was very vigilant against systemic corruption emerging within the Alliance without his notice. The more critical the time, the more cautious one must be of pervasive corruption.
At his insistence, on one hand, the government system needed to self-examine and self-correct, ensuring that situations like, the system forces one to be corrupt, needing to do wrong for superior targets and performance, ensuring consistency between core goals and specific policies, ensuring consistency of goals among government, officials, and the public, etc. did not arise.
In general, a good system encourages good deeds. A bad system forces one to commit bad deeds. All these presented higher management requirements for the Alliance government, requiring constant vigilance and adjustments, relying on continuous system reforms to maintain vitality. But all changes and internal adjustments require people to carry them out. In terms of personnel quality, the conventional educational system is certainly the most important aspect. However, training key personnel in key positions through the Loyal Air Academy to ensure loyalty is a safeguard for the minimum standard. Before even discussing if there is a problem with the system, one must first ensure that there is no issue with the people who reform and execute the system. Without the latter, there is no basis for the former. Apart from the educational foundation and training of civil officials, Gu Hang also had a special investment in personnel, focusing on special operations. The Alliance's need for intelligence had grown with its size, becoming increasingly important. Overseen by Lambert Chief Justice, the Center of Legal Administration, which is independent of the Alliance government, has internal intelligence capabilities, although they are distinguished by their functions. The Police Bureau is responsible for public cases, primarily focusing on maintaining order and stability. The Anti-Corruption Bureau is responsible for combating corruption among government officials and state-owned enterprises. The Alliance Security Bureau is in charge of counter-espionage, subversion, surveillance, and crackdowns on rebels. The former two need not be elaborated on, but the presence of the Total Security Bureau within the alliance, although not widely felt, was not without its actions. The society of the alliance has always been stable, not only because after obtaining ruling rights over the Tianma star sector, the standard of living for the public did not decline but increased. Various local forces were either bound to the chariot of the alliance or were crushed to ashes by an iron fist. But it can never be completely clean. There are always remnants that exist. For instance, on Hajian Star in various old kingdoms, there are diehards of the Loyalist Party, remnants of the old gangs of Corellia, former bureaucrats, remnants of the Fatches family, and former business owners of Flying Wing Star who were nationalized, as well as their sympathizers and supporters, have always existed. Some were beaten by the iron fist but not thoroughly, while others pretend to get on board with the Federation but secretly continue to aid those remnants. These guys, of course, don't dare to act openly. If they do, they'd be signing their death warrants. Under the strong, unified, and tight rule of the Federation, with powerful military forces and the widespread trust of the populace, direct rebellion and confrontation would be like an egg striking a rock. However, this does not mean that their hatred and the will to resist has been completely extinguished. Rumors, incitements, strikes, secretly dealing in weapons to confuse the public into rioting, packaging individual tragic cases, which are unavoidable in a society of 60 billion, as faults of the Federation's governance and privately propagating them. Such underhanded tactics have never completely ceased. The main work of the Security Administration these years has been to fight against this very thing. As for the internal intelligence organizations, there is the Military Security Bureau under Tadeusz's Military Center, which also engages in anti-espionage and anti-riot activities, but leans more towards military aspects. There is also the Gendarmerie Headquarters, led by the military political commissars, responsible for internal military discipline. On the government side, there is the Ministry of Internal Affairs, responsible for self-inspection and self-correction within the government side, and purging of rebels. All in all, the three departments under the Ministry of Justice, 2 under the Military Affairs Department, and 1 from the government, totaling 6 departments with clear internal monitoring and management responsibilities. Their authorities are each weighted differently but also intersect and overlap with each other, allowing for mutual supervision. All these institutions require special personnel with investigative and special service techniques, which are the espionage agents. Beyond the internal intelligence organizations, there are also 3 major foreign intelligence organizations: the Foreign Intelligence Bureau under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Military Intelligence Division of the Military Affairs Department, and the Central Investigation Bureau under the Ministry of Justice. In military terms, it's fairly manageable whether internally or externally. As of now, pulling political commissars and special forces from various units to form a forceful protection is generally sufficient. However, the non-military espionage agents still need cultivation, as the Federation has a substantial gap in personnel in this area. The primary requirement for these individuals is loyalty, which is mainly addressed through the training at Loyal Air Academy and direct training by Ji Hang, who secures it with his 10-point favor. However, training in skills and techniques relies heavily on the Federation's own development, and there are no such categories in Ji Hang's current options for troop exchange. Fortunately, such trades value quality over quantity. Ji Hang may not be able to provide a comprehensive guarantee for the intelligence personnel of the Federation, whether internal or external, but he does have a way to enhance them: hero activation. At present, under a population of over 600 billion, there are tens of millions with the potential to be activated as heroes. Ji Hang can't activate all these people, but he can direct activation. For example, if there is a need to improve the efficiency of shipyards, Ji Hang can filter through all the shipyard engineers, see how many potential heroes there are for activation, and selectively activate a portion of them. The same applies to espionage agents. Although it's possible that the person currently working as a spy might not have his greatest potential in this field. However, the likelihood is not high.
To become spies under the strict recruitment, training, and assessment of the 8 departments, they are more likely to have specialized skills in espionage.
If occasionally a mismatch occurs, then so be it. After all, activating a potential hero with 10 points of favor isn't expensive. The costly part is the subsequent upgrade, but they can also accumulate experience and gradually level up on their own. All in all, on the construction of academies, the activation of heroes among espionage agents and ship engineers, Ji Hang also spent a total of 200,000 points of favor. The remaining 100,000, he plans to use to draw a 100,000 tier piece of technology. The investment in nurturing military backbone, the construction of academies, the loyalty training at Loyal Air Academy, and the targeted activation of ship engineers and special agent talents are all investments in people, the most fundamental and important resource. Together with the previous investment of 500,000 in factories, the grace points Ji Hang had earned in this round were mostly spent. Of the remaining 1 or 200,000, aside from setting aside a few tens of thousands as a reserve, he planned to invest the rest in the technology tree lottery draw. Not counting the previously exhausted prize pool, Ji Hang now had 2 choices, 10,000 and 100,000. After some thought, he chose the latter. Although the prize pool for the former hadn't dried up yet, the probabilities of drawing epic and elite grade technologies were getting low. True, there might be a chance to get something good with 10 consecutive draws, but since he had 100,000 at hand and the prize pool for that was still a complete, high probability one, it made more sense to go for a big play. What Ji Hang most hoped for was to draw naval-related technologies to directly boost the speed at which the Alliance could surge its navy. However, after really investing the 100,000 grace points, things did not go as desired. Though winning an epic grade technology with a 50% chance, he didn't get the hoped-for naval-related technology but instead drew stellar energy technology. Somewhat disappointed, Ji Hang quickly accepted reality and deemed the stellar energy technology to be quite impressive. The Alliance was currently in a phase of explosive capacity production, and the daily energy consumption on the front lines was astronomical. Reliance on fossil fuels was certainly unrealistic, not to mention, many core war machines and high-grade manufacturing factories couldn't use fossil fuels at all. The representatives of the former are the Navy's ships and the Landforce's Titans, of the latter, the shipyards. The energy solution for these things depended on the elite-grade technology that Ji Hang had already drawn earlier, compressed energy technology, which transformed electrical or spirit-based energy into energy crystal blocks. These are highly dense solid-state energy crystals that can be likened to batteries with extraordinarily high performance and capacity. Although the Alliance had an oil industry, it supplied mainly medium and low-end vehicles and machinery that used the grindstone engine. The energy used by high-grade machinery was all from energy crystal blocks. Even at critical times, when fossil fuel reserves on the front lines weren't sufficient and machinery needed to run, the grindstone engines would rely on energy crystal blocks to keep going. At such times, cost-effectiveness was not considered. The priority was to get machines operating.
Likewise, energy crystal blocks could also be transformed back into electrical energy. This was useful for interstellar-level energy trade, eliminating the need to build a truly interplanetary power transmission network, which was impossible. Conversely, transporting a shipload of energy crystal blocks to fuel power plants on another planet was a far more convenient and rapid method. A standard compressed energy crystal block, worth 1,000 tax currency, could supply a small town with a population of over 100,000 for an entire year. Of course, this doesn't include the industrial electricity consumed by factories. Such an energy crystal block, roughly the size of a 10-centimeter cube, would not explode, fear collision, and could even be cut if not utilized with compressed energy release technology, making it convenient and reliable for transport. However, the source of its energy was a problem to be solved. Compressed energy technology could only transform available energy into these energy crystal blocks, but from where would the energy for this transformation originate? The main source of energy for the Alliance was the low-energy storm on Rage Owl Star. Compressed energy factories were directly constructed in regions long tormented by the low-energy storm. When the storm surged, the technology to collect it funneled energy into the factory's energy compressors to manufacture energy crystal blocks. But this depended on the weather. Even on the 2 barren continents of Rage Owl Star, storms didn't blow every day.
An alternative, relatively stable method was power supply. If an energy crystal block could supply a town for a year, then a small-scale power plant of this size could theoretically produce one energy crystal block a year as well, right? This technology was primarily utilized in large nuclear power stations in some nest capitals and industrial centers, mainly to collect surplus electricity during low demand periods or to release energy to meet peak demand. Although it could produce some energy crystal blocks, relying on it for trade or war supply was definitely unrealistic. Even some large power plants, when supplying the energy consumption for industrial production, needed to import energy crystal blocks from Rage-Owl stars' conversion factories to ensure sufficient power. As more and more starships were built, the main method of power generation for the Alliance was controlled nuclear reactors. With just air and water, nuclear fuel could be generated and power produced. This technology was already advanced enough, and the cost of generating energy was sufficiently low. But planets like Rage-Owl star and Hagian star could be extensively developed because they had abundant water resources. If this went on for long, even the oceans would be drained dry. At present, with a population scale not yet dense, the situation was somewhat manageable. However, the energy consumption required by the increasingly advanced industrial production was beginning to show its enormity. If neglected now, environmental issues would become severe in the future. Coralia Nest Capital World, a world now left with only industrial wastewater, with most of its living water resources relying on a water cycle system, is a testament to that. If possible, Ji Hang would rather not drain every world under his command to such an extent. He had two paths to choose from: pacify the storms at Rage-Owl star and restore it to a spiritualized gas field. There was no doubt about it. Just from collecting and manufacturing energy blocks at the spiritualized gas field, Rage-Owl star could obtain a net income of 8 billion tax currency annually. That alone equaled half the yearly output value of Rage-Owl star at present. Clearly, the Alliance lacked planetary-scale climate transformation technology, and Ji Hang wasn't even sure if such technology was included in the epic tier prize pool. It might be of an even higher level. Alternatively, there was stellar energy technology. After carefully reviewing the blueprint specifications, although Ji Hang certainly couldn't grasp the specific technology at once, he had a rough understanding of its effects. It was feasible to build a massive stellar energy collection station around a planet. With the corresponding compressed energy technology, it would be possible to continuously extract energy from a star and manufacture energy blocks. And if enough collection stations were constructed around a star to completely encompass it, then it would form what Ji Hang recognized as a concept, the Dyson sphere. Of course, there were many engineering technological fortresses to overcome. It wasn't something that could be completed simply by accumulating quantity. Moreover, even if the technology was available, the Alliance currently would neither have the qualifications nor the financial resources to invest in building such a superstructure. The several star systems in Tianma star sector weren't equipped for that either. Constructing a Dyson sphere would plunge the entire star system into a dead silence. However, it was always feasible to build a few energy extraction stations. Such an energy extraction station had a standard output of 10,000 energy blocks per year, equivalent to about 10 million tax currency. The cycle from inception to operation required 6 months to a year of construction, with a total initial investment of 100 million tax currency per station, along with high annual maintenance costs thereafter. All things considered, the return on investment would take about 20 years. But this was the normal construction cost, calculated on the price of pulling out a production line and building it using the technical blueprints. Ji Hang had the advantage of the black box cheat. By manufacturing key components with finished black boxes and then transporting and assembling them, the construction costs could be drastically reduced to nearly just labor expenses, and the construction period could be halved. This was a cheaper source of energy than reactors. Coupled with the compression technology, it could not only meet current and long-term future energy needs but also directly sell surplus energy for profit after the war. Moreover, if the number of such stations wasn't too great, their impact on the environmental ecosystems of the many planets within the star system would be negligible. Ji Hang placed the black box into the factory within the subspace storm god kingdom, and under his command, the Alliance's secret research institute began preparations for production. Corresponding construction orders were also issued to the Alliance government. Subsequently, the Alliance government would launch a certain number of energy station projects on the 8 major stars in the Tianma star sector, as per his orders. However, this construction time will be relatively longer. Ms. Wu Jiarong, Ji Hang's chief technical officer, was currently not in the Tianma star sector. In the distant Steel-Fire Dragon star sector, the core foundry world of the mechanic cult, Mingyang sect, Jindi star's orbit, a huge mechanical sect fleet slowly departed from the port. All the ships were painted not with the typical red of the mechanical sect, but primarily bright yellow with accents of bright red. Leading the fleet was a somewhat bulky square-shaped battleship. Just in terms of size, it was much larger than the flagship, Dragonhawk, of the Yunluo fleet, and even slightly bigger than the main battleships of the Imperial Navy. The actual combat strength might be slightly weaker. The Jindi Ark of the Mingyang sect, which also served both research and manufacturing functions, was not structurally designed solely for warfare. Its firepower and defense exceeded those of battleships quite significantly, but there were gaps in terms of structural integrity, agility, speed, and maneuverability, which might make its comprehensive combat capabilities somewhat weaker. However, the fact that the Mingyang sect did not simply defend its foundry world but chose to stand together with the Star Domain government and take proactive measures against the catastrophe during the Green Skin invasion encouraged the entire Dragonhawk Star Domain government greatly. Even the previously despairing atmosphere improved. Although the resurgent Yunluo fleet, even with the addition of the Jindi Star mechanical sect fleet, was still dwarfed by Titus's led Green Skin main force and overall scale. The main fleet ships were now boosted with the inclusion of the Jindi Ark to a level capable of confrontation. The tremendous fleet of the mechanical sect was now set to depart, heading to Upper Plateau Star to rendezvous with the Yunluo fleet. According to the agreement between Chen Haishu, the founding general of Jindi, and Tan Jui, the Star Domain head, the two large fleets would merge and launch a joint attack, collectively combating the Green Skin fleet. It was not about fighting a decisive fleet battle, but it would be possible to firmly defend Upper Plateau Star, which was a traffic hub. Titus had already displayed his strategic intentions, with his fleet moving from Snow Eagle Star sector unambiguously towards Steel-Fire Dragon Star sector. Between the stellar capital Yunluo Star and the foundry world Jindi Star, the great chieftain chose Jindi Star as the primary target. And Wu Jiarong, at this moment, was aboard this ship. More than a year ago, she had finally accepted the invitation from Wang Joran, the technical director of Flying Wing Star Shipyard and the dominant bishop of the Mingyang sect, to come to Jindi Star. In the span of over a year, she thrived on Jindi Star like a fish in water. The internal struggles within the sect of mechanics were quite intense and brutal, something Wu Jiarong knew all too well. She was originally from Jindi Star, and before she knew it, she became a sacrificial piece and was offered as human tribute. Of course, this was unreasonable. Jindi Star was the foundry world of the sect of mechanics, a type of world that should not even have to shoulder imperial tax. She had been utterly played by others. But the one who schemed against her could never have imagined that one day, she would return, and as an esteemed guest at that. Amidst the fierce internal fights of the sect of mechanics, the sect's reverence for technological abilities was also profoundly intense. Upon her return, Wu Jiarong displayed remarkable abilities in several speeches and project consultations she participated in, thus laying the foundation of respect she garnered. Furthermore, many of the technologies she mastered weren't even present within the Mingyang sect to begin with. It made sense, as Wu Jiarong's academic foundation was built upon her studies on Jindi Star, but the technological and academic growth that followed was mostly due to her research on the black box. She analyzed every product directly outputted by the black box, deducing the essence behind these most precise creations, thus she gained insight. The so-called technologies she possessed that weren't available in the Mingyang sect weren't just about her having the production blueprints for the Warhound Titan that Jindi Star could not build. Of course, Jindi could build Warhounds, they even had the capability to manufacture Titans of a higher grade, Warlord Titans. Taking the Warhound Titan as an example, Wu Jiarong learned some unique technical details. For instance, she understood specific technical aspects of a weapon component by studying key parts produced by the black box. This knowledge allowed for a 7% increase in firepower and greater safety and stability when equipping Warhound Titans with melt weaponry. She not only knew how to do it but also how to improve the production line to achieve this goal. This was a technical detail that she mastered after researching the absolute standard parts produced by the black box, something absent on Jindy's star. Without a doubt, such details were very important. And there was much more like this. As long as the Alliance produced output from the black box, and she studied it thoroughly, there would always be similar gains, the value of which varied. Of course, she wouldn't foolishly lay all these discoveries out in the open. That would win her not admiration, but suspicion and greed. The degree to which she disclosed her findings was just right.
The knowledge she shared had been pre-arranged with Ji Hang. These efforts, in exchange for recognition from the sect of mechanics and a formal title, and the opportunity to trade for some technology in return, were a worthwhile trade-off.
She smoothly passed the review conducted by a council of 6 principal sages and acquired the title of dominant bishop. In the past, her abilities were simply sufficient. Now, having secured her position, the consequent honors, status, and privileges were quick to follow. Then, in her spare time from regular activities, she did a little something. She looked into who was behind sending her to become an irreplaceable technical specialist within the Tianma fleet as a human tribute. Latterly, she realized it was indeed a trivial matter. One of her colleagues, also vying for a promotion to mechanic, couldn't beat her through normal evaluations and, burdened with an old grudge, leveraged some connections, bribed his relative. It was just a mechanical priest, and then she was sent away. After uncovering this, she initially had no intention of pursuing it further. It wasn't all bad, in absence of that event. If she hadn't been sent away that year and met Mr. Gu, she might still be floundering on Jindy's star, possibly still stuck at the mechanic level after 14 years. Without extraordinary circumstances, ascending social classes is incredibly difficult. At most, she could have found someone to mentor her, maybe reaching the grade of mechanical priest, likely marking the capstone of her life. But where was she now? Already formally recognized as a dominant bishop, a person of considerable influence on the entire Jindy star. However, she didn't need to personally take any action. The mere investigation of the matter drew the attention of interested parties. Subsequently, that mechanical priest and his entire family swiftly became slaves. Wu Jiarong even asked once if that was a bit too much.
A monitor acting as an engine prophet humbly smiled and said it wasn't.
That person was already corrupt, and getting rid of him was akin to removing a pest. Wu Jiarong said no more. She remembered that day. She gazed up at the dim sun hanging in Jindy star's sky, filled with myriad emotions. All past grievances had vanished into thin air. Gone along with them was the last shred of her desire to return to the sect of mechanics. According to her original plan, it was time to go back. She had become a dominant bishop officially recognized by the sect of mechanics and had earned some reputation, even avenging her past grudges. The work she intended to do on Jindy had more or less been completed. It was time to return and prepare to establish her own splinter sect. The grade of dominant bishop was sufficient. By then, the small faction that had been established would become a part of the Mingyang sect. This sort of situation was quite common. A dominant bishop or principal sage would have their own unique ideas, rallying a group of sect of mechanics members around themselves to form a branch faction affiliated with the main sect. Generally speaking, the stance of the main sect they attached to could be supportive, indifferent, or even hostile, depending on the dominant bishop's popularity within the original sect, as well as the motives and goals behind founding the branch. As for Wu Jiarong, she had already quietly spoken with some other bishops she had met and had good relations with, even including 2 sages. It wasn't realistic to expect the full support of the Mingyang sect for the new sect. But at present, hostility seemed unlikely. At most they might face indifference. Wu Jiarong's argument emphasized the rapid development of the alliance, crediting the governor for being particularly reliable and having a sense of enlightened and heroic leadership. Additionally, she played a role in this progress, contributing significantly to the alliance's current state. The alliance was a part of her life's work, which she didn't want to abandon.
With the foundation provided by Flying Wing Star and the population of Corellia, the potential for the alliance's future development was immense. She could establish a branch of the Mingyang sect there, and Bishop Wang Joran of the Flying Wing Star shipyard could offer some assistance. Wang Joran, who spent many years on Flying Wing Star, hadn't had much success in expanding the religious influence of the sect of mechanics, but she planned to change that situation.
Actually, the Mingyang sect wasn't particularly interested in Wu Jiarong's proposition. Or rather, the sect of mechanics wasn't that preoccupied with expanding traditional religious influence. unlike the state religion. After all, as long as an empire world required machinery and technical expertise, it couldn't escape association with the sect of mechanics. Faith was secondary. What they cared more about was where there was special technology, where precious resources were located, and where a new foundry world could potentially be constructed. However, they wouldn't object to someone increasing religious influence either.
Overall, the message was, Wu, if you want to help us expand our religious influence, that's fine. We're all part of the same sect, so go ahead and establish your branch. We won't obstruct you, and we might even offer verbal support. But don't expect significant actual support, as this isn't a priority for us.
Wu Jiarong was completely accepting of this. However, just as she was preparing to leave, the Iron Tooth War broke out. Green-skinned orcs pierced through the Dragon Hawk sector, severing east-west communications and leaving Wu Jiarong unable to return. She became entangled in this war and began working for the Mingyang sect within Jindi Star. Overseeing factory production, personally taking charge of crafting high-end precision equipment.
There were benefits as well. She even acquired the ability to handcraft titans, although she could only do so slowly and couldn't mass produce. On Jindi Star, she was responsible for the handcrafting of core components, with the main production left to factories.
Additionally, using the resources of Jindi Star, she underwent a series of body augmentations. Now, although she still appeared to be a human girl, she had 4 metal struts extending from her back that supported a mechanical mount about the same size as herself, which was part of her being. It seemed merely a means of transportation, but when necessary, it could transform into various powerful weapons capable of both melee and ranged combat. In a one-on-one fight, she could probably kill an average interstellar warrior without much trouble. To be honest, she didn't want to undergo such extensive body modification. But during the war, she had to. Otherwise, if an accident occurred, she would be doomed without even the ability to defend herself.
After the mechanical sect fleet had departed, Wu Zhurong herself was also aboard the mechanical ark, along with over 100 other dominant bishops, listening to the pre-battle meeting convened by founding General Chen Haishu and another 7 principal sages.
The phrases spoken at the meeting such as, one's fate is tied to the others, and, fighting the battle together, were nothing special. However, after all, this was a high-level meeting, attended only by those of at least dominant bishop rank. Later on, they did discuss some substantial matters. Wu Jiarong was not excluded. The sect of mechanics still maintained a poised and confident demeanor. Even though Wu Jiarong was cultivated by the alliance and had shown closeness to it, they still considered her one of their own.
The substantial information mainly consisted of 2 points.
First, was the price the Star Domain government paid to persuade the Mingyang sect to actively attack, and these costs were to be shared amongst the various principal sages, with the dominant bishops below them participating in the spoils. Second, was news of reinforcements. A battle group known as Fury Flame had responded to the Star Domain's distress signal and was on its way. The
Fury Flame battle group was usually active within the Eastern Star Domain. Although they faced some disapproval, with Imperial Army units that had fought alongside them often reporting that this battle group's style of combat was overly bloody, cruel, and impetuous. It was tolerable in battle, but afterwards they had a penchant for desecrating corpses, piling up enemy skulls, and holding unifying cremation ceremonies, praying to offer enemy skulls to our emperor. This image was somewhat too reminiscent of the behavior of certain heretics. But they were loyal servants of the empire, always treating the enemies of the empire as their own enemies, and so much was tolerated. Anyway, up to now, no one dared to trouble them, including the tribunal. However, their brutality and peculiar rituals may have raised doubts, but their combat prowess was undeniable. A complete battle group with 1,000 warriors, and having an entire fleet exclusive to them. It included nearly 9 spearhead battleships at its core, forming a powerful fleet of over 100 warships. There were no expendable small ships among them. The flagship of the Fury Flame battle group was a combat landing ship. These warships were almost exclusive to the interstellar warrior battle groups, and in terms of size, they were even larger than the typical Imperial battleships. In addition, they had 2 strike cruisers and 6 lunar-class cruisers. The former could rival the battleship cruisers of the Imperial Navy, while the latter were the most common type of cruiser. With their participation, along with the Yunluo fleet and the mechanical sect's fleet, they were powerful enough to secure a victory over the Green Skins.
The Mechanical Sect fleet and the Yunluo fleet heading to Upper Plateau Star wasn't to wage a decisive battle, but rather to use the orbital defense of Upper Plateau Star to hold the star system, drag out the enemy, and prevent the flames of war from reaching Jindi Star and Yunluo Star. They just needed to hold on for a few months, and once the Fury Flame battle group arrived, victory in the war would be within reach. This news had all the bishops inside the Mechanical Sect feeling exhilarated. Hope for victory was near, and naturally, they were happy. Wu Jiarong was no exception. However, when she heard the name, Fury Flame Battle Group, why did it seem familiar to her? After a moment of recollection, she remembered the details of this battle group. They had played a part in the Great Circe's Flower Rebellion, back then. The Iron Armor Battle Group also had allies, and there were 3 of them. Among these was the one named Fury Flame. Its parent group was once the 5th Legion, now known as the Punisher Legion. They were originally supposed to be stationed within the Spiderweb domain and the Empress Starfield alongside the Iron Armor, but around 50 years ago, they had moved to the Eastern Cosmos domain. This did not mean that they had severed ties with Iron Armor. On the contrary, Iron Armor and other star domains under their rule, like Princess, were still providing them with resource support. And as they advanced their operations in the Eastern Cosmos domain, their prestige grew, and they began receiving support from several star domains there. With Wu Jiarong's political acumen, she could sense something particularly meaningful in Fury Flame's actions. Moreover, she realized this situation could be very disadvantageous for the Alliance. The Phoenix had a grudge against Fury Flame, didn't they? After the meeting, Wu Jiarong thought it over and decided to pass this intelligence on to Ji Yuhang. She had a spiritual energy coordinate left by Ji Yuhang that allowed for the transmission of brief messages. The pieces of intelligence that the Mechanical Sect fleet had set off for Upper Plateau Star to rendezvous with the Yunluo fleet, and that the Fury Flame battle group was on its way, were all sent by her. And soon, she received a reply. I know. Snow Eagle Star Sector, Frost Origin IV, planetary surface. Titus stood on the highest building of the capital city of this civilized world, looking down below. Encased in heavy armor, Titus appeared even more majestic and formidable than an ordinary interstellar warrior in Terminator armor. His crimson eyes reflected a whole city blazing fiercely amid war. Frost Origin IV was once a civilized world with a population of 4 billion. It boasted vast plains used for farming, several developed urban agglomerations, decent industrial capacity, and lands for the sect of mechanics research and religion. However, now, it had fallen into the hands of the Iron-Tooth orcs. When Titus and his fleet arrived at Frost Origin IV, the human fleet had already abandoned the world. While the orc main fleet had destroyed Frost Origin IV's orbital defense system, Titus also personally led his Honor Guard Legion to the planet's surface. The planetary defense force of Frost Origin IV had been consolidated. The quality and equipment level were relatively complete. Their weapons were also quite comprehensive, although not up to the universal standard of the Star Realm army. The whole was indeed more reliable than the majority of the Empire worlds. Not to mention, since the invasion of the Greenskins was anticipated, the entire planet had already begun comprehensive mobilization in preparation for war. As a result, a population of 4 billion yielded 600 million defenders, a mobilization rate of 15%. For just a few months, for the organizational level of the Empire worlds, this was already a notable miracle. Despite this, only about 100 million of these troops were truly dependable. The rest, hastily mobilized soldiers, had only a few months, or even just a couple of weeks, of training, and their equipment was rather basic, but this was already the limit under existing conditions. These mobilized soldiers, at least, did not have a problem with morale. In facing the existential threat of the alien greenskins, the government only needed to do a bit of propaganda, exert a bit of effort, and it was easily able to foster a worldwide atmosphere of unity and resistance against the external enemy. Titus also showed respect for the human struggle. In a speech to his underling green skin leaders, he mentioned this. Then, his lesser beastmen generals and lads all became even more excited. The campaign thus far had actually been somewhat dull. Ever since they swarmed out of the Golden Pass star sector, they had swept through a large part of the Dragonhawk star domain, and countless worlds had fallen amid their war cries. But in reality, most of the human worlds had been unable to organize a particularly effective resistance. Those so-called defense armies were not WOG at all and were easily overthrown. Although most of the people on those worlds had not been killed, the resistance still existed, albeit dispersed and insubstantial. In fact, many worlds seemed of little value, and the main green skin fleets would bomb them a couple of times, drop a few 100,000 troops, and then leave hastily. Worlds like Frost Origin IV, which had managed to prepare for war thoroughly, were actually quite rare. Having been bored this long, they were finally going to have a properly WoG-worthy battle, which really delighted them. Under the leadership of their great chief, hundreds of millions of green skins landed on the surface. Amidst the vast WoG cries, after several key battles, the main force of Frost Origin IV's defense army crumbled. Many brave warriors died on the intensely fierce battlefield. They had tried their hardest, but the real differences made the outcomes disproportionately mismatched. The number of green-skinned orcs, though far fewer than the human forces, was extremely troublesome because of their ability to endure dozens of bullets before dying. And the green-skins' gear was superior. Skug wore behemoths, various armored combat vehicles, canned vessels, comparable to human mechas, all sorts of modified super-heavy guns, none of which the defense army's weapons could effectively counter. In such disparity, the human forces were eventually systematically annihilated en masse by the Beastman troops led personally by Titus after several battles. When the last human force, attempting to conduct a desperate resistance through urban warfare, was eliminated, Titus smoothly stepped onto the highest building in the city. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world was under his feet. But Titus did not feel too much excitement. The news of the death of the lone Fang Ghoul in the Eastern Star Domain had finally reached him. This incident had actually occurred some time ago, but previously Titus had always been on a relentless advance through the Star Sea, either in battle or on his way to one. The news couldn't catch up to the speed at which he was spreading the fires of war. And of course, this news could not make Titus happy. At that moment, on the top of the city's tallest building, many Beastman overlords, warlords, prophets, and tech tyrants stood silently behind Titus. These big bosses, held in awe by the common green-skinned lads, were as quiet as little chicks behind Titus. Perhaps when Titus had just become the great chief, these military leaders might not have been so respectful. But as Titus led them on such a vast WoG, the great chief's prestige also grew and solidified with each victory, with the advance of the WoG. All of this would at least continue until Titus encountered his first real defeat. Titus's thunderous voice echoed amid the strong winds atop the tallest building. Lone Fang Ghoul, a useless failure. His death is proof of his weakness. The surrounding Beastman warlords all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Titus's fierce red eyes. They knew the great chief's fury was like a tempest, and any green skin standing before him could become the target of his wrath. Titus turned, his gaze sharply sweeping over the multitude of Beastman leaders behind him. Saru, you go to the Eastern Star Domain. I want you in charge there. Don't disappoint me. You should know what you're supposed to do there. Saru, a burly Beastman warlord clad in heavy armor, with a glint of ambition in his eyes, bowed deeply, his voice hoarse yet powerful. Yes, great chief. I know, I will annihilate all the shrimp, and I will prove I am nothing like that piece of junk, the lone Fang Ghoul. Saru will not let you down. No, Saru, Titus vetoed his idea. I'm not asking you to kill all the shrimps. If you can, that would definitely be best, but your most important task is to not let any shrimp threaten our nest. The orc warlord named Saru was momentarily stunned. This statement was not very WoG. Yet Titus's towering figure still stood before him, speaking in the most forceful voice. The great Mr. Mao has set the goal for this WoG for us. We are to destroy the shrimp world called Jindi. There are many mechanical shrimps there. Once we take that place, we will have more and bigger WoGs. The great Mr. Mao told me that those shrimps have already gathered, and there are many canned shrimps on their way. We must strike before they arrive if we stand any chance of achieving our goal and making Mr. Mao happy. I need to gather all the power I can muster to do battle with these gathered shrimps. As for the East, I don't care about it right now. You don't mess things up for me. Killing more shrimps and looting more scrap would be good, but most importantly, you must not let those shrimps take one more step towards our nest. Do you understand what I mean? Saru felt a bit unhappy. It sounded like it would be more interesting to continue advancing with the main force, where there would be a grander WoG. Going to the east of the Star Domain seemed less WoG. However, the prestige Titus had built left Saru without the courage to object. All he could do was say resentfully, "I understand, but what can I use? You can take your entire tribe, and the nest will provide support. I want what I'm owed, but besides that, you can mobilize all the boys, warships, anything you want from the nest. I'll have the split-lip specter in the nest take orders from you as well."
Yes, great chieftain. I'll set off right away. Go.
After Saru left, Titus's gaze returned to the scorched ruins of the city, his crimson eyes flickering unstoppably. A while later, Titus declared, "Battle Moon. Bring out the battle moon that Mr. Mao gifted us from the Silver Pass. I'll use it to crush all enemies." The chief engineer behind Titus, Black Kidney, looked somewhat uneasy. "Great chieftain, the battle moon is not ready yet. The failure of Lone Fang has affected our plans. He was supposed to plunder enough scrap for us in this wog, but he couldn't, and instead, many of our good ships were destroyed, and many boys died. We didn't get any of the resources we expected to get from the east, and our moon is not yet functional." Titus turned sharply, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. "I know what you're talking about, but you should also understand what I'm saying. I'm not asking for the complete moon from your plans, but it must be brought over, it must be present on the battlefield, and it must be able to play its part. If the battle moon isn't ready to join the battle in time, I'll make sure you die a worse death than Lone Fang. And I guarantee Mr. Mao will bring his wrath down on you." "Yes, great chieftain. I will urge them immediately. The battle moon will be ready when you need it." Titus nodded in satisfaction. He believed his own majesty would dissipate any hesitation and delay. He looked to the skies again as if he could see the fierce and imposing faces of Mr. Mao and the great Mr. Mao. He believed the favor of Mr. Mao and the mechanical sect would only grow because with him, Titus, there wasn't a wog that couldn't be completed.
Wu Zhirong had arrived at Upper Plateau Star with the mechanical arc.
From here, only one jump through the Star Realm tunnel was needed to reach Frost Origin IV. The defensive works on Upper Plateau Star continued day and night. On the surface, human warriors strengthened the base as much as possible within the limited time, deploying more anti-orbit cannons that had been transported over, and inspecting fortresses and defense works.
In orbit, one after another, the firepower platforms and armed space stations were being deployed. The starport of Upper Plateau Star was also being fortified rapidly.
This was the chosen battlefield for the humans. After the capture of Frost Origin IV, they had prepared for the possibility that the Greenskins' main force might jump to Upper Plateau Star at any time, and that would be when the fierce defense battle would commence. According to previous estimates, this event was not more than a month away.
But the Greenskins' fleet remained quiet. Their movements on Frost Origin IV seemed very sluggish.
Unable to get close, human scouts didn't know what was happening on Frost Origin IV. Could it be that the defense army mobilized at Frost Origin IV was truly formidable, stalling the Greenskins? That was indeed a possibility. Orcs were not a race adept at strategy and waiting. Their tactics were always straightforward, to crush everything with numbers and strength. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, they would not wait for no reason. Yet, this was certainly a good thing. Delaying time was undoubtedly to the advantage of the humans. They would rather have the Greenskins just keep delaying, preferably until the interstellar warriors arrived, and then, with the Yunluo fleet, the mechanical sect fleet, and the Fury Flame battle group all converging in one place, they could take on the main Greenskins force. Surely then, the odds of victory would be much greater. However, Wu Zhirong felt uneasy all the same. Could the Greenskins, who had been unstoppable all this way, really be held back by the defenses of a single planet? Wu Zhirong did not believe that Frost Origin IV could withstand the brunt of the Greenskins' military forces. Even though this seemed the most reasonable explanation, Wu Zhirong still felt that the Greenskins were holding back a major move. However, she did not share her thoughts with anyone else. Firstly, there was no evidence. Secondly, saying anything would be pointless. Does knowing the Greenskins are holding back a major move mean that Upper Plateau Star should not be defended? That, obviously, was not an option either. The Star Domain government and the Mingyang sect had already gone to great lengths to arm Upper Plateau Star. The Star Realm army of the Dragonhawk Legion had gathered here with 4 sub-legions, totaling over 300 million troops. The Protection Army from the Mingyang sect had brought over 200 million. Defensive forces from several nearby planets were massively deployed, exceeding 1 billion in total. Not that more couldn't be mobilized, but the supply capacity of Upper Plateau Star and the deployment capabilities of the troops had to be considered. Otherwise, they would have wished for even more troops to be transferred. 500 warships couldn't even fit in the orbit, so they were divided into two groups. One, led by the cumbersome mechanical arcs and relying on the fortress-like starports, formed the orbital defense system. The green skins would have to crash through it, bloody and battered. Since the orbit could not accommodate more without becoming too cramped, the flagship of the Yunluo fleet, Dragonhawk, along with the rest of the high-speed warships, roved the void, playing a game of the enemy advances, we retreat. The enemy retreats, we harass. If the enemy dared to engage in a direct assault guarded by the mechanical arcs and the fortress starport, the roving fleet would strike at the green skin fleet's rear. If they gave chase, the division of all high-speed warships would flee. The strategy was one of attrition. Anyway, all preparations were completed, the pre-war mobilization was done, and abandoning the plan based on an unfounded speculation was absolutely not possible. Moreover, what would they do if they gave up? Behind lay the Steelfire Dragon Star sector, and after jumping twice more, they would reach Jindi Star. Should the war begin on Jindi Star? While the defensive installations there were indeed more robust, reaching that point meant there would be absolutely no defensive elasticity or room for retreat, and there was the fear that even winning would be no different from losing. If Jindi Star turned into a wasteland, victory would be as good as defeat. So be it. Wu Jiarong could only do her utmost, continuing to work for the war effort. After all, she herself was also there, facing the green skins. If the battle was lost, she would be under severe threat to her life. Even though she had undergone considerable high-level physical modifications, in a war of this scale, individual power was insignificant, survival mostly depended on luck. In this tense preparation period, another month and a half passed. The greenskins finally arrived. The observatory had detected a large number of warships passing through the Star Realm tunnel from Frost Origin IV to Upper Plateau Star. The main forces of the Iron Tooth Orcs were assembling and approaching. The massive size of the fleet even led humanity to abandon plans of laying traps at the jump point. Instead, they placed some Void Thunders there, a kind of mines similar to landmines or naval mines, that could be laid in space regions. When ships pass through the space, it would trigger the explosion of these Void Thunders. Generally, they are laid at jump points or around orbits, where ships must pass through to take effect. However, space is too vast, and the blast radius too small. The area of a jump point is as large as a dozen stars combined. Covering it all is impossible. How many would they have to make? This act is merely about doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate. And without a doubt, the Green Skin Fleet suffered little damage as they passed through the Star Realm tunnel and emerged in the Upper Plateau star system. Titus's Orion flagship stood out among them, boldly surging toward the planet. With that, the war trumpet officially sounded. The Green Skin Fleet launched a fierce attack on Upper Plateau Star without any buffer. Their violent and brutal offensive put the human fleet in a difficult position. From the very beginning of the fight, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Without a doubt, it was the Green Skins who incurred the greater losses. The human side, after all the wartime preparations, relied on the orbital defense system, and with the mainstay presence of the mechanical arcs, they had turned the entire Upper Plateau Star into a formidable fortress. Naturally, a frontal assault was bound to come with great loss. The Greenskins' actions were somewhat unexpected, yet also within reason. This was undeniably the style of the orcs, irrational but fierce. Nonetheless, this also brought relief within the human ranks. Although, every day, many orbital space stations were destroyed, orbiting fortress cannons were blown up, and smaller ships were annihilated. Yet the Greenskins also sustained significant casualties.
The Greenskins, with an interception rate of 80%, dropped a batch of ground forces, a steep price that yielded little in return. With 1 billion defense army plus 300 million Star Realm army plus 200 million protection army, the ground defense capabilities of Upper Plateau Star were quite formidable. The million or so Greenskins that landed had little impact and barely managed to seize a small corner. Moreover, it was estimated that they would be annihilated before long.
Even the orcs were unable to continue sending reinforcements. An 80% interception rate was too terrifying. Even the Greenskins could not bear such a rate of loss. Continuing the battle at this rate of exchange, even if the human fleet was completely lost, the orc side would definitely lose 90% of their combat power. By then, even if Upper Plateau Star was lost, the orcs would no longer have the strength to keep pushing forward. And when the Fury Flame battle group and their fleet arrive, it would be time for humanity to sound the trumpet of counterattack. However, just when the human soldiers and sect of mechanics members on Upper Plateau Star were resolutely enduring Titus's fierce attacks, gritting their teeth and hoping for victory, the turning point of the war occurred at an unforeseen moment. An alarm came from the Dragonhawk of the Yunluo fleet. They had spotted a colossal entity that had arrived at the Upper Plateau Star system, and by the time it was discovered, it was already not far from the planet's orbit. This was truly a shock. The Star Watchers had completely failed to notice it. Such a huge thing should have been detected when it passed through the Star Realm tunnel, not to mention it should have shone like a star in the eyes of the Star Watchers once inside the void of the star system. How could it appear so unexpectedly? And what was even more frightening was the message that followed from the Dragonhawk. They called the unknown green-skinned construct, Battle Moon. This was an ancient term, once mentioned in the annals of the Empire. At the moment, within the whole Empire, the green-skinned orcs were a detestable threat, dubbed cosmic cancer. A minor presence would cause endless suffering to a planet. A major one, like the Iron Tooth Orc Empire, posed an existential threat to an entire star domain. And the largest, the Blood Axe clan in the Empire's southeastern borders, a vexation spanning over 300 years that spanned 3 or 4 star domains, turned the entire cosmos domain into a war zone, staunchly enduring warfare with them. But none of these compared to the true, beastly green tide that occurred 6,000 years ago. 6 orc kings, against their nature, united and rallied almost all the orcs across the cosmos domain, launching a vast wog. They even reached Holy Terra, posing an enormous crisis that could have obliterated the human empire. The eventual outcome saw each of the 6 orc kings eliminated one by one, and humanity once again survived an extinction crisis. The historical records of the human empire also left a prominent note on this event. In those records, they mentioned the ultimate weapon of the Beastman Empire, the Battle Moon. Named Moon, one could see its immensity. It was truly like a small planet. It was the orcs' homeland, containing an efficient orc ecosystem capable of endlessly producing new green-skinned younglings. It was an orc armory where every technological product and war tool that greenskins could produce were manufactured.
It was the core of the orc fleet, capable of housing an entire green-skinned space fleet, while its industrial facilities could even construct new fleets.
It was an invincible space war machine. Its merciless firepower could destroy an entire human fleet in a short time. On the defensive side, even several skyborne torpedoes or planet-shattering weapons like extinction orders couldn't destroy it when detonated on its surface. Its super-strong structural integrity and special built-in defense mechanisms rendered it impervious to extinction-level weapons. Furthermore, the Battle Moon could tear apart planets to absorb useful materials, then utilize its internal industrial facilities to produce new weapons, fleets, and repair itself. Theoretically, if its defense limits were not overwhelmed, it could wage unlimited war. A dozen battle moons were the most potent and despair-inducing weapons of the orcs during the beastly green tide that nearly destroyed the human empire. One can imagine the level of despair on the human side when the Dragonhawk reported that a battle moon had appeared in the Upper Plateau star system. What else was there to do? It's hopeless, might as well wait for death. But soon, after the initial shock, people started to have doubts. Historical records stated that the green tide that swept through the entire empire involved only about a dozen battle moons. Currently, the largest orc empire in the universe, the Blood Axe clan, possesses just one battle moon that the human empire can't contend with, no matter how many battle groups, Imperial Navy, and Star Realm army units amass there. They could only barely maintain a stalemate. In the lesser Dragonhawk star domain, the Iron Tooth clan, which hasn't unified the star domain and just a year ago only had a few star sectors, how could they manage to produce something like a battle moon? Impossible. Did the Dragonhawk get it wrong? The captain of the Dragonhawk, also the commander of the detachment fleet, had his doubts about what he was seeing. He could understand why it hadn't been detected earlier. Amongst the greenskins were so-called spiritual energy youngsters, with orc leaders known as shamans, prophets. They possessed many wondrous abilities, and perhaps it was their special skills or orc technology that cloaked their presence from the Star Watcher's observations. But he was skeptical of the thing itself. In fact, looking at it calmly, while it resembled the battle moons of legend, it was much smaller. Although still many times larger than an average warship, There was a noticeable difference compared to the true, moon-like size mentioned in the legends. Could it be a fake mock-up? He was curious to test its mettle, but he was also hesitant, afraid that his fleet would be utterly destroyed in the attempt. Caught between hesitation and indecision, he could only continue to relay warnings, then watched powerlessly as this battle moon approached the orbit of Upper Plateau star. The Green Skin Fleet, following this newly arrived behemoth, began to once again launch a fierce challenge against the human orbital defense system. And this time, the outcome was vastly different. Although humanity was extremely vigilant of the combat moon, its guns not only had incredible firepower but also accuracy that starkly contrasted with the ordinary green skin ships, a precision combined with an absurdly long range. After only 2 rounds of firing, a cruiser-grade flagship belonging to the Mingyang sect received a fatal strike. The destroyed wreckage, affected by gravity, fell into the planet's atmosphere, and the crash was likely to cause significant ground disasters. But at this moment, no one had the mind to care about that. Anyone with clear eyes could see that Upper Plateau star was done for. Indeed, this combat moon was far from as powerful as the legends claimed. It had not yet shown the characteristics those combat moons were said to possess, but even just in terms of combat power, it was still far lacking. But with this strength, it was already enough. In combination with the vast numbers of the Green Skin Fleet and the previously flagship, in the following battle, human space forces would be utterly unable to withstand them. As the next 2 hours passed, one human ship after another was torn to pieces, one space station after another was easily destroyed, and this viewpoint had nearly turned into reality. What to do next? Inside the mechanical ark, Wu Jiarong was at a loss. Then, she saw Chen Haishu. The founding general of Jindi Star, along with a few attendants, was hurrying along. Just as Wu Jiarong was about to ask what they should do next, before she had the chance to speak, Chen Haishu already said, "No time to dawdle, follow me." In a muddle-headed state, Wu Jiarong followed Chen Haishu onto a small, swift ship. The ship left the mechanical ark amidst the widespread barrage of ship guns scattered across space, dangerously dodged into the planet's atmosphere, then rounded to the other side of the planet, where things were much calmer. After that, the ship broke out of the atmosphere and raced at full speed away from Upper Plateau star. On the ship, Wu Jiarong was initially astonished, having thought Chen Haishu had some brilliant plan. It was only now that she realized the founding general was planning to run. Immediately after, a chill of fear struck her. She was slow on the uptake, but her luck had indeed been good just now. There might be 20 or 30 dominant bishops on the ark, but here, she saw only 8, though all 3 principal sages who had been with her on the ship were present. The rest, whether they were on the ark or on the surface of Highland Star, seemed to have been abandoned. She had neither a high status nor was she a confidant. If she hadn't happened upon him, Chen Haishu would have had no reason to bring her along. In a war doomed to be lost, with the mechanical ark likely to be destroyed, just that momentary difference was the difference between life and death. She had walked through the gates of hell. Just a while ago, she had been contemplating the twists and turns of life, feeling like she had achieved success and acclaim, and now she had almost died on the ark. The fickleness of the world was truly terrifying. Wu Jiarong, drenched in a cold sweat, came to her senses and thought of something else. With the main force of the human fleet on the verge of destruction, Upper Plateau star falling, the gateway to the Steel Fire Dragon star sector thrown wide open, and Jindi Star about to face the onslaught of the Green Skins without the protection of the main fleet.
The overall situation of the Orc War had undergone a major change.
She must get word to Jiyu Heng immediately. Jiyu Heng received the news from Wu Jiarong on Shangyuan Star in the Mist Horse Star District.
After the Steel Wing Star battle had ended, the threat of the Green Skins, main force invading Eagle Horse had been basically eliminated. What remained was to pacify the remnants of the Green Skins on various planets. The Alliance army had already dispersed to various locations, and the situation was looking very good.
The Mist Horse Star District had also suffered an invasion by the Green Skins, coming from the direction of Copper Barrier Star District, but this was clearly not the main force of the Green Skins. The ships were few, and their numbers were low. Even though the local defense army was beaten to the point of crying for their parents, once the Seven-Horse Treaty was signed, the main forces of the Alliance arrived soon after, and the situation was completely controlled. Under these circumstances, what else could the leader of Mist Horse do? He hadn't signed yet, but all his governors had. This made him, as the leader, nothing more than a figurehead. All the governors could now directly interact with the alliance in military, political, and economic matters through the framework of the Seven-Horse Treaty. Even the core power to determine the development level and population of the star sectors, and to establish the tax amount, was lost. The imperial tax was now collected by the alliance under the Seven-Horse Treaty, and there was nothing left to determine. Now his situation was such that the alliance would attend to him if they wished, and if they didn't, his position as the leader of the star sector was utterly useless. This leader of Mist Horse, named Martisus Becker, had reached a point where he couldn't put on airs any longer. He held his nose and signed as well. Not signing, he worried about his own life. There was no need for the alliance to act. The looks in the eyes of the governors who had signed were already somewhat wrong. And so Ji Hang had come to the Mist Horse Star District. After a brief respite from combat, he had indeed planned to return to the Tianma star sector. The quickest path was certainly to go back the same way through Eagle Horse, but since Mist Horse had just bowed down, it was also fine to pass through this sector. It was a bit of a detour, but with a solid count of 13 worlds and 16.6 billion people, that was no falsehood. Compared to the Tianma star sector, this population was pitifully small. In the Seven-Horse territory, Tianma star sector had the fewest planets, but it had money, Flying Wing Star, and people, Corellia. The surrounding star sectors seemed large, with Mist Horse boasting a population of 16.6 billion. Eagle Horse wasn't much better at 15 billion, both just a quarter of Tianma's. The most populous was the Purple Horse sector, with 17 worlds and just 38 billion people. But with a scale in the billions, it was still worth Ji Hang making the trip. In this journey, he traveled from Steel Wing Star to Emerald Spring 2, Emerald Spring I, then all the way south into the heartland of Mist Horse, and finally turned east to reach Shangyuan Star. 2 more jumps, and he would be at Flying Wing Star. The entire journey was almost at an end, and then, at this moment, Wu Jiarong sent him this catastrophic news. Upper Plateau Star was finished. The united fleet of Dragonhawk and Mingyang sect was also finished. It was unknown how many ships managed to break through, but the slow-moving mechanical arcs were definitely doomed. And without the fleet's protection, the orbital defense system was sure to be dismantled, meaning real trouble for the 15 billion elite human troops deployed across the planet. They would face off against the green-skin orcs under orbital bombardment, with interstellar supplies cut off. Upper Plateau Star itself wasn't exactly a developed world, at best producing some ammunition to resupply the troops, while its industrial facilities also faced bombing by the green-skins. As for things like tanks and titans, once one was destroyed, that was one less available. They couldn't even produce energy crystals locally, so some high-performance equipment would face an energy shortage. Even food supplies would be problematic. Upper Plateau Star probably couldn't meet the additional food consumption of 15 billion troops. That was an astronomical figure. Famine, energy shortages, bombing, war. 15 billion human soldiers were likely doomed. Just thinking about that scene made Ji Hang feel sad. That feeling didn't come simply from fear and terror, but was a sense of heaviness, of heartache. 15 billion people, young and strong, the elite. Many human planets had that many inhabitants in an entire world. And they, in the not-too-distant future, would die tragically amidst bombings that covered the planet, amid bitter cold and hunger, in the grip of desperation. It was such a waste. And with the loss of these 15 billion people, the loss of the mechanical arcs, and the loss of at least half the fleet, the Dragonhawk star domain no longer had anything that could block the Iron-Tooth orcs with their battle moons. Though their battle moons were only for show, what did that matter? The Dragonhawk star domain now can't even come up with a single battleship-class object and has no capital to fight back. Even the ground forces, after losing 1 billion of the called-up defense army, the many human worlds behind them are now empty, almost as if defenseless. After losing 300 million from the Star Realm army, the defenses of Yunluo Star have also been depleted. The Protection Army lost 200 million, including a portion from the Mingyang sect's Titan Legion forces, and the ground defenses of Jindi Star will face a huge challenge. This was not only a feeling of nostalgia. Ji Hang genuinely felt the threat. After the fall of Yunluo and Jindi, who would be the next unfortunate one? Wouldn't that be the Alliance? Don't look at the Battle of Steel Wing Star as if it were serious. But Ji Hang wasn't facing the main force of the Iron Tooth. The scale of the battle was an entire magnitude smaller than the current battle occurring at Upper Plateau Star. If the green skin main forces turned eastward, the current alliance would be unable to stop them. But at the main battlefield of Yunluo and Jindi, not to mention being out of reach, even if they could get there, the alliance with its slight build also couldn't change the course of the war. Could Ji Hang possibly think of a way to kill that battle moon? He wasn't sure of it. How can I save you, my star domain? Ji Hang decided to go ask the person who needed to be saved. By making use of the star language tower on the starship, and after some time, Ji Hang dialed the star domain government's number. The holographic figure that appeared before Ji Hang was Tan Jui, the head of the star domain.
Tan Juyi's face was stern, and the first thing he said upon connection was quite rude. Ji Hang, you're behaving quite inappropriately this moment. You clearly have the capacity to contact the star domain government yet seldom do so actively. What? Do the directives from the star domain government have no guiding significance to you now?
Ji Hang was taken aback upon hearing this. Is Tan Jui hinting at something to me? Ji Hang immediately came to his senses. Tan Jui, who was in Yunluo, might not even know what had happened on Upper Plateau Star. From Tan Juyi's perspective, he negotiated diligently, convincing the Mingyang sect to join forces with him to strike out, and the Greenskins were detained at Frost Origin IV for a long time without movement, providing precious time for humans to turn Upper Plateau Star into a solid fortress. Furthermore, with the Furiflame battle group about to arrive, there was already a great hope of defeating the green-skinned orcs, without needing anything further from the alliance. This head of government might even be considering post-war matters already, such as how to limit the increasingly expanding alliance and how to consolidate power. The current admonishment was just planting a seed for the future. Realizing all this, Ji Hang found it laughable. He spoke softly, it seems I called too early.
What do you mean? Upper Plateau Star is gone, the mechanical arc of the Mingyang sect is beyond saving. Founding General Chen Haishu led a small number of people to break through and flee to Jindi Star. 15 billion human troops have fallen.
Don't spout nonsense here. Tan Jui simply didn't believe it. But Ji Hang had no more patience to entangle with him over the truth of the matter. Listen, Head Tan, I'm not joking about this kind of thing, nor do I have any reason to deceive you, and I don't need to gain anything from you anymore. I just want to know, under these circumstances, what can I do to help the situation in the star domain? Just wait a second. Tan Jui was completely confused. He would rather believe that Ji Hang had a scheme than accept the truth. How could he believe it? If the news was true, it meant that the sky had fallen.
Stop having illusions, the sky has fallen. Ji Hang said, I know, without verification, you won't fully believe, but I informed you of this news in advance so that you can get prepared as soon as possible. You can try to verify the events in every way possible, but please first treat it as if it were true and plan for the worst. Tan
Jui tried to maintain his dignity as the star domain head, but in reality, he was completely distraught. Alright, I got it, that's all. He actively disconnected the communication, without giving any further instructions. The virtual image disappeared, and Ji Hang sighed. He had little hope for the star domain government but thought that they were at least teammates, so he contacted them to ask for their plan. However, he didn't expect that the mettle of this teammate would be even worse than he had anticipated. He had to rely on himself. In fact, he could only rely on himself. Do what man can, leave the rest to fate. Ji Hang quickly figured out what he had to do next. It boiled down to 3 aspects. Internally, he made a call to Osenia and gave clear instructions. Going forward, the production power of the alliance would be significantly tilted towards ship manufacturing. Squeeze out every bit of production capacity possible. For the subsequent construction of the ships, reduce any process that takes a long time wherever possible. This would impact the lifespan and performance of the ships, but even if they turned out to be a bunch of single-use products, it would be worth it. The point is, ramp up the numbers for me first. For this, the technical director of the Flying Wing Star Shipyard, Supreme Bishop Wang Joran, had to work overtime. Ordinarily, getting a Supreme Bishop to work overtime wasn't realistic, and one couldn't force it. With his special status and significant political power behind him, the governors of Flying Wing Star not only couldn't command him but also had to flatter and cajole him. But in special times, one couldn't care about that. Actually, there was no need to force it. Just informing Wang Joran of the frontline news would make him smart enough to know what to do. The assumption here is that this guy doesn't get the idea to run away. The Alliance just unearthed a batch of special agents who need to keep a close eye on this matter. Externally, there are two aspects as well. First, regarding the green skins. The Alliance had to take more initiative. If before Ji Hang was slightly worried, what if he fought too fiercely here and attracted the main force of the green skins, what then? But now there was no need to worry about that. Though not very willing, Ji Hang realized that he needed to draw, to the extent possible, some of the green skins' forces, ideally making their faction dispatch some fleets, troops, to return and defend their base. Ji Hang couldn't be sure that this would work, but he had to do something, otherwise, he would be leaving his fate to whether that chieftain Titus, after exterminating the Star Domain government and the Mingyang sect, would spare him, and obviously, he would not. Ji Hang planned to let the United Fleet take the initiative to strike, entering the Golden Pass Star Sector, looking for the previously scattered main force of the Green Skins, trying to annihilate them. The Alliance's land forces would also enter into many worlds in the Golden Pass Star Sector for ground combat, aiming to take back the Golden Pass Star Sector. This would slow down the Green Skins' plundering of resources and prevent their strength from further swelling. At the same time, it might attract some of the Green Skins' forces from the main battlefield to come to their aid. Would Titus' main force return? Ji Hang judged that it would not. Right now, Jindi Star and Yunluo Star, these two beautiful prizes, were blatantly displayed before the toothy chieftain, and without taking down these two places, Titus would probably not return. If he did take them, then no matter what Ji Hang did, Titus would still come back. No difference. Conversely, if he could take on more pressure for the frontline battle, maybe the main battlefield could hold out a bit longer, which would delay Titus' return even more.
This would not only buy more time for the Alliance's development, but the ultimate goal was to make it so that Titus could not return. If the Fury Flame battle group arrived, even if Fury Flame couldn't beat Titus, at least it was a strong army that could hold out for a longer time. Perhaps when the Empire realized that the problems in the Dragonhawk Star domain had grown, and even the sect of mechanics and the battle group could not handle it, they might send even more powerful reinforcements.
Ji Hang needed this kind of balance. The second external matter was that the expansion of the Seven Horse Treaty could no longer wait. Ji Hang must integrate as many human and material resources from the Seven Horse territory as possible. Among the remaining 6 of the Seven Horse territories, there truly weren't any particularly exceptional worlds, but that didn't mean their output was unimportant. Within those 6 territories there are 78 human worlds, with a total population that can reach 100 billion. Even if their productivity was poor and they couldn't be relied upon to manufacture starships, titans, or high-grade equipment for the Alliance, they could still manage to lay out some ammunition and handle production tasks for logistics and supplies. That vast population is also a good place to draw troops from.
Especially the former, is the most important. The amount of supplies consumed in warfare is simply astronomical.
Consider the battle at Steelwing Star, for instance. The consumption of various types of ammunition was outrageous. Taking Yeliz's cruiser quintet as an example, a single full-force volley would fire hundreds of scalpel missiles, 20 heat hammer macro cannons, and 2 loyal rage macro cannons, totaling up to a cost of 210,000 tax currency just for the ammunition. The other cruisers cost about the same. After the battle at Steelwing Star, just the ammunition, light spears, and missiles used by the 7 cruisers came to over 20 million tax currency. The rest of the ships would probably add up to another 30 to 40 million.
And that doesn't even include the ground forces. When an army group stages an artillery barrage, firing at top speed for just 2 minutes can deplete 10,000 rounds after 10 volleys, which would also cost several tens of thousands of tax currency.
There were 50 army groups involved in the ground campaign at Steelwing Star. In actuality, even the ongoing operations in the Mist Horse and Eagle Horse sectors, with a moderate intensity sustained by the Alliance, require the logistical support of 200 million troops, including food, medicine, equipment wear and tear, and ammunition replenishment. Every month, this alone absorbs 60 to 70 million worth of supplies. And if you include the costs of arming the planetary defense forces in those places, that number would only grow. And keep in mind, this is at a low intensity and only covers logistical support, not factoring in the costs of replenishing units of tanks, artillery, armored vehicles, infantry, and other war units that have been destroyed. Once the intensity of the war significantly increases, the cost of war consumption will skyrocket without a ceiling. Just looking at the battle at Steelwing Star, including logistical expenses and losses of both ships and ground units, the Alliance spent a staggering 50 billion tax currency for that one battle. War is simply burning money, burning it in a way that makes people's hearts panic. Fortunately, communications with the Star Domain government have been severed now, so we don't have to bear the burden of imperial tax. Otherwise, the Alliance wouldn't be able to sustain this burn rate. How are we supposed to fight this war if we don't integrate the entirety of Seven Horse territory and seize their imperial tax for ourselves? Never mind that Gu Hang still wants to go on the offensive, to alleviate the pressure on the main battlefield. Without additional revenue, the Alliance can at best maintain the current war intensity. A few more battles like the one at Steelwing Star, and the Alliance's own economy would collapse. At least mobilization at the third level certainly wouldn't hold up. It would need to be raised to the second or even the first level. What about the other planets that just sit back and cheer us on? That won't do. They all need to get on the battlefield. Even if it's truly a backward world as poor as extinct Soilstar. Providing agricultural products, engaging in preliminary food processing, textiles, or supplying some minerals and transporting them to the core worlds of the Tianma star sector. Allowing the Alliance to reduce the pressure on necessities and raw materials. To redirect more workers and productive forces into expanding shipyards and producing more military equipment, would also be a form of help. Moreover, integration must be swift. Previously, Gu Hang thought that after winning the battle at Steelwing Star, he still had time. He could use gentler methods, plotting slowly. But now the overall situation of the war has changed drastically, and Gu Hang no longer has the luxury of time. For the sake of speed, certain special measures, which would normally be used cautiously, now must be employed immediately. After some thought, Gu Hang issued a directive to Osenia, Lambert, and Tadius respectively. At Flying Wing Star, in the official residence of Chief Justice Lambert. This place is not only Lambert Hodson's residence, it is also the office location of the Alliance Legal Affairs Center, located on Flying Wing Star. At this moment, Lambert Chief Justice, who had just received Mr. Gu's instructions, was feeling a headache. Sitting in front of him, a man with a stern face, is the current head of the Alliance Legal Affairs Center, Central Investigation Bureau, named Gustav Isaacson. Arno Chinko, you should know who he is, right? His security clearance is high, though still visible. Yes. Actually, I don't even need to look at the files. His surname itself is sensitive. Since you know who he is, why did you send him to Baishuo Star? Per your request. What? You asked me to dispatch my best agents to Purple Horse Sector to conduct special operations, so I sent Arno there. You? Huh, do you really have no one else? I do, but none as outstanding as him. You're unbelievable. Lambert said somewhat speechlessly. Okay, now Mr. Gu wants us to initiate special operations ahead of schedule, and the first place to act is Baishuo Star at the Purple Horse capital. There's going to be a regime change. Arno will fulfill his mission, I believe in him. Haven't you thought about what if he fails? What if something happens to him? That would be our responsibility, for not fulfilling the mission entrusted to us by Mr. Gu and the people. I am willing to bear all consequences. As for Arno, if something really happens, then we would have lost a reliable and loyal comrade, which would deeply sadden me, but such is our duty. Prime Minister Osenia will flay you. No, she won't. I believe in Prime Minister Osenia's consciousness. Are you implying something about me? Doubting my consciousness? I never said that. You. Lambert was genuinely at a loss for what to do with Isaacson. This guy was stubborn and intractable, but indeed he was a rare talent under Lambert's command, loyal and competent, or else he wouldn't have been promoted to head the Central Investigation Bureau. However, such excessive uprightness and indifference were truly troublesome qualities. Arno Chinko, this is Osenia's younger brother. Back then, on Rajal Star, Osenia came to Mr. Gu's camp as a refugee, not alone, but with her brother. Escaping from the pus-filled monsters and famine at home, Osenia suffered untold hardships along the way, barely managing to save Arno Chinko's life. 14 years have passed since then. The little boy, who was only 11 at the time, is now a fine young man. After Osenia rose to a high position, the young man's living conditions improved significantly, and he also received the best education the Alliance had to offer. He lived up to expectations, his grades always impressive. He graduated 2 years ago. With his achievements, he could have had a bright future. Having the identity of Osenia's brother made it easy to land a high position. However, on one hand, Osenia herself was somewhat worried. Being a prime minister was like walking on thin ice, with enormous pressure every day. Bringing her brother into this might invite controversy. On the other hand, Arno himself had no interest in politics or becoming a civil servant. He once thought about joining the military, but eventually, Osenia persuaded him to go to Lambert's place. Although some connections were still used, Lambert's Law Center is an institution parallel to the Alliance government. Then, the young man forcefully made his way into the most unsafe among many institutions under Lambert, the Alliance Central Investigation Bureau. This is one of the top 3 external intelligence agencies of the Alliance. During his 2-year training, he performed exceptionally well, especially recently with a performance that seemed to suddenly blossom. He quickly became one of the best newcomers in the Central Investigation Bureau. Of course, it was only after Isaacson, the director, reported this to Lambert that he became aware of it. Lambert himself was too busy to personally check the training performance of a young agent. If he were to be honest, he was a bit skeptical at the beginning. Perhaps Arno did perform well, but to be called the best could very likely be an exaggeration due to his identity. But he still shared the news with Osenia, to give the sister a bit of joy. Back then, he thought Isaacson had improved, knowing to say things that please the ear, and knowing to exaggerate a bit the achievements of someone with a special identity like Arno. He wasn't sure whether to be happy or worried, but now, it seems that the truth is not as such. Isaacson is still the same Isaacson. Arno is probably indeed the best agent, hence being assigned such an important mission. And indeed, Isaacson didn't consider the identity issue at all, strictly adhering to sending the most suitable person to the most suitable place. Lambert knew this was right, that's how it should be. But still, had he become a little forgetful of his original aspirations? Was it as Isaacson said, that his own judgment was beginning to falter? He couldn't help but begin to reflect on himself. During this process, Isaacson sat upright and proper in front of him. "All right, you can go back now. Pay close attention to this mission. It has nothing to do with the young man's identity. It's an important mission for the Alliance, and we cannot afford mistakes." "Yes." Isaacson stood up. After a moment's hesitation, he still asked, "What about Prime Minister Osenia?" "I will speak to her." "Yes." After watching Isaacson leave, Lambert made a call to Osenia, explaining the situation. Osenia was silent for a long time. Just as Lambert started to feel unsettled, worried that the Alliance premier was very angry and about to explode, Osenia's voice finally came through. "I understand. Purple Horse Sector, Baishuo Star. This is the capital planet of the Purple Horse Sector, classified as a civilized world, with a population of 9 billion, and an economic development level of 2. Although lacking any outstanding specialty products, as a civilized world, the overall productivity cannot be too shoddy. People here live a fairly good life, and the little shipyards at the starport can even build some civilian ships. The entire Purple Horse Sector has a population of 38 billion across 17 worlds. Apart from capital 100 Shuo Star, the many other worlds are also quite decent, without any particular lagging behind, and there are even several with a development level of 2. Besides the Tianma Star Sector, 7 Horse Territories Purple Horse is the best developed. Leader of Purple Horse, Ms. Esquire Zelos, has a decent grip on the entire sector, backed by the support of the sector's governors. With high support and substantial strength, among the neighboring star sectors, she is the most resolute against the 7 Horse Pact. From her perspective, supporting the Alliance in the Greenskins War is natural, but signing the 7 Horse Pact is unnecessary. The former is the duty of an Imperial Star Sector head, while the latter means a change of nature. Wouldn't that mean incorporating Purple Horse Sector into the control of the Alliance? Not officially joining the Alliance, but nearly the same as changing all officials and governmental bodies of all planets to the model of the Alliance. What independence would there be in administration, military, or economics when all resources must be at the disposal of others, doing whatever they command? This stance also garnered support from many governors within the Purple Horse Sector. They heard that the planetary governors of Tianma Star Sector are all honorary positions, either directly managed by the famous Mr. GU or remotely held by Alliance high officials, without any real power. And they were the true governors, the de facto emperors of their own planets. Although they had not joined the Alliance, merely entered the framework of the 7 Horses Treaty, Many of the conditions within that framework still imposed considerable restrictions on them. Besides, who knew what the future would hold? Boundaries were always pushed, little by little. However, when the Iron-Tooth Orcs brought war to Bayuen Star, and the governors of Misthorse desperately sent out calls for help and signed the Seven Horses Treaty, waiting for the Alliance's Tianma soldiers to come and save the world, the governors of Purple Horse underwent some subtle changes in their mentality. On one hand, they rejected the pleas for aid from the governors of Mist Horse, claiming themselves to be poor, with nothing to spare. Even if they had the intention to help, they lacked the capacity to deploy troops and were genuinely helpless. On the other hand, they felt a shared sense of urgency as they watched the people of Misthorse deeply engulfed in the flames of war. Bayuen Star, that was the world closest to Purple Horse sector within the Misthorse Star district. The war fires burning there made the temperature palpable, especially for the governors of East Garden I, II, and III. They couldn't help but worry. If the greenskins really came knocking, what then? Just as they neither went to nor could save Bayuen Star, it was likely that the other worlds in the Purple Horse sector would adopt the same attitude towards them. This was a matter of life and death. Under such pressure, the Seven Horses Treaty suddenly seemed quite appealing. This mentality reached its pinnacle after the Alliance won the battle at Steelwing Star and swiftly pulled the Mist Horse Star district out of the flames of war. And the reason it was at its peak was because very soon, they were about to undergo yet another change of heart. The Alliance was so powerful, surely there wouldn't be anything left for them to do, right?
Bordering Purple Horse was Tianma, the Alliance's main base, and Misthorse had joined the treaty and came under the Alliance's protection. Wouldn't that mean the Alliance would surely stand at the forefront, blocking the greenskins?
Whether I sign with the Alliance or not, won't they still have to stand in front of me? As for the Alliance's thinly veiled implication of, if the greenskins can't hit you, I can, they understood but pretended not to. The deterrent effect was somewhat present, but overall, they were skeptical. We're all part of the Empire, would you dare to openly strike me?
It was exactly with this mindset that they once again started to play coy, banding together around the lead of Zelos once more.
They also didn't dare to offend the diplomats from the Alliance too much. The Alliance had already demonstrated their terrifying strength. But besides burning bridges, there were many other options available to them. For instance, they could shift the blame onto Zelos. It's not that we don't want to sign, we truly cannot. Our Purple Horse sector has always been under Zelos' head. Her influence is immense. We can't possibly bypass her and sign the treaty on our own. That would be impossible to explain to the Star Sector government. That had become the unified excuse of the governors of Purple Horse. The officials from the Alliance Foreign Affairs Department certainly knew these were just excuses, but with the other side stubbornly sticking to their story, it was difficult to take action. However, if their excuse was the sector head, then they would just have to talk to that head. Hardliner, good. Upon the capital planet of Purple Horse Sector, Baishuo Star, a storm was brewing. Arno Chinko, dressed in the traditional attire of Baishuo Star, entered a tavern located in the lower district of Shuoguo City, the planetary capital. He saw the tavern sign, as well as the assurance that the safety mark was still intact, confirming that the place was secure. He dipped his hat lower and made his way to the lowest level of the tavern. Pushing open the door to the innermost room on the ground floor of the tavern, under the dim light, Arno Chinko saw a small table with a man and a woman standing beside it. Upon hearing the door open, both individuals looked over, their hands stealthily reaching for their weapons. Arno made 3 complex hand signals in front of his abdomen with his left hand. The pair's tension eased somewhat, and they made different hand gestures in response. The 3 of them spent half a minute exchanging signals before completing the complex but necessary ritual of verifying each other's identity. Comrade, hello, I'm Martin from Military Intelligence.
I'm Amanda from Foreign Intelligence. After both people revealed their affiliations, Arno also said, I'm Bentek from the Investigative Bureau.
He gave a fake name, as he believed the other 2 did as well. The names would definitely not be real. Even after confirming each other's identity, there was no need to reveal true names. A pseudonym would suffice as a codename. As long as the background information was correct, that was all that mattered. This meeting was an encounter between 3 major intelligence agencies of the Alliance. It was an operation highly valued by the Alliance, one that no single agency could complete alone. The 3 organizations, which seldom interacted except at the higher levels for intelligence sharing, were now collaborating directly on the ground level, an uncommon occurrence. Dispensing with pleasantries, they quickly got down to business. Amanda began, in 2 days, at noon. Zelos will arrive at the restaurant. He's been invited by several wealthy merchants and politicians from local planets and has accepted. Arno cautiously inquired, the merchants and politicians, are they reliable? Could they leak our operation? No, they don't know what we are planning to do. Arno nodded slightly, then shared his side. The arrangements for strikes and riots are ready. We estimate that at least 30,000 people will take to the streets to protest in 2 days. Weapons and equipment have been distributed, and at that time, the planetary government and star sector government's palaces will face challenges. The protest march will pass by the restaurant. Then, he turned his gaze to Martin and Amanda. Amanda said, the local police might intervene, which could be challenging. Martin stated, several of our comrades will be embedded within the marching crowd to help neutralize the threat from the local police force. If necessary, the Special Forces warriors infiltrated in the crowd will also take action. However, that would make a big commotion, not a move we want to make unless absolutely necessary. Arno asked, what about the military? With confidence, Martin asserted, I can ensure that the military will be very slow to act on any orders to suppress the uprising, extremely slow. Arno didn't know how Martin would fulfill his promise. It might be that he had swayed the commander of the troops guarding the capital city. Or perhaps military intelligence had infiltrated a significant number of its operatives to halt military action. But regardless of the specific methods, Arno didn't care, nor did he ask further. As long as the objectives were achieved, that was all that mattered. The three huddled together, once again confirming the details and process of the operation, before concluding their secret meeting. Leaving the tavern with different identities and guises, they departed one after another. Yet as they left, they never realized that on the balcony of a small building opposite the tavern, a woman had been watching them all along. She was Milia Duran, an Alliance demon hunter. The Alliance had 8 official intelligence organizations on record, but in reality, there were 9. There was also the Demon Hunter Organization. The Demon Hunters were originally established under the Alliance Legal Affairs Center, led by Lambert, and even spearheaded the Alliance's first anti-corruption wave. Later, the Demon Hunters were separated from the Legal Affairs Center, no longer under the leadership of the Chief Justice, but became a direct subsidiary of the Governor's office. They operated both internally and externally, responsible for intelligence and direct action, and even had the authority to handle tasks without trial. Sanctioned by the governor, act first, report later. This was the essence of the Demon Hunters. Given the importance of this operation, the Demon Hunters were also involved. Milia Durang was among the oldest members of the Demon Hunters, being the instigator of that initial anti-corruption wave. She also participated in the Coralia Plague War. Although she didn't handle frontline combat, she and her Demon Hunter squad played a crucial role in controlling the politics of Mingan City. With deep experience and significant contributions, she was now a leader of one of the several independent teams within the Demon Hunter organization. This time, the operation on Baishuo Star was directly mandated by the Alliance leaders, of utmost importance. With the full commitment of the 3 major intelligence agencies, naturally, the presence of the Demon Hunters was required. However, the Demon Hunters still operated independently. The Demon Hunters had some knowledge of what the 3 agencies were up to but were not privy to the full details unless they chose to share their intelligence proactively. With more intelligence support and greater authority to mobilize resources, and considering that all their agents were at least trained by the Demon Hunters, skilled in various espionage techniques and bolstered by spiritual energy,
they had infiltrated Baishuo Star even deeper than the 3 agencies and had their own set of operation plans.
However, after learning about Arno Chinko's plan to unite the power of the 3 agencies for the action in 2 days, Milia took a keen interest. The overall plan seems plausible, and the chances of success appear to be quite high, indeed capable of achieving the goals the Alliance desires. In that case, it might as well lend a hand. If it succeeds, it would save the trouble of exerting more effort later on. If it fails, the Demon Hunters also have their backup scheme. 2 days later, Arno Chinko, dressed as a waiter, was doing his job in a luxurious hotel. Clearing tables, serving dishes, carrying plates, pushing trolleys, nothing more than that. He had been doing this work for 2 months. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be his last day. The luxurious hotel where he worked was also the mission location codenamed Hotel. At this moment the hotel was somewhat empty. Today, they only arranged for one group of guests. Many political dignitaries and representatives of wealthy businessmen were here to host a banquet for Ms. Zelos, the head of the star sector. Such distinguished guests, of course, required separate treatment. In fact, 2 days before, hotel had already ceased operations to the public, fully preparing for today's banquet. At the same time, the security detail of the star sector head had also been stationed in the hotel since then, conducting safety inspections on the hotel and remaining on site to avoid any potential hazards. As the head of the star sector, Zelos's security measures were very strong. And all these were things that Arno and others had anticipated long ago.
He diligently did his job, just as his supervisor had repeatedly instructed over the past 2 days, saying that the guests' identities were significant, and no mistakes were allowed.
He couldn't see or hear what was happening outside, but he guessed that the first step of the plan must have already begun. Inside the hotel, the banquet had already started. Ms. Zelos, who arrived on time as a VIP, had just mingled with others, engaging in a round of non-critical conversation, when a security personnel came to her side. Head of the sector. Hearing the soft call, Zelos, with her perfect smile, gestured to the person she had been talking to and then moved aside, her expression becoming serious as she listened to the report. The content was brief. Demonstrations had erupted in Shuoguo City. The protest was mainly demanding the government to release journalists, commentators, and scholars arrested over the past month. The charges against those people were the preposterous espionage. The accusation was laughable. Was it because the planetary government and star sector government didn't want to join the Seven-Horse Covenant, and those media people did some analysis on why the government was reluctant to join? Was arresting people the answer to contents that displeased the government? That was far too absurd. This was a narrative that emerged a few months ago across Baishuo Star, mentioned in newspapers, broadcasts, television shows, magazines, various media outlets. Some experts jumped out, claiming that joining the Seven-Horse Covenant was a good idea, as it would bring protection from the alliance and completely resolve security issues. Mutual assistance was also the responsibility of human worlds. Moreover, despite the broken contact with the star domain and being unable to remit the imperial tax, the planetary government continued to collect it. Not only that, but they also imposed an additional war tax on top of the imperial tax, without halting ordinary taxation. The exorbitant taxes were unbearable, and after being incited by various opinions, the call to join the Seven-Horse Covenant grew, with the belief that it would be safer and life would be easier. Additionally, some conspiracy theories suggested that the refusal to join the Seven-Horse Covenant was not about freedom, independence, or Baishuo Star people deciding their own fate, but rather about the higher officials' unwillingness to relinquish power, an entirely selfish act without regard for the big picture. This theory wasn't without reason, as quite a number of citizens found it persuasive. Judging by this alone, it was rash to label the outspoken media people as spies. Dictatorship. Tyranny. Moreover, the charge of espionage was ridiculous. Even if they had taken money from the alliance, how did that make them spies? Wasn't the alliance separate from the imperial forces? It was said that the star domain government even authorized them to establish the Seven-Horse Covenant, so how could they be spies? Was Baishuo Star not part of the empire world? Did the government consider itself separate from the imperial forces, thereby deeming the alliance's representatives as spies? It made no sense, therefore, such a protest occurred. Knowing about the protest, Zelos of course wasn't in the best of spirits. She had at least 3 concerns. First was the annoyance from the troublemakers. Second, the dissatisfaction with the governor of Baishuo. Such a protest involving tens of thousands of people could only be described as widespread public outrage. The heavy-handed and unwise way the governor of Baishuo dealt with the media people was the direct cause. And the fundamental reason behind it all lay in the corruption of the planetary government. For many years, Baishuo Star had faced several problems: excessive taxation, failure to solve the high unemployment rate, and the long-term stagnation of the people's standard of living. These accumulating issues, recently compounded by the green skins problem resulting in increased taxes and journalists being arrested, showed signs of erupting. It was because the governor of Baishuo had done such a terrible job that all these problems had arisen. The third concern was her vigilance. Despite the boiling public discontent and the presence of a spark that could ignite further unrest, The situation had escalated so suddenly and fiercely that she couldn't help but suspect the involvement of some hostile forces stirring trouble. Could public dissent really have reached such depths? It seemed unlikely. However, even if it had, Zelos still believed it was no big deal. It was just a demonstration, after all. The police had already been dispatched, and the planetary defense forces had received orders and begun to take up defensive positions. Should any signs of the situation worsening or spiraling out of control appear, the defense forces would be deployed. In fact, it was highly unlikely that things would escalate to that point, as the Capitol Police Department should be able to resolve the issue. But the news that followed made her feel more and more uneasy. Firstly, there was a shootout in the streets between the mob and the police, and surprisingly, the mob had quite a few weapons. This almost confirmed to Zelos that there had to be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. What was their purpose? Who could it be? And what was their goal? To overthrow the current government. She had lost all interest in the current banquet, found a room, asked not to be disturbed, and then placed a call to the governor of Baishuo, ordering him to mobilize the defense army immediately to suppress the situation.
The governor of Baishuo, sweating profusely and stuttering, said it probably wouldn't come to that police reinforcements had already been called in.
Zelos flew into a rage and scolded. Things are never that simple. Deploy the defense army immediately. Whatever those shadowy figures behind the scenes have planned must be quashed quickly. We can't allow any more time for the situation to ferment, do you understand? Yes, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Zelos felt a bit more at ease. But shortly after, she heard some noisy commotion. What's going on? Her personal security guard spoke into the intercom for a moment and then replied, some civilians affected by the riot are seeking refuge, trying to enter the hotel for safety. The hotel security and our men have stopped them. Upon hearing this, Zelos was about to speak when she heard the sounds of explosions and gunfire, and they were close. Someone from among the civilians is charging the hotel. They are strong. Screams were heard through the communication. Now, Zelos truly became anxious. Were they coming for me? She suddenly looked towards her personal bodyguard. He quickly said, Leader, please follow me. We need to leave this place. Rest assured, in our security team we have spiritual energy masters and elite squads. We will ensure your safety. Alright. Zelos knew this was not the time to panic. And the situation hadn't reached a point of no return. Attempting to assassinate her in this way was simply naive. Her security team included 3 accomplished spiritual energy users, and among the bodyguards, there were 30 elites clad in feedback-type power armor. Breaking through their protection to threaten her would not be easy. Furthermore, if they could just stall for a bit, the army would arrive. She could also actively seek to meet with the military, accompanied by her security team. The matter of her safety was assured for the time being. At this moment, Zelos was filled with rage. She vowed to make the puppet masters behind all this pay a heavy price. No matter who the mastermind was, in fact, she already had some suspicions about who it might be. The operatives hidden among the civilians weren't having much success storming the hotel. Despite the continuous explosions and gunfire, Arno knew that the operatives positioned by the Alliance were unlikely to breach the hotel and complete their mission. The intelligence gathered earlier had indicated that the security level around Zelos was very high. The elite guard was equipped with feedback-type power armor, and there were both spiritual energy users and anti-psychic devices to contend with, making the assassination exceedingly difficult. The Alliance warriors hidden outside were indeed elite. They were either agents from military intelligence or special forces elite from the military regiments. But because they had infiltrated surreptitiously for a surprise attack, they couldn't bring heavy equipment, relying only on light weaponry and hand grenades. With at most a few rocket launchers or grenade launchers like gadgets, it was normal that they couldn't break through. But the target was never there in the first place. After the hotel was struck, what would Zelos' reaction be? She shouldn't be panicking, but it would be only natural for her to try to leave the hotel. She could only bring a limited number of her security team with her, and even though the hotel had been swept for security, it definitely wasn't as safe as her own official residence. There, she would have more numerous and elite guards for protection, multiple escape routes, and the ability to directly communicate with various forces, making it a safer place and more suitable for coordinating efforts after a significant incident. So, run. Arno, who'd been hurriedly, pushing a dining cart along the corridor, was rudely shoved aside by a bodyguard and sent crashing into a private room. Through the door of the private room, which had been left slightly ajar, Arno saw a stream of security personnel passing by. He couldn't see who was in the middle of the crowd, but he could guess. Having worked at the hotel for this period, he had become very familiar with the layout. After taking stock, Arno knew they were on one of the two routes he had prepared in advance. Then there was no problem. Estimating their pace, Arno silently counted the seconds, his hand reaching into his pocket where there was a remote control. When the time came, he gently pressed it. Instantly, the roaring sound of an explosion resounded, followed by searing heat waves that he could feel even here. Those were high-performance thermite bombs. Installing them had been no small feat. Zelos's guard had been extremely cautious and vigilant, conducting checks constantly over the past 2 days.
Confident in his skills though he was, Arno had not set up the bombs in advance. He didn't want to gamble on this chance. If they were detected, today's banquet would have to be cancelled due to security risks, ruining their many plans.
Instead, he chose this very day, after witnessing the security sweep, to install the bombs.
Key areas like the banquet hall and lounges were out of the question, as they were constantly guarded.
But after all, it wasn't feasible for guards to cover every location in the hotel. That was unrealistic.
From the banquet hall and lounges to the garage, there were several porticos, corridors, and galleries to pass through, and one needed to use either an elevator or 3 staircases. In any case, it was impossible for guards to be present at all times. A patrol every 15 minutes was already quite stringent.
And today, Arno had relied on those intervals of less than 15 minutes, after the final security check, to complete the preparations for setting the bombs. When armed conflict broke out, naturally, the patrol team wouldn't have time to continue their rounds. They would either gather near Zelos's location to perform security duties or engage the armed attackers at the hotel's entrance. This was Arno's last, and best, opportunity. He seized the time before the patrol was diverted and Zelos evacuated, to finish placing the bombs and then, to detonate them on the spot. Though he couldn't bring in large bombs due to infiltration restrictions and could only bring ones the size of hand grenades, and also because he couldn't be sure through which exit the target would evacuate, leading him to place bombs at all necessary locations, only 2 of them would actually be effective. But those were thermite bombs. Even an interstellar warrior's ultimate-powered armor wouldn't withstand a thermite bomb.
If it's big enough, such a bomb could even destroy a starship. Some boarding tactics involve an elite assault team getting to the core of a starship and detonating a massive thermite bomb.
The device used now was small, but the target wasn't a starship. The explosion had probably occurred in a passageway. The splattered high-temperature liquid from 2 thermite explosions would be enough to engulf the entire area, and no creature inside could survive. Of course, that was theoretical. As an agent, Arno had to verify with his own eyes whether he had truly completed the mission. Drawing his pistol, he stepped out of the room. This was a laser pistol, which was naturally quiet, and with a specially made silencer, it was practically soundless. Approaching the explosion site cautiously, Arno saw a few injured bodyguards, helping each other out. When they saw Arno, they also paused, with one trying to speak up, but they were restrained by their companion. They saw the gun in Arno's hand. Arno fired 3 times in quick succession, 3 pale purple beams piercing through the bodies of 3 men, killing them.
Then, he quickened his pace, moving closer to the center of the explosion.
Along the way, he saw many remnants. They appeared to be a certain model of feedback-type power armor, slightly different from the servant gods used by the Alliance, likely purchased by Zelos through trade from other places. Even the elites in feedback-type power armor couldn't withstand the thermal bombs. Multiple parts of the armors had suffered severe melting. Continuing forward, closer to the center of the explosion, Arno's gaze suddenly tightened. He noticed an oddly intact area of the ground ahead. Several thoughts flashed quickly through his mind, and he almost confirmed the most likely one: a miniaturized personal energy shield.
Such a device was rare and expensive, but for someone like Zelos, having one wouldn't be surprising.
And if there was such a device, the likelihood of survival under a thermal bomb would be greatly increased. Arno's gaze was steady as he quickened his steps. Having come this far, he couldn't let Zelos survive. He had to personally handle this unexpected complication. He deduced that there should be no guards left around Zelos. The relatively intact area was just about large enough for one person to stand.
This matched the performance of the personal energy shields mentioned in the knowledge Arno had learned, which were only large enough to cloak a single person and couldn't protect a second.
The rest of the guards must have already perished under the thermal bombs. Of course, it was not impossible for a lucky individual to have been outside the blast radius at the moment of the explosion. Anything was possible, but Arno still needed to follow up and see for himself.
Even if there were other survivors, he'd have to find a way to deal with them.
He would have to improvise then. The traces left by the survivor from the explosion were quite evident to him. Tracking them all the way, Arno's mood grew heavier. He was almost at the underground parking garage. There, he hadn't had the chance to set up bombs. And for sure, there would still be guards on duty there. Having heard the explosion, they would probably come to respond.
That would complicate things. Although they had a contingency plan for if they couldn't kill Zelos in the hotel, and had measures in place for what to do next, things were certainly better the simpler they were.
He couldn't help but quicken his pace, even forsaking the need for secrecy in his actions. As he passed a narrow path, he squinted and slowed his steps. He observed some changes in the survivor's trail. His gaze shifted to a small storage closet nearby, filled with cleaning supplies, with its doors slightly ajar.
Arno made a judgment, muted his footsteps, and approached silently.
Suddenly, he saw a metallic reflection. Instinctively dodging to the side, a beam grazed past him. Without lingering on the close call, Arno retaliated with a swing of his hand. Firing continuously, he sent pale purple beams into the compartment and, pushing off the ground with his feet, lunged forward. There was no longer any movement inside the compartment. Arno, pressing against the wall next to the compartment, cautiously reached out and fully opened the door, then aimed his gun inside.
He saw Ms. Zelos collapsed inside. The star sector head was not yet dead, but a hole the size of a wrist had been melted through her abdomen by a laser. The residual heat from the laser shot was still causing continuous internal damage to her flesh and organs.
She was indeed not dead, but that was about to change. Yet, Zelos thought she still had a chance of being saved. If she could receive medical attention now, given the powerful medical technology and the relentless investment in medical resources, even replacing parts of her body with mechanical structures, she had a fair chance of survival. That was if medical help arrived in time. Her eyes, filled with the desire to live, turned towards Arno Chinko. She tried to speak, struggling. "I know you are from the Alliance. Save me, I will sign."
Before she could finish, Arno fired. 2 shots hit her chest and neck. Then, lowering the power, he added a shot to her forehead.
He had reduced the power to avoid making the hole too large and destroying the facial features.
Straight after, Arno pulled out a miniature camera, took several shots from different angles, and then left without a trace of mercy.
A live witness, definitely not needed. For this operation, a dead Zelos was more useful than a live one.
The Alliance did not believe she would completely change sides. After the assassination, only hatred would remain.
Actually, taking the head or the entire body would have been ideal. But at the moment, he didn't have the conditions to do so and couldn't take Zelos's body with him. The photos would have to suffice. Back in the employee dormitory, he was taking refuge with other hotel staff, and he found the opportunity to send a message each to Amanda and Martin. The first phase of the operation was complete, and the following steps could proceed. An assassination is not enough to overturn a government. However, Zelos's death still caused huge ripples. Zelos was very special in her position. As the head of the star sector, different from the governors of the various planets who could rise from below, this role was expressly appointed by the Empire to act on behalf of the Imperial will, to integrate the Imperial forces within the star sector. The planetary governor was, of course, appointed by the Empire to exercise imperial power on the planet. However, the more important role of the planetary governor was to represent the rights and interests of the planet's local populace. Without resolving these, the mere title of governor was insufficient. But for the head of the star sector, the title alone was enough. In normal circumstances, if the head of the star sector died, the star domain government would just appoint someone new to fill the position. Although individuals differ in capability and the networks they've built, in the end, the function they performed was consistent. But now, with communications cut off, a new head of the star sector couldn't be replaced. And with the existence of the head of the star sector, which had unified the Purple Horse sector, things started to fall apart without him. They found it very difficult to produce a new leader from within their midst in a short time period. And even more events unfolded within Baishuo Star. The government of Baishuo Star was, of course, controlled by the governor of Baishuo. Although he listened to Zelos quite a bit, he wasn't dead, and the governmental structure of Baishuo Star hadn't collapsed. It wouldn't just crumble because of Zelos' death. However, assassinating Zelos was evidently just the beginning. Soon, someone from within the rioting populace stepped forward to take responsibility for Zelos' death. It was an organization that called itself the Party of Salvation. They took the slogans from the previous protests as their manifesto, clearly defined their organizational structure, and claimed credit for the assassination of Zelos. They went a step further and demanded that the current government step down, they would take its place. The capital's riots were never fully suppressed, and even came close to the government offices at one point. The police were beaten down and disheveled by the mobs. But all this began to gradually improve after the initial military intervention. In this matter, Arno had questioned Martin, but he could not be contacted anymore. The fact that the defense army, previously suppressed and inert, was now starting to mobilize, led both Arno and Amanda to conjecture that something had likely happened to Martin, signaling a probable failure of the Bureau of Military Affairs operation. The police and a few guards remained steadfast in defending the city, preventing the rioters from breaking in for the time being. The defense army was about to enter the city from outside. The situation was becoming quite dire. At this point, both Arno and Amanda were almost ready to decide to abandon the mission. In fact, with the assassination of Zelos completed, they had already fulfilled the foundational part of the mission assigned by headquarters. The further challenge of overthrowing the current government and establishing a local administration friendly to the alliance could wait if it couldn't be accomplished immediately. After all, with the Purple Horse sector scattered and disorganized following the death of Zelos, it would be easy to manipulate later on. There were plenty of tactics still available. Yet Arno was still somewhat unwilling to let go. He hoped that his first significant mission could be completed as perfectly as possible. But he was also very rational. Seeking perfection in everything could end up causing undesirable outcomes. Now, the most sensible course of action was to move the hard-earned forces developed on the home planet underground, halt the riots, continue to accumulate strength, and await further instructions. However, just as he and Amanda had decided to do this, there was a major turn in the situation. On the third night of the riots, they saw brilliant flashes of light in the sky. It was in the direction of the Baishuo starport. The starport of Baishuo Star was situated in orbit right above the capital, Shuoguo City. In the early hours of the morning, they received a message. Continue to lead the riots and support will come. Is this the External Intelligence Agency? Is this the Investigative Bureau? When Arno and Amanda met again, they asked each other simultaneously. But apparently, it was neither. What they referred to was, of course, the incident that occurred on Baishuo starport, where flashes of light had burst forth in the night sky. There was no specific intelligence yet, but it was clear that something major had happened at the starport, and it was the work of the Alliance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received orders from their superiors to continue their mission. It wasn't us. Could it be the Military Intelligence Bureau? But Martin has already lost contact. Amanda was doubtful. Either he's actually fine and has just moved locations, or there are other agents from the Military Intelligence Bureau in action, or it's some other department of the Alliance. Arno offered several conjectures, but all of this is irrelevant now. What we need to do is to carry out the orders from our superiors. Since we've ensured that there will be reinforcements, our operation must continue. I understand, Amanda nodded slightly but soon felt troubled. It's easy to say, but so hard to do. The politicians and business owners I've been in contact with are all wavering. I've lost contact with many, and some have even started to doubt my identity. My previous cover identities are probably all blown. Hearing this, Arno also felt it was a tricky situation. Although the rebellion was significant and they took advantage of the chaos to assassinate Zelos, the Star Sector leader, in reality, they didn't have many core operatives. The scale of the rebellion might have been around 50,000 people. Among them, only 1/10 dared to take up arms and fight. When the rebellion turned into an armed conflict with the local planetary police force, most of the rebels had already scattered in fear. And this 1/10, just a few thousand, were merely at the level of armed workers with little military training to speak of. If it weren't for the backbone made up of agents from the Investigative Bureau and the Military Intelligence Bureau, along with some elite special forces brought in by the Military Intelligence Bureau, The military wouldn't have needed to step in, the police alone would have been able to suppress it.
Even so, that the rebellion lasted vigorously until this third day was largely due to the efforts of the Alliance Foreign Affairs Department.
An alliance diplomat was here constantly running around. The External Intelligence Agency, under the Foreign Affairs Department, which Amanda and her colleagues belonged to, had shaken some of the local politicians and wealthy merchants. The covert help they provided also played a pivotal role. Some police forces were tied down, some private militias went unused, even some of the supplies came from them. But now that they were wavering, much of the help had vanished. Moreover, after daybreak, the military was likely to move in. What to do? Arno didn't know either. They had taken the Shuoguo city government, but the governor of Baishuo wasn't there, and most of the government officials had already slipped away. For now, we can only hold the government building, he said. Arno couldn't think of a better plan. Let's hope the support from our superiors is strong enough and arrives in time. The wee hours of the morning, the sky was still dim. The light drizzle from the night had turned into a torrential downpour at the break of dawn. The sky was covered with dark clouds, rain was pouring, and thunder boomed. Arno Chinko, who personally led the team defending the Shuoguo city government building, was now engulfed in fierce combat. Not only had the police intensified their offensive, but a vanguard from the Planetary Defense Force had also arrived. Despite being only roughly the size of an infantry battalion, their presence brought a crushing change. The Planetary Defense Force was typically battered by the greenskins, but in truth, they were not weak. They were, after all, a regular army within the planet. Their side, mainly consisting of armed rioters, truly couldn't withstand the onslaught.
Furthermore, the enemy had brought out artillery. The 105mm caliber artillery fire coming through the rain wasn't particularly fierce, but it was clearly something the unarmed rioters with no means of response couldn't cope with. Under the heavy bombardment, the government building's defenses began to falter that morning. The inadequately trained armed personnel started to suffer mass casualties and morale was on the verge of collapsing. Although the infantry battalion's first tentative ground assault was somewhat impaired by the heavy rain and was repelled by the elites of the alliance, the next wave, with more intensive artillery barrages followed by an infantry charge, would undoubtedly be unstoppable. Was this really the end? Just had an artillery shell exploded in the next room. Leaving Arno's ears ringing and deafened, he was now completely out of ideas. Leaning against the wall, rainwater trickled down from the damaged wall. He had only one thought. Where were the reinforcements? As he pondered, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Beneath the suddenly illuminated clouds, he saw many black dots. What was that? A light sparked in his eyes. It was the relief force. Grabbing the nearby radio, he shouted excitedly, "Comrades, hold on, our reinforcements have arrived." There were voices of doubt in the communication channel, with some thinking Arno was lying to boost morale. Arno didn't bother explaining further, he simply said, "Look up at the sky." Then, many cheers came through the communication channel. Clearly, they too had seen it. Not only the ones inside the government building but also the Planetary Defense Forces outside had taken notice. They became visibly desperate, launching a violent assault on the government building. The artillery began to unleash its ferocity, as infantry braved the rain and charged toward the government building under the cover of the artillery. Seeing hope, the morale of the defending army inside the building surged anew. They too fired back furiously from the windows and gaps blasted open in the building, at the attacking enemy forces. But it wasn't enough to stop the enemy's entry. The cover of artillery fire still pinned down the defenders within the building. However, the next moment, a howling sound overshadowed the noise of the rain. Then, a violent explosion occurred about 10 kilometers away. Arno crawled to the window and looked in the direction from where the sound came. That was the artillery position of the Planetary Defense Force, which now, having been subjected to continuous missile strikes and machine gun bombardment, had turned into a sea of fire. What flashed through the rain curtain were 8 Qilin fighters leading a formation of many Windfalcon fighters from the Alliance fighter formation. After completing the destruction of the artillery position, these combat aircraft began sweeping through the Planetary Defense Force that was still attacking the government building. Large caliber machine guns raked the ground. The Windfalcons were still fine. A 40mm caliber hit to a person would simply obliterate them, hitting the cement ground and leaving a washbowl-sized shallow crater. But the weaponry mounted on the Qilin was much more exaggerated in performance.
Not only did it have larger 55mm caliber machine guns, it carried twice as many missiles as the Windfalken, and could also be equipped with multiple rocket launcher pods to enhance firepower. What was most terrifying was that they could be equipped simultaneously, without having to choose fitments like the Windfalken. Moreover, mounted on it was a genuine reflector, a Spec S grade of artillery firepower, not a castrated version of an anti-air gun or vehicle auxiliary cannon. When this reflector, firing at a rate of once every 2 or 3 seconds, continuously bombarded the ground, the area in front of the government building became a photon hell. The immense heat brought by the high-energy laser not only destroyed the core of the direct hit, causing perforation, but also the dispersion of thermal energy inflicted fatal damage to the surrounding swaths of life forms. The airstrikes from just the Qilin and Windfalken alone had already decimated this infantry battalion. Of course, they were not wiped out, but when the frontline battalions were devastated under the air raid, and the rear's main artillery position supporting the barrage had been eliminated, so too collapsed the battalion. They no longer possessed any offensive capabilities. At the same time, many black spots began to fall from the sky. They were transport planes, one after another, and as they landed, masses of airborne troops streamed out from them. Arno's face now bore a brilliant smile. He recognized the insignia of this unit. It was the Alliance's 31st Special Airborne Division, one of the card forces of the Alliance.
After landing, the airborne troops began to sweep the enemy forces that were scattered within the combat zone. At the same time, they also drove out airborne vehicles and artillery from the transport planes.
It was hard to imagine that airborne troops could bring so much equipment. Although there were still some doubts in her mind, such as why the air defenses of Baishuo Star did not fire during the attack by the airborne troops and the Alliance fighters. At least for now, she was safe. Her mission had also come to completion. Milia Durong sat in the Shuoguo City Air Defense Command Center, and beside her, some masked personnel were cleaning up the scene. Whether corpses or surrendering soldiers, they all had to be tidied up. The government building hasn't fallen, has it? Report, Captain. No, the 31st Division arrived just in time. Good. Thinking for a moment, Milia casually asked, that investigator you were told to keep an eye on, the one called Arno, he's fine too, right? He's fine. With that response, Milia was no longer concerned. As long as he wasn't dead. In fact, the operations of the 3rd Bureau were a great help. Assassinating Zelos left the Star Sector leaderless, saving us some trouble. The subsequent 3-day uprising, along with the influence of the assassination, diverted the attention of all political forces on the planet to that location. This provided excellent cover for the Demon Hunters' operations. They had been well prepared to act, and they took the opportunity to launch their offensive.
The primary target was the starport. Embedded within the starport were 2 Phoenix tactical squads, who, through the resources of the Demon Hunters, had been reassigned there. They led about 50 other Demon Hunters in the initial attack. An Imperial merchant fleet ship, which had shifted allegiance to the Alliance and was contacted through interstellar trade, then helped the Alliance deliver 2 divisions to the inside of the starport. With the inside help and outside forces working together, the control of Baishuo's starport was quickly secured. The explosions and blazes in the sky that Arno had seen the night before were part of this operation. In fact, that was a minor accident. According to the best estimates, not even that kind of explosion should have happened. The situation should have been resolved quickly and silently. Then, one of the 2 skeleton divisions that had been deployed to Baishuo quickly reached the ground through the space elevator linking the starport to the surface, and they took control of the terrestrial part of the starport. That location was also the outskirts of Shuoguo City. There, they would establish a defensive line and, once it was fortified, move into the city. Ahead of them were the 2 Phoenix squads. Once they landed, they immediately rushed to Shuoguo City's Air Defense Command Center. Meanwhile, the Demon Hunters had also made preparations at the Air Defense Command Center. After swiftly securing control of the command center, another merchant ship that had collaborated with the Alliance in their offensive, launched several transport shuttles along with Qilin and Windfalken fighters into planetary orbit. These transport shuttles rapidly deployed the elite troops of the 31st Airborne Division directly into the battlefield. The Qilin and Windfalken fighters arrived first to clear the ground, and the paratroopers then descended, promptly taking control of the city's center. Following that, the remaining forces of the Airborne Division, numbering over 30,000,
would move at the fastest speed to pinpoint the location of the governor of Baishuo using intelligence compiled by the Demon Hunters and the Alliance's 3 major external intelligence agencies, and quickly launch an assault. By this time, the governor of Baishuo had probably just received the news that the starport was lost and that the vanguard of the defense army had been crushed. Whatever his reaction, it was already too late. He didn't even have a chance to link up with the advancing planetary defense force. Milia was confident of that. The Air Defense Command Center in Shuoguo City had now ironically become the Alliance's Ground Operations Command Center. Milia presided over it, calmly issuing one instruction after another. Her authority would only last for these 2 to 3 days. Afterwards, when the overall situation was secured, the military and political officials of the Alliance, already en route, would descend upon this world. An Alliance political officer would be there to declare, with regret, the death of the Purple Horse leader during a civilian uprising. The cause of all this chaos would be attributed to Baishuo Star's poor political governance and its betrayal of imperial laws, with the governor of Baishuo bearing full responsibility. The Alliance, with the authority granted by the Star Domain government, would remove the current governor of Baishuo from office and judge his crimes. The new governor of Baishuo would sign the 7-Horse Accord and call upon all the planets in the Purple Horse sector to sign it. These events, still yet to happen, had already been scripted. Under the will of Governor Ji Hang, this script would inevitably be played out. Once the entirety of Baishuo Star was firmly in control according to plan, half the main force of the United Fleet led by Yelisia had also entered this star sector. Initially, the various planets of the Purple Horse sector would have had a fierce reaction to this. This was a serious provocation, but now, they were as quiet as quails. The events on Baishuo Star had intimidated them. It was the most populous, most developed, and militarily strongest planet in the entire sector. Yet, how could it be that from a simple civilian uprising, the star sector leader was dead? Just a minor effort by the Alliance, and the governor of Baishuo was arrested on his own planet and then sentenced to death by firing squad? Had it been just that, it might have ended there. Though a leader had almost instantly died, along with a governor, everyone knew the Alliance was powerful, even commanding the Starfighter battle group. But just because you could kill a former ruler didn't mean you could rule this place smoothly. That was the dark thought festering in the minds of many governors of Purple Horse. They had expected, with the Alliance employing such unscrupulous methods to overthrow the Baishuo government, the entire planet would be in turmoil, engulfed in the flames of war. The local defense armies would rise in revolt, if not to avenge the deceased governor and leader. At least they wouldn't easily accept a sudden change of master, right? And the people everywhere would question the Alliance's legitimacy, especially given such a despicable method of subversion and coup. They would inevitably stir up unrest, armed resistance, strikes, riots. However, the actual news they had received was disappointing. It wasn't to say that such things were completely non-existent. After all, there was such a large planet with 9 billion people living on it. But those sparse uprisings were not enough to affect the overall situation. It's quite normal to have sporadic turmoil during a substantial change of power. It's said that a single spark can start a prairie fire, but not every spark is mentioned. Most flames in this world are extinguished as soon as they ignite.
Unless, there is an oil depot behind those flames.
The Alliance had such a depot for the coup's spark they ignited. However, the governors of Purple Horse who wanted to be the oil depot for the current unrest on Baishuo Star neither had the capacity nor the daring to do so. Zelos and the governor of Baishuo had just been cremated. Who would dare? They could only watch as the Alliance propped up a new acting governor on Baishuo Star and claimed they had the right to do so, with the relevant procedures being expedited and already recorded in the Alliance. As soon as communication was restored with Yunluo Star, Wuji Star, and Holy Terra, the formal appointment would come through. This left them with nothing to say. What could they say? With the previous governor gone, someone had to step up. The Alliance might not have the right to directly appoint a governor, but they could appoint an acting governor, with the promise of later formalities. So now the question arose. Which governor in the Purple Horse sector also wanted an acting governor? The Alliance's diplomats didn't say it outright, however, they would understand the implied message. Continuous communication with the diplomats and the incessant flow of news from Baishuo Star, coupled with the approaching United Fleet. All these factors were incessantly battering the psychological defenses of the Purple Horse governors.
When the United Fleet finally arrived in orbit around their planets with the text of the Kima Treaty in tow, most of the planetary governors made the correct decision and signed their names on it.
A minority of governors, however, had already approached the alliance's diplomats and proactively signed their names before the arrival of the United Fleet. Those who didn't sign were none. Half a month after the death of Zelos, the Purple Horse sector had fully joined the Kima Treaty. Gu Heng was quite satisfied with this outcome. He certainly had the resolve to conquer these 17 worlds of the sector with a population of 38 billion, even if it meant waging war should things turn unfavorable. But determination is one thing, and the best solution is another. If it's possible to avoid war, best avoid it. Cost and hassle are one aspect, but the governance after the war would also be problematic. That's why they resorted to the method of subversive coups.
Whether the alliance could control the entire planet after overthrowing the local government on Baishuo Star was based on thorough preliminary investigations and previous successful experiences on the Faches Tri-Star, and this was why the decision was made. Initially, Gu Heng also had his concerns. Such tactics could indeed overthrow the central government of a planet, but that didn't guarantee that the alliance could immediately establish a reliable new government. Or rather, the establishment wasn't the issue, but whether the newly established government could effectively rule the planet was uncertain. However, after the investigations, these concerns were largely dispelled. The residents of Baishuo Star, regardless of their class, mostly identified themselves within the grand structure of the human race, the human empire. They did not consider the governor, the planetary government, or the star sector government to be their own government, or their own monarch, but as ruling officials sent by the empire. In such a scenario, in the name of the empire and on behalf of higher authorities, the removal of those two leaders and the establishment of a new government by the alliance could naturally gain legitimacy, and the people of Baishuo Star would have no doubts about it. Isn't it just a change of governor? Just as some places change a mayor or town head, the common people wouldn't necessarily revolt because of it. This reassured Gu Heng. This aspect was also different from other administrative regions of the empire and the alliance. Was the perception of the people on Baishuo Star wrong? Of course not. That is the common perception of the vast majority of humans within the empire. It's not absolute, of course, as exceptions like the foundry world of the sect of mechanics, the religious worlds of the state religion, some extremely backward feudal systems, slave systems, or even primitive worlds are not excluded. But overall, from a macro perspective, this statement is not problematic. The legitimacy of the human empire derives from the humankind collective, assembled together by the emperor who ascended to godhood. This is a reasonable perception within the empire, with not a single flaw, and the same is true within the alliance. But what comes next varies between the alliance and other star sectors. For most residents in the world, I am a human being, an imperial. The governor is either an appointee or an infeft ruler by the imperial faction, so he has the right to rule over me. And if the empire replaces this governor one day, then the new one also has the right to rule over me. If the empire declares this governor a traitor one day, I would even angrily take up arms to execute him myself. The alliance, however, is slightly different. The legitimacy of the alliance's rule principally emanates from direct appointments by the empire, which is supremely important. Nevertheless, beyond this, the alliance is establishing its own political legitimacy through systemic reforms, centralization of power, improvements in living standards brought about by increased productivity, ideological propaganda, education, among various means. I am an imperial, but I am also a member of the alliance. Governors cannot be replaced at will. Rather, it's the government of the alliance that is legitimate. This matter is crucial. It determines the social order and whether the authority of rulers can be consciously recognized and obeyed by the populace, shaping the relationship between the political rule of the rulers and the political subservience of the governed. Putting it more bluntly, whether the political legitimacy of the alliance itself can be cultivated will decide if, one day, Gu Heng points to Holy Terra and says, "For the Emperor, for humanity, follow me and charge onto Terra," whether the people of the alliance would storm the battlefield with him or tie him up and send him to Terra. It's just a metaphor. Gu Heng absolutely doesn't entertain such thoughts. Only when it has developed legitimacy emanating from the bottom up can the alliance become even more impregnable, not vanishing simply because of a decree from the star domain government. What happened in Baishuo would not occur in the core territories of the alliance.
The means of directly gaining control of a planet through subversion or coup d'état can be used by Gu Hang against others, but not by others against the planets of the Alliance. Should anyone attempt such a scheme, the people within the core territories of the Alliance would rise up in swarms. The Alliance's complete grassroots structure and local government framework could efficiently lead a rebellion and resist outsiders. Of course, the only places where the Alliance has managed to achieve this so far are Rage Owl Star and Coralia. The former is Gu Hang's stronghold, the latter a world he genuinely saved from apocalyptic peril, earning immense prestige. As for the other planets, especially Flying Wing Star and the Fatches Tristar, they are on the way, but admittedly not quite stable yet. Overall, however, the 9 worlds of the Tianma star sector are the core territories of the Alliance. The political systems there have completed their reforms, and the Alliance's control has reached into the grassroots, making the establishment of so-called ruling legitimacy merely a matter of time. Regarding the areas beyond the Tianma star sector, although the situations differ in each location, for instance, Eagle Horse is quite obedient, followed by Mist Horse, and Purple Horse has just been subjugated through forceful means, generally under the current grand situation. These places do not possess the conditions to be transformed into core territories of the Alliance. The main reason is the impact of the war. The Alliance is currently at war and doesn't have the luxury to undertake societal reforms like the past few years in the Tianma star sector, nor to root itself in the Purple Horse sector for several years to turn it into a core territory of the Alliance. Since it has been decided to control Purple Horse with a suzerainty strategy, it is also necessary not to transform or purge the local ruling strata. Keep the people and control those planets indirectly. However, this is not absolute. Will the Alliance really refrain from intervening in the internal politics of planets under the Seven Horse framework? Officially, that's correct. The treaty clearly stipulates that the political, economic, and military development within each member planet will not be interfered with by the Alliance in principle and will be the responsibility of each planetary governor. However, the treaty also states that the Alliance, as the leader of the Seven Horse Treaty, will supervise all worlds to ensure that key resources are available for the war effort against the orcs. How will they supervise? The Alliance will send 3 supervisory officials to each planet. These supervisory officials will monitor if the work within the planets is functioning as prescribed by the Seven Horse Treaty and ensure that each planet fulfills their obligations. If everything goes smoothly, the supervisory officials won't intervene in planetary affairs. If problems arise, they will provide supervisory advice to the planetary government, effectively meddling in specific matters until the problems are resolved. If the supervisory advice doesn't resolve the issues, then the supervisory officials will report up to the Alliance. The Alliance will then, kindly, offer support to the planet. Genuine support, needing resources, personnel, all will be in place. However, getting the Alliance to spend a fortune comes at a price. By that point, the Alliance will directly send a far larger team of officials to manage these Alliance assets on the planet, ensuring they are applied correctly and can effectively change the dire conditions within the planet. This is akin to directly interfering with the responsibilities of the planetary government, even taking over. Of course, the Alliance itself does not currently wish to take this step. Still, they've left themselves an opening. In the future, if the planetary governor doesn't comply, this could be a method of inspection and intervention. Further down the line, when the war situation stabilizes, the pressure lessens, or when victory is in sight, that might just become the opportunity for the Alliance to expand its core territories. The number of inspector officers assigned to each planet is not necessarily the same. Among them, a certain presence is the military inspector officers. They are responsible for overseeing the planet's military construction work and the preparation of military supplies. In plain terms, they are the ones overseeing the collection of money. Next in line is the Economic Inspector Officer, tasked with overseeing the planet's economic development and production capacity. This is to ensure that the economic development within the planet can be maintained as much as possible, so as not to delay the production of military supplies. The establishment of Economic Inspector Officers is rather limited, only present on planets where the governors are more reliable, closer to the Alliance, and, in need of Alliance assistance. The least installed would be the political inspector officers. When the Alliance's intelligence department detects signs of anti-Alliance or anti-Seven Horse Treaty activities on a planet, they will warn the governor and send a political inspector officer. A political inspector officer can directly oversee every government personnel appointment and organizational structure. When a political inspector officer is dispatched, it represents that the alliance's army may arrive at any time. As long as the political inspector officer declares that the planetary government has acted disloyally, or if something happens to an inspector officer, then the alliance will directly assume that the planet has rebelled, and the alliance will come on behalf of the empire to suppress the rebellion. Those three officers shouldn't be seen as just three individuals. Each of them represents an entire staff built around them, a team of support and adjuncts, akin to three institutions. The inspector officer system will be the means for the alliance to control each member planet of the Seven-Horse Treaty. At least until the treaty finishes its historical mission, the inspector officers will be a long-term presence. Baishuo Star is somewhat special, though. The alliance plans to bring Baishuo Star's starport and its capital city, Shuoguo City, under direct control, with leadership directly appointed by the alliance. The reason for this is because there's a shipyard on the starport of Shuoguo City. While it's not possible to make large ships, building some armed merchant ships, patrol vessels, and such is viable. Although this will not be decisive, it is still a good supplement to the Navy, which is currently in the greatest shortage for the alliance. Yeliz's fleet, after passing through Purple Horse Sector with the Seven-Horse Treaty and taking control of it, continued to move southward, targeting Border Horse Sector and then Iron Horse Sector. With the example of Purple Horse Sector, the heads and governors of these two sectors became much more amenable. They each signed the Seven-Horse Treaty in turn. Cultivating Horse Sector in particular did not even require the fleet's arrival to sign. For Cultivating Horse Sector, they have a more direct concern. A portion of the Iron Teeth Greenskins military edge has reached Haigu Ridge Star Sector on the western side of Cultivating Horse. Although the invasion of Cultivating Horse hasn't begun, they are worried about potential problems. Jiyu Hang is also alerted to this. His main focus is still on the northwestern part of the star map. The southwest side, Cultivating Horse, is not the main strategic direction of the alliance, but it can't be ignored either. If a Greenskins army really penetrates straight from Cultivating Horse, it could reach Hongjin Star in the Tianma Star sector. Yelisia no longer needs to go to Cultivating Horse, but a small detachment must be split from her fleet to go there and keep an eye on the Greenskins military edge towards Haigu Ridge. After arranging the defensive line of the alliance to the southwest, Jiyu Hang's gaze once again turned toward the main battlefield in the northwest. Major General Du Shiliang had received his orders to cautiously lead the fleet away from Steelwing Star to the Tamir Star system. That is the eastern gateway of the Golden Pass Star sector. The Tamir Star system is located at the southeast corner of the Golden Pass Star sector and is a necessary route connecting Golden Pass to Eagle Horse, and it is also the main traffic artery within the entire Golden Pass Star sector. In this star system, there are 5 star realm tunnels. 3 towards the inside connecting to 3 star systems of the Golden Pass Star sector, and the other 2, respectively, led to the Copper Barrier Star District and the Eagle Horse Star sector. At the same time, the Tamir star system itself also holds significant value. Within this star system, there are 3 habitable planets orbiting the Tamir star, namely the 2nd, 4th, and 5th planets. Before the menace of the Iron Tooth Orcs emerged, the combined population of these 3 planets was 20 billion. Tamir 2 was a vast agricultural world with 4 billion inhabitants, and the food produced there was more than enough not just for the entire star sector, but there was also a surplus. The 4th planet was a mining and industrial world, focused primarily on heavy industry and the export of raw materials. It also had a population of around 4 billion people. The 5th planet was a civilized world, with a population of 12 billion and cities scattered throughout. Without boasting too much, the 3 worlds within the star system each had its advantages and could complement each other. In addition, due to its status as a major traffic corridor, this place could be described as a land of pearls, only before the rise of the Iron Teeth Greenskins. After the orcs arrived, there was no use in talking about it. After the fall of the 4th sector, the Golden Pass Star sector became a battlefield. Although initially, the Tamir star system was not in the main battle area, it lay in the hinterland of the Golden Pass Star sector at that time. However, because it was close and somewhat rich in foundations, the Star Domain government, when fighting against the Iron Tooth Orcs, drew many of its forces directly from the Temerald Tristar. Thus they siphoned off its resources for several decades, and on top of that, There were quite a few occasions when the green-skinned orcs made their incursions into Tamir, leaving these originally prosperous planets severely withered. It might already sound miserable, but the truth was that it hadn't yet reached the worst point. No matter how depleted, the productivity and population of the planets were still there. At worst, it meant the potential for development was exhausted. The standard of living for the populace dropped significantly, famines emerged, and various comprehensive problems led to a decline in population. That was about as bad as it got. The few times the green-skinned orcs struck Tamir's star system, the chaos only lasted for a short while. The numbers were not large, and the human military forces would quickly drive them out again. After all, the Tamir star system was one of the few major bases inside Golden Pass after it turned into a war zone. Unless it was absolutely necessary, human military forces would certainly not give up on these three worlds. However, the previous aggressive campaign, which had collapsed under Titus's counterattack, had brought disaster upon Tamir. The Northern Fleet was annihilated, and Yunluo had fled. After losing its space forces, a large number of human ground troop elites got stranded in the 4-star systems of the southern part of Silver Pass sector, with no word from them. The previously settled Golden Pass star sector suddenly flung its gates wide open, and the orcs swarmed in. Even though the main force of the Iron Tooth clan was split into two in Golden Pass, with a large army marching west under Titus's leadership, bringing war to the heart of the star domain, and a powerful detachment led by the one-tusked ghost headed east to Eagle Horse. Nonetheless, just the green-skinned orcs left in the Golden Pass star sector were enough to collapse it. When Du Shiliang arrived at the Tamir star system with his fleet, the first thing he did was to carefully gather all the intelligence about the entire star system. The one-tusked ghost was eliminated, and the green-skinned fleet collapsed and escaped through the jump point at Steelwing Star and into Tamir. Although many of the Greenskins' main battleships were destroyed, at least 200 ships remained. Now, with nearly half of the United Fleet having been taken by Yelisia on patrol through Seven Horse territory, the strength of his fleet was somewhat insufficient. If he was careless and bit by the Greenskins, it was still possible to be overturned. He knew the Alliance couldn't withstand the consequences of a naval catastrophe, and although he had to go on the offensive, being as cautious as possible was never excessive. After scouting, Du Shiliang preliminarily confirmed that the main fleet of the green-skinned orcs was not in the Tamir star system. The stargazers aboard the ships only discovered about a dozen green-skinned vessels here. However, conditions on the surface were already terrible. Tamir too, favored by the green-skins due to its environment, was almost undetectable for human activity on the planet's surface. This left Du Shiliang's heart aching. The former breadbasket of Golden Pass, with a population of 4 billion, a world of beautiful scenery and a pleasant environment, had now fallen into a place riddled with green-skin spores and relentless skirmishes. For the green-skinned orcs, it was evident they considered Tamir too an important breeding stronghold and had invested considerable effort here. In the few months since the occupation, the Iron Tooth orcs had deployed a significant amount of manpower to Tamir too. Not only were the human inhabitants slaughtered almost to extinction in just a few months, but they also put in the effort to transform the local ecological environment, establishing large swaths of green-skin biomes. New batches of green-skin life were thriving. Not only were there skug beasts running amok and flatulent imps sprouting everywhere amidst the lush green spore plants. The former could serve as food and draft animals for the greenskins, and even participate in combat as akin to military dogs, coordinating with the green-skin army. The latter were, of course, also green-skins. Flatulent imps typically occupied the lower echelons of green-skin society, acting as assistants and servants to the orcs. They were intelligent, cunning, and vicious, but at the same time base and cowardly. They didn't count as suitable soldiers. Under normal circumstances, if an army were composed purely of flatulent imps, morale would be very concerning. They're bearable when the wind is in their sails. They can even be crueler than their orc masters. But let a little adversity blow their way, and you'll see those piss-poor troops crumble in minutes. It's this very nature that doomed them to a life at the bottom of green-skin society. They're content with their lot, assuming all the responsibilities the orcs disdain, which essentially means everything but fighting. Sometimes, when the orcs felt gloomy, they would snatch a few of those cowards to eat and lighten their mood. These cowards weren't particularly good as industrial workers or farmers either. Their cunning would show up in their work, as they loved to cut corners and cheat. But this problem was somewhat easy to solve. The orcs would personally wield whips to supervise, or appoint a favored coward to do so. The latter could be even harsher on their own kind than the orc masters. Through these means, Green Skin Society maintained at least a minimal level of productivity. As for the upper limit, that remains unfathomable. Wog is an absurdity. What started as a meaningless green skin battle cry also signifies an adjective in their language, describing anything positive for the green skins. It can even serve as a noun, representing a grand war. And then there's so-called Wog energy, a form of spiritual energy unique to the green skin race. Put simply, if they believe something can succeed, then it will. This is where green skin technology astounds, with piles of junk miraculously able to take to space and exchange fire with human behemoths, sheer lunacy. These cowards possess that capability too, and while their tendency to slack off generally subtracts from productivity, the moment one of them manages to create something miraculous while shirking their duties, it's a sudden spike in productivity. Factor in their vast numbers and bodies that mature in just a few months. Tamir 2 has now become a vast green skin factory. And this factory's primary output is the green skins themselves. It churns out some weapons and equipment on the side, with resources plundered from the other two Tamir planets. Compared to Tamir 2, where human activity is nearly undetectable, the situations on Tamir IV and Tamir No. 5 are somewhat better. Though they're not great either. Among them, Tamir IV fares relatively better. The mining world's numerous mines, caverns, and complex industrial facilities enable the humans there to hunker down. With limited green skin forces committed, they have to methodically siege each mine. After several months of occupation, they've yet to devour it all. However, the issue with Tamir IV is the planet's own insufficient supplies. It used to rely on Tamir 2 for food. Now that interstellar transport is cut off, when they deplete their stored supplies and even the synthetic starch production lines fail, the many mining outposts reliant on the mining industry will face annihilation. Salvation is needed. The situation on Tamir No. 5 is worse, but not as utterly disastrous as on Tamir 2. After all, unlike Tamir 2, where most of the land is wide open fertile plains, wonderful in peacetime for bountiful farming, it offers no defense during war and was quickly overwhelmed. At least on Tamir No. 5, humans can still resist in some mountainous areas and inside megacities. After carefully analyzing the situation on the 3 Tamir planets, Du Shiliang developed a set of response plans. On Tamir 2, in this world where large-scale human activity is no longer detectable, not everyone has been killed. That would be impossible. Humans are a tenacious species and won't be wiped out so easily. Even under these circumstances, if more than 90% of the planetary population, a terrifying number that speaks to the greenskins' killing efficiency, was butchered, the remaining less than 10% would still mean 200 to 300 million people, possibly more, live in various corners of the planet. Zhu Zhengbao is one of them, now 70 years old. He's a distinguished veteran of the native defense forces of Tamir 2, once conscripted by the Empire to lead millions of Defense Army soldiers to the front lines against the Greenskins. Strategic, bold, and valiant, he led the Defense Army to impressive victories. Later, with age, he returned home to a hero's welcome and was honored as Marshal. Disinterested in politics, he desired only a peaceful retirement, but when the Greenskins invaded en masse, he stood once more, rallying the Tamirians to resist the invaders. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too vast, and with the green skin ships dominating orbit at the onset of war, the human forces were easily defeated. The Tamirians had been brutally slaughtered across the defenseless plains. But despite this, the old marshal never lost his steadfast will. Given the situation on Tamir, a direct confrontation with the greenskins was impossible. He decisively led his troops and protected the civilians, relocating elsewhere. A planet this large can't be thoroughly searched by the orcs in a short time. Through tremendous efforts, they found places the orcs hadn't yet trampled, and they survived through hardship. They established a base, cautiously striking out, eliminating any green skins that might discover them. Among them were warriors, heroes, and even women and children. Zhu Zhengbao always told everyone to keep faith. The Emperor will not abandon us. As long as we persevere, one day we will be redeemed, and the Empire's army will surely come. In the end, victory will certainly be ours. Long live mankind. This was not only propaganda, It was something he deeply believed in. Without such belief, how could an old general, over 70 and riddled with injuries and sickness, have held out until now? Under his guidance, over the past several months, the people had calmed. In their situation of having nothing, they had established an encampment. Although it was small, and there were only a few 100,000 of them, and even if a large swarm of greenskins came, they would still have to run. But at least, they had sown the seeds. Over the past few months, the wheat sprouts had broken through the soil and were almost ready for harvest. Witnessing these scenes, many could feel the hope and belief that Marshal Zhu had spoken of. At the same time, they had made contact with several other encampments, each of various sizes. They had agreed to support each other, forming a strategic alliance. If they encountered greenskins they could fight off, they would fight. And for those they could not, they would retreat to another encampment at least. Just keep holding on, they thought. As long as they kept striving and enduring, they would surely see the day Marshal Zhu spoke of. The Empire's great forces will come, and mankind will prevail. And that day came even sooner than they had imagined. On this day, early in the morning, Zhu Zhengbao was roused by someone calling out to him. The person arrived, brimming with excitement. They're here. They are really here. The fleet from the Empire has come. What did you say? Go and see for yourself. Zhu Zhengbao threw on his clothes and stepped outside the rudimentary building. Looking up, he saw the weather was fine. The azure sky above him showed several shadows. At this distance, the silhouettes didn't look big or clear, but considering the distance, they must be enormous. The old marshal's eyesight was no longer good. He asked someone to fetch him a telescope, and then he could see clearly. Those were indeed ships belonging to mankind. With the marshal's experience, he could even distinguish that they were human cruisers, and it looked like there were 3 or 4 of them. This was definitely the main force. The army had come, they were saved. Spread the word. Our steadfastness now has hope, Zhu Zhengbao declared. All right. The people around him were also bursting with joy. Actually, there's no need to spread the news. Everyone can see it for themselves. Still, we must announce it. It's a good opportunity to ensure morale, Zhu Zhengbao said with a smile, his heart stirring with excitement, yet he remained calm. Even though the army is nearing, and we have hope, danger still exists until the ground troops have landed and joined us. In this final moment of success, we absolutely can't fail before dawn, understand? Understood. I'll go find someone to write this up, to boost morale. Marshal, rest assured, we will do all the work and hold the line as best as we can, replied one of the staff. Good, go on then, he said. After sending his adjutant off, Zhu Zhengbao, still wearing a smile, continued to observe the sky through his telescope. Our human ships are truly magnificent. However, at that moment, he noticed a small black spot falling from one of the ships. It quickly caught fire upon contact with the atmosphere. Is that a landing pod or a landing craft? It seems a bit too large. The size isn't right. Are they rushing to land without conducting orbital bombardment first? The old marshal was filled with questions. Suddenly, he saw the small fireball explode within the atmosphere. Had it been shot down by the greenskins? It didn't seem so. He observed the rolling flames, which did not diminish as one would expect from a destroyed spacecraft. Instead, they grew like igniting gasoline, expanding continuously. In an extremely short time, the small fireball became a large one, and then spread into a sky full of fire clouds. Even at this stage, the flames showed no sign of shrinking or extinguishing. Instead, they hurriedly expanded until the entire sky within view turned from azure to a sea of fire. The sea of fire continued to stretch, spreading downward and around. All of this transpired in a mere few dozen seconds. The entire encampment fell silent. The cheers that had just risen were now subdued. Everyone stared blankly at the sky that had turned into a sea of fire. Everything was happening quietly. Zhu Zhengbao could still hear the cries of insects and birds, the whisper of the wind. But all his expressions had frozen. If the current trend continued, in no more than a minute or two, the sea of fire would reach the encampment he was in. In less than an hour, the fires would sweep across the planet's atmosphere, burning every inch of Tamir too. By then, the whole planet would become a fireball, violently burning in the universe. The fierce flames covering the surface would continue burning for days to a month, consuming the entire planet's atmosphere and oceans, killing every living thing on the planet. Even if some lucky few managed to hide underground, in the mountains, in sturdy buildings, and escaped being burned to death, The complete annihilation of the ecosystem would make it impossible for survivors to continue living on a planet turned into dead land. Tamir 2 would go from being a rich and beautiful agricultural world to a dead silence world. A dead silence world, a place categorically unsuitable for human habitation, whether an unaltered primitive planet or a devastated one. All were designated as dead silence worlds. In his 70 years of life, he had never once considered that what was only mentioned in rumors and records would one day descend upon his beautiful homeland. Now, he understood what it was. That was the extinction order from the Empire, that was the Skyburn torpedo. In the void, aboard the interlude cruiser, Du Shiliang stared at the fireball that grew increasingly distant in the cosmos. His face was expressionless, resembling a ruthless general. Yet his hands still trembled involuntarily. At this moment, 2 days had passed since the interlude cruiser deployed the Skyburn torpedo on the surface of Tamir 2. The flames that enveloped the globe had become more intense before their very eyes. After completing the deployment task, the United Fleet observed the situation near Tamir 2 for a day. Once they saw that the Skyburn torpedo had indeed ignited the entire planet, verifying the execution of the extinction order, they then departed. He was the one who had deployed the Skyburn torpedo. Actually, he wasn't even sure if he had the authority to issue the extinction order. Originally, he hadn't anticipated bearing such a responsibility. Together with his war council, which included a part of the Alliance Army's staff team, they evaluated the situation on Tamir 2. They reached a unanimous conclusion. Launching a ground assault on Tamir 2, even with orbital support from the United Fleet, was not realistic. This brings us to the war objectives for their proactive strike into the Golden Pass star sector, namely, under the premise of ensuring the safety of the fleet, 1. Strike at the Iron Tooth Orcs' living forces. 2. Evacuate the Imperial military and civilians from occupied territories. 3. Occupy planets to construct advanced defensive positions. These 3 tasks had a hierarchy of importance. Striking at living forces was most important, and evacuating Imperial military and civilians was also important, which took precedence dependent on the battlefield situation. By comparison, occupying planets was the least important. Mainly because controlling a planet didn't guarantee being able to defend it. If there was an opportunity to occupy, then do so, deploying a not too sizable force like a nail pressed upon that location, waiting for the greenskins to return. Even then, it would become an obstacle to the Orcs' offense. For humanity's side, it would also be a defensible position, and at the very least, it would serve as an early warning outpost. But it would be a loss if excessive force was committed just to occupy planets. Striking at living forces and evacuating Imperial military and civilians, on the other hand, tangibly weakened the enemy and reinforced their own side. Regarding Tamir 2, it was clear that the option to occupy the planet could almost be disregarded. There were almost 500 million orcs on the surface, and not fewer than 2 billion other greenskins, mainly Gretchen. So many personnel, and most weren't even native to the planet. They had been transported over time by greenskin ships. After all, since the fall of Tamir 2, only a few months had passed, not enough for such numbers to have proliferated. Transporting so many greenskins likely aimed to spread more spores, hoping in the future many more greenskins would emerge. With such numbers, even if the United Fleet, carrying 3 army groups totaling 60 million human troops, were all thrown into battle and provided with orbital support, clearing enemy forces wouldn't be an easy task.
If they truly fought, the conflict could likely turn into a protracted war of attrition. Then, humanity might face an endless tide of orcs emerging from the green skin ecosystem, locked in mutually exhausting warfare.
Furthermore, orbital support wouldn't always be available. The green skin fleet was still out there, and when the previously escaped 200 junk vessels from Steelwing Star regrouped and attacked, even if they couldn't overcome the more numerous main vessels of the United Fleet, they could distract them, preventing the human fleet from providing unbridled support to the surface. This was certainly feasible. Under these circumstances, the hope for a swift victory in ground combat diminished even further. Their mission was to seek opportunities to eliminate the enemy's living forces, not to deplete their own against the enemy. The same logic applied to rescuing people. Did Du Shiliang not know there were many survivors on the surface? Of course, he knew. Even if 95% of the people had been slaughtered, the remaining 5% still represented a population of more than 200 million. But the key issue was that these 200 million people were scattered all over the world of Tamir too.
If they were gathered in one place, that would be a different story. Overwhelming orbital firepower providing cover, troops dropped to the surface to establish a defensive perimeter, defending for a couple of months, during which as many people as possible would be transported onto ships and evacuated. Once the majority were safe, the troops could be withdrawn, and then the Skyburn torpedo could be deployed.
Had that been possible, it would have been cause for universal celebration. Unfortunately, these 200 million people were in groups of tens of thousands, or at most several hundred thousand, spread across the corners of the world, impossible to save. Gathering them to evacuate would take an unknowable amount of time. The green-skin main fleet could arrive at any time, and the greenskins on the ground could entangle any human landing forces at any moment. The cost-effectiveness was too low. In contrast, taking immediate advantage of Tamir II's failing orbital defense system, which had not yet been upgraded by the greenskins since their occupation and given the absence of the greenskin main fleet in the star system, creating the perfect conditions to deploy the Skyburn torpedo. This was the optimal solution. Otherwise, waiting could lead to complications, possibly losing even the chance to deploy the Skyburn torpedo. After all, should the green-skin main fleet arrive, they would not allow the human fleet to proceed as it wished. The period between the deployment and detonation of an extinction order weapon was highly vulnerable, easily intercepted. However, at this point, deploying the Skyburn torpedo was still just a plan. Although it seemed like the best solution, it appeared to be the most rational choice. However, Major General Du Shiliang had never thought about actually doing it. Or rather, he had never imagined that he would be the one to make that decision. He had never launched a Skyburn torpedo, never executed an extinction order. Even the Tianma fleet itself didn't have a stockpile of such weapons of extinction. This sort of thing, even the star domain government itself might not possess. At most, the tribunal within the star domain might store one or two. Now, the two Skyburn torpedoes on his ship were transported over from Rage Owl Star by people sent by Governor Gu. He no longer wished to think about why Mr. Gu had such a powerful weapon at his disposal. But the decision to launch or not launch the Skyburn torpedo shouldn't be up to me to say, right? The Empire lacked specific regulations on who and which units could issue extinction orders. From past records, it seemed that the tribunals did it most frequently, followed by the leaders of the interstellar war regiments. The first case made sense, as this was their job. The second case was also understandable, as interstellar warriors always fought on the most critical and harsh battlefields, encountering problems that only an extinction order could solve much more often than regular Empire troops. Plus, with such authority, naturally, they would issue it more often.
Beyond these two, the frequency of other personnel using extinction orders plummeted dramatically.
Of course, over 10,000 years, in such a vast universe, anything could happen. Marshals of the Star Realm Army, naval marshals, commanders of war zones, senior government officials, high-ranking clergy of the state religion and the sect of mechanics. Although rare, there were records of them issuing extinction orders. But no matter who it was, it definitely wasn't himself. I'm just an ordinary Navy Major General. I can't make such a big decision. Although he didn't understand who could sign off on it, it definitely wasn't him. Send the operational report back and then wait for orders, that's all I need to do.
Then, the order he received was that the person responsible for the forward campaign, Major General Du Shiliang himself, was to make this decision. Mr. Gu, in his capacities as the Alliance Governor, head of the Star Sector, and leader of the Seven Horse Agreement, gave him full authorization and promised to take responsibility for any consequences of his decision, encouraging him to make a resolute choice.
This wasn't shirking responsibility, after all, Governor Gu said he would take all the blame. This was a delegation of authority, allowing frontline commanders full autonomy to make decisions they believed to be correct, to avoid, I can't make the decision, situations that could lead to major problems at the front. And then, Du Shiliang was stunned. Me? He was caught off guard. After another round of discussion, they still believed that it was the best solution. So, execute it. But when Du Shiliang witnessed an entire world turn into a sea of flames because of his decision, when at least 200 million people died because of what he decided, he felt his entire body shaking. He had been shaking for 2 days now. He couldn't sleep at all for these 2 days. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw a burning world, and he could hear the constant wails of the Tamirians, which he had never heard in person but which haunted him incessantly. He always told himself, "It's not my fault. I can't be blamed, it's the greenskins' fault. It's the alien invasion that led to all this. I was just doing my duty. I was just trying to reduce casualties, to prevent more deaths." But no matter how many reasons there were, no matter how correct, they couldn't erase the immense pressure of carrying the souls of 200 million innocent dead. Yet, reality didn't give him any chance to escape or relieve his anguish. He had to make the next decision right away. The battles at Tamir IV and V. There, the conditions for deploying Skyburn torpedoes were not met. Skyburn torpedoes are expensive, after all. Although the Alliance didn't actually set up a production line for Skyburn torpedoes, these 2 Skyburn torpedoes were from stockpiles, produced by the Black Box, effectively costing nothing. However, the Black Box could only produce 3 Skyburn torpedoes every 2 years, so the Alliance's stock wasn't large. Moreover, Du Shiliang didn't know about this. All he knew was that using 1 Skyburn torpedo to exchange for the lives of 2.5 billion green skins was a good deal.
But there were not so many green skins for him to annihilate on Temur IV and V.
Additionally, the combined population still surviving on these 2 planets might exceed 8 or 9 billion. Whoever bombed them would be a war criminal. For these 2 planets, the plan discussed in previous military meetings prioritized preserving the population of the Empire. The plans for the 2 planets could be discussed separately. On Tamir IV, there might be around 100 million green skins, half of whom were clever tricksters. They were collecting raw material and waste in the occupied territories and had set up green skin factories locally to produce various types of crude junk. On the one hand, these were directly manufactured into weapons and equipment for the army. On the other hand, they were stockpiled. It seemed that green skin ships would regularly come to transport this junk away.
This was consistent with Temur IV's positioning as a mining and industrial planet.
However, the natural environment of this planet was not particularly good. Except for the mining areas and the nest capital, it was almost unsuitable for organic life to survive. Green skins had a strong adaptability. Their spores could take root and sprout anywhere. But the quality of the environment still affected the spores' growth speed and yield. They had also preliminarily constructed an ecosystem, but it was neither large nor crucial. In the past, the replenishment of green skins on Tamir IV mainly relied on coming from the densely populated neighboring Tamir II. Now, with Tamir II scorched, green skins on IV would rely on when the main green skin fleet would arrive, and whether they could transport more military forces from the heartland of their old lair. Moreover, on Tamir IV, humans still had an organized defense army, and the government had not yet collapsed. Although completely defenseless in orbit, their remaining ground-to-orbit forces were rather weak and dared not bombard the Greenskins' fleet. Still, in a time of necessity, when willing to make sacrifices, they could provide cover for the defense army's assaults or retreats and play some role. In a desperate struggle, Tamir IV was maintaining a defense army of nearly 500 million people, continuously grappling and wearing down the Greenskins in mineshafts, trenches, and vast industrial zones. They were no match for the Greenskins and lacked supplies, especially food. They often had to suffer 10 times the casualties to defeat the enemy. But they knew this was a battle for survival, a struggle with no retreat for their species where surrender and giving up were not options. Clenching their teeth, they fought. Due to not having enough numbers, though the Greenskins had a blast fighting, their progress wasn't actually fast. To rescue Tamir IV would be fairly straightforward. They planned to deploy 4 army groups as the main force. Liaise with the local defense army, providing them with a large supply of logistic support, primarily food, with weapon and ammunition production lines as a secondary focus. The former would solve the immediate urgent needs, while the latter could upgrade local weapon equipment. Tamir IV was not lacking in raw materials, but what was missing was a production line for quality weapons. Many in their defense army were still fighting with primitive guns and artillery.
The Alliance would rain down G9 rifles and ammunition, plastic steel production lines, individual armor, artillery shells, cannons, and a suite of production capabilities. They didn't aim to create a production base but to increase production capacity, which would enhance the combat strength of the half-billion-strong planetary defense force by a significant margin.
Moreover, with the permanent presence of 5 ships from the United Fleet, along with the assistance of 8 million elite Alliance troops, pushing back the Greenskins should not be a problem. At the same time, civilians in the large settlements could be evacuated. The current supply fleet and transport ships of the United Fleet had the capacity to move 300 to 500 million people in one go. They would first relocate them to Steelwing Star, which should be safe. Then they would transport more. As for the dispatch to other locations from Steelwing Star and how to arrange transportation that could really accept such a large population, that was not something for Du Shiliang, a frontline combat general, to consider. Officials from the alliance would take over. After a series of plans for Tamir IV were drawn up and truly began to be implemented, Du Shiliang finally felt somewhat better. Only then could he tell himself, I am not an executioner, I am a savior. The war situation on Tamir No. 4 was progressing basically as planned by the War Staff Department. Although there were some unexpected elements, such as after the land forces actually landed and met with the Planetary Defense Force, the fleet also provided support from orbit, and after a more detailed reconnaissance of the enemy, they discovered an error in the initial estimate of the number of green skins. There were not 100 million green skins on Tamir No. 4, but close to 300 million. Of these, there were 70 to 80 million actual orcs, and not 50 million pixies but over 230 million. The enemy situation had a fairly large deviation from the estimates, but it did not affect the implementation of the specific strategic plan. The battle would be fought as it was meant to be fought.
For the few green skin gatherings and ecosystems that were detected, orbital bombardment was used for direct destruction. The number of ground troops deployed remained at 8 million, only now their subsequent battles would be a bit tougher.
On Tamir No. 4, armored units had some difficulty in maneuvering. Just as the orcs were hampered by various mining areas and pits in their attempts to wipe out the human troops on Tamir No. 4, after humans switched from defense to offense, they also struggled to chew through the green skin-held directions. The aliens could also hide in those pits. Those pits, unless they were of some particularly large size, were not accessible to normal defense outposts or tanks. For this reason, the several armored divisions that went down, after some consideration, exchanged some equipment with other brother units, greatly reducing the number of Lion tanks and Lion King tanks deployed, and even the number of artillery was reduced. What replaced the heavy tanks was a large number of sentry mechas. These were definitely not as effective as heavy tanks on the front lines. Their armor could not withstand even machine gun fire for long before breaking, and they could not, like tanks, directly equip a large caliber tank cannon, at most carrying some machine guns, rocket nests, and the like. However, they still counted as armored units and were flexible. They were roughly humanoid in shape, although much taller than normal human soldiers, but basically, if infantry could get into a place, so could they. This kind of convenience was something that tanks could not replace. In an environment like Tamir No. 4, filled with pits and interior building combat, they could play a surprisingly large role. Their natural enemies on the battlefield, artillery and heavy tanks, were either nowhere to be seen or could not perform effectively in tight and complex environments, making it the perfect stage for the sentry mechas to show their prowess, right? Also, artillery was not easy to deploy in this kind of war environment. It was alright during defense, but during offense, the caverns were too winding and undestroyable by cannon fire to be of any use, not to mention that artillery couldn't get inside.
Replacing artillery was enhanced individual firepower, equipped with more offensive grenades, bombs, rocket launchers.
As for grenades, no need to explain. Bombs were used after entering the caves to locate key positions, then blowing up the caves and calling it a day. Once the key passages collapsed, regardless of whether the green skins inside were dead or alive, they would eventually perish. Green skins indeed didn't need to eat and could photosynthesize, but there was no sunlight in the underground caverns for that. Rocket launchers were suitable for direct bombardment into the cave openings during the attack. No matter if there were people inside or not, first launching 3 to 5 rockets inside, then the infantry could advance. In summary, if tanks were not usable, find another armored alternative. If artillery wasn't efficient, find another firepower replacement. Thanks to the mobilization order sounded by the Alliance rear, the billions of skilled workers worked overtime to produce all kinds of war materials and equipment, so the Alliance land forces still had plenty, and a wide variety, of stuff to fight those green skins with. Of course, eliminating all the green skins on Tamir No. 4 wasn't something that could be done quickly. The Alliance sent down 8 million men, but in the end, it still relied on several hundred million troops from the home front to serve as the main force. Even though those green skins had lost their reinforcements and had to fear orbital attacks forcing them to shrink back, precisely because of this, by leveraging the terrain for pure defense, the human side looking to completely annihilate the opponent might need 8 to 10 years to accomplish it. But it didn't matter. As long as the overall situation was determined, that was enough. Although Tamir No. 4 was still in a state of war, all production activities within the human-controlled areas could fully recover. They no longer had to fear like before that starting production would attract orcs and lead to annihilation. Now they craved for orcs to come out. Then with the reinforced planetary defense force serving as the main force, and the Alliance land forces as the decider in a fatal blow, they could systematically eliminate the enemy's living forces. If the orcs didn't come out, then they'd continue mining. The minerals extracted would be processed into steel alloys on site, turned into raw materials in chemical plants, and then sent to newly established munitions factories to be made into weapons or bombs, supplying the frontline troops, innovating equipment, and strengthening firepower. The local defense army, with increasing war experience and upgraded equipment, would become stronger and stronger. As long as the space above could prevent these orcs from being resupplied, cleaning up the orcs from the planet was just a matter of time. Even more so, as the battlefront became increasingly stable, these defense armies who had come through the flames of war could be conscripted to other battlefields. Actually, under the direction of Ji Hang, the Alliance military and political department was already in the process of assembling troops under the Septem Pact framework. This would be the third force under Ji Hang's control, apart from the Alliance land forces and the Star Realm Army, the Pact Army. The 500 million people on Tamir No. 4 can all be integrated into the framework of the Pact Army. At the same time, the mineral resources of Tamir No. 4, raw material processing, and the military industries under development can all contribute to the Alliance's endeavors.
Tamir No. 4 no longer has a governor. They abandoned their post in the face of disaster, only to be apprehended and executed by the angry military and populace of Tamir No. 4 before they could take flight.
Now, an officer from the native defense forces is in charge of the planet. After consulting with Supreme Commander Gu, the execution of the governor of Tamir No. 4 was deemed a purge of a traitor, and certainly not a rebellion. The defense army officer was temporarily appointed by Ji Hang as the acting governor of Tamir No. 4 and brought the planet into the Seven Horse Pact. Nobody stipulated that only a star sector bearing the word horse in its name could join the Seven Horse Pact, right? Compared to the fourth, the situation on the fifth planet is somewhat more difficult. It lacks the complex terrain that is conducive to defense found on the fourth planet. It's a fairly standard civilized world. Yet the number of green skins here is close to that on Tamir too. There are 400 million green skin orcs and slightly fewer leprechauns, but still around 1 billion of them. The defense organization on planet No. 5 is not as reliable as No. 4's, not just because of terrain, but also governmental organization strengths vary.
The fourth planet lost about 500 million people at the onset of the war, but still managed to mobilize a military force of 500 million from a population of 35 billion, and mobilization rate of over 14%. Virtually all other citizens were also working for the war effort.
However, starting with a population of 12 billion, planet No. 5, despite already having lost over 2 billion, still had a substantial remainder of 10 billion people. Yet the defense forces they managed to raise amounted only to the same as No. 4's 500 million, barely reaching a 5% mobilization rate. Moreover, as a civilized world, Tamir No. 5's production capacity should be far more developed than No. 4's, but this capacity was not effectively organized for wartime service. With only 500 million in their defense army, facing an equally numbered green skin force and a leprechaun force 2 to 3 times their size, they were certainly at a tremendous disadvantage. One after another, cities were captured and burned, green skin enclaves were established. Clearly, the Iron Tooth clan treated Tamir No. 5 as they did Tamir 2. Even the conditions here were more favorable, especially considering the developed industrial base, which the green skins could convert into their scrap factories and junk cities. The Human Defense Army could only maintain a force of around 500 million. The planetary government behind the lines had been, desperately, recruiting, but by the time they assembled an army corps of tens of millions to send to various front lines, the battle lines had already retreated significantly, costing tens of millions of lives. This is how human resources were frantically consumed. Even then, they couldn't maintain control over the entire planetary frontline. Just as one barely managed to plug a hole somewhere else, the greenskins would suddenly make a vicious breakthrough. Often this would result in the fall of a highly populated city, followed by an even greater depletion of the already stretched human resources due to the deficient organizational abilities of the administration. This world, in particular, is in dire need of substantial alliance intervention. The extinction order is not an option. The only recourse is fleet support, orbital bombardment plus ground troops. 50 million troops from the Alliance Army were deployed to the surface. The already brutal ground battles on Tamir No. 5 escalated in intensity to a new level. The Alliance was extremely dissatisfied with the pre-existing battle command system on Planet No. 5. The commanding general of the deployed Alliance troops, Major General Perbov of the 1st Alliance Army Group, demanded full command over the planetary defense forces.
Under the leadership of the Alliance Army, within a week, human forces waged 3 impressive campaigns in 3 different directions.
Such a short period was not even enough for starships to deploy troops and gather them for battle. A significant portion of the forces were directly dropped close to the front line, then immediately engaged in combat. It was precisely this sudden and direct engagement that shocked the native defense forces, which considerably smoothed Perbov's takeover of the command. What followed was routine combat operations. Using armored forces and artillery, they sought out the main body of green skin forces for decisive battles.
And these decisive battles were invariably won by the human side.
The high quality of the Alliance Army was one factor, but not the key one. Although the greenskins' tactical awareness was deficient, their individual quality was so high that sometimes tactics alone were not enough to handle them. The key lay in the support from orbital firepower. As soon as human forces located a main green skin force, whether it was a battle of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even several 100,000, once the battle commenced, the green skin orcs were virtually transparent under orbital surveillance. They would be bombarded while gathering, their logistics and munition depots would be obliterated, and their transport units ambushed and destroyed by infiltrating human infantry squads. Even when both sides did manage to set up formations for a battle, often before infantry could even engage each other, the greenskins had to contend not only with heavy artillery bombardment and air attacks from each division and brigade, but also suffer the devastating impact of orbital strikes. This kind of large-scale decisive battle is something the green skin orcs can't afford. After suffering losses a few times, they had grown smarter. Rarely do they assemble large forces. When they encounter a large number of human troops gathering for an advance, they scatter, even at the expense of losing hard-won ecological circles and key sites such as garbage city armories. And the dispersed green skin orcs, relying on not needing food supplies, in addition to some garbage-built armed trucks, with scug beasts for transport, and carrying extra ammo supplies, formed numerous armies ranging from a few hundred to just over 10,000 in size, poking into the depths of the human army's frontline.
Often in the front, a considerable number of petty spirits formed fodder armies, drawing the attention of the human main forces, while the real orc troops engaged in guerrilla warfare behind, fighting small-scale battles. This halted the momentum of the human army's offenses.
It was very uncomfortable. This bunch of green skins can truly fight without logistics. At least they rely on it far less than humans do. Human armies can hardly fight without logistics. People need food, guns need bullets, shells, vehicles need energy. Without any one of these, their combat effectiveness plummets. It's different for the green skins. They don't need to eat, or they can eat the petty spirits and scug beasts accompanying them. They also need ammunition and energy, but the former can be handmade, and the latter can be looted. Turn to suppress banditry? Fight small-scale battles with greenskins? That's a real loss. Actually, the land forces are still okay. Once they catch the greenskins, one part holds them, and help comes from all sides. If the greenskins also send reinforcements, that's even better. A decisive battle would be most welcome. But that often would not happen. They don't send reinforcements. Instead, they look for ways to break through, or if they can't, they defend stubbornly and fight hard. The green-skin youngsters had battles to fight, howling excitedly. Calling in ship artillery for such small troop units is a loss-making affair. The lofty attitudes of the Alliance Navy had improved a lot. They wouldn't say not to disturb them unless you had a hull that could be filled with 20,000 lives. But calling a ship over to rain down intense fire for a day, the cost of the ammunition and the firepower effectiveness ratio would become absurdly high. So the Alliance army had to rely on their own artillery for support. That would result in significant casualties. The Alliance army was precious and elite, and the main combat power still had to depend on them, so they could only rely on the native defense forces to fill the gaps, with the Alliance's heavy artillery for fire support and the armored units for assaults, with the infantry cleaning up at the end.
But even so, the native defense forces didn't have much of a complaint.
Even though it sounded unpleasant, it was like being cannon fodder, but the casualty ratio, compared to when they fought independently before, was much lower. Perbov didn't want to be led by the nose by a bunch of green-skin orcs. While providing necessary support to the Planetary Defense Force, he still gathered as much of the Alliance army as possible and selected many strategic targets. Freeing captured cities, rescuing populations, destroying garbage cities, destroying the ecological circles of the green-skins. If you dare not fight a decisive battle with me, I will dig up your roots. As for the numerous scattered fronts, stretching thousands of kilometers across the globe, the endless intricate battle lines, those battles that could be called meat grinders had to continue.
With the Alliance army as the core backbone of the various battlefields and fire support from the space fleet, those numerous meat grinders weren't only grinding human flesh but also that of the green-skins. Before the Alliance arrived, the exchange ratio between humans and green-skin orcs was about 10:1. Now it had been brought down to within 2:1. Most of the human casualties were still from the native defense forces. If those petty spirits were included, the casualty ratio could be reversed to 1 human for 2 green-skins. The combat capability of the petty spirits was quite far behind that of the proper orcs. Cut off the green-skins, external reinforcements, destroy their ecological circles as much as possible, and reduce local production. If it came to attrition, the existing 1.5 billion green-skin creatures still couldn't outlast humans.
But even so, the estimate for eradicating the greenskins on Tamir No. 5 predicted that humans would likely suffer over 500 million casualties. This number, upon seeing the data provided by the Staff Department, made Perbov shudder. 500 million. Even on Tamir 2, where the native populace was burned by a skyborne torpedo, the number didn't reach half this figure. But to clear Tamir 2 through ground offensives, the losses wouldn't be lower than this number, and might even be higher.
What was more frightening was that on Tamir 2, there weren't as many planetary defense forces, now called Pact Army, as allies for the Alliance like here on number 5. By then, most of the losses might have to be borne by the Alliance army.
Who could withstand that? In interstellar battlefields, where both sides span across star sectors, combining the forces of all races, the scale is so exaggerated that it's unimaginable. Thinking of this, Perbov no longer had any doubt about whether it was really right to deploy that world-ending weapon. All he had in his heart now was a profound hatred for the alien races. Clenching his teeth, he ordered his troops to destroy another orc garbage city and then received some terrible intelligence. It came from above. Commander Du Shiliang informed him that from this moment on, the firepower support that the Alliance Navy could provide would be greatly reduced. Because the Greenskins fleet was coming. Although it had not arrived and was still shuttling through the Star Realm tunnel, the Navy had to save their cannon reserves. Otherwise, if a naval battle broke out and the rear artillery supplies hadn't arrived, having no firepower for a naval battle would be ridiculous.